Chapter 44:59. 3 seconds passed in a blink of an eye. Qi Jian Wushuang finally woke up. Wu Jianshou got up from the bed and squeezed his swollen brows with his hands. Then his thoughts surged. He remembers that he was fighting for control with Delia in the battlefield of the kingdom of God, and then his consciousness fell asleep. And now, he felt his body carefully, and the delusional willow lurking in him had disappeared, and he had 100% control over his body. But somehow, on the right side of his neck, a dark seal rune appeared. What is this rune? Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes. If he guessed right, the disappearance of Lulu should have something to do with this rune. Creak. As he was thinking, the door of the room was pushed open, and the of the universe stepped in. See, God of the universe. Wu Jianshou quickly arched his hand at him. You're welcome. Wu Zhou God smiled gently and said, Little guy, how do you feel now? Wu Jinshuang replied, No problem. That's good. Zhou God nodded. Then his face became a little serious and said, Jian Wushuang, I just used magical powers to suppress the power of the willow in your body. It's a force, and you do and team-mind it. Relax, naturally you want. There was a moment of thought in Wu Jian's eyes. The two chatted a few more words, and after seeing that there was nothing abnormal about Jian Wushuang, Zhou Shen left the room. Not in the room, only Jian Wushuang was left. He sat cross-legged on the bed, continually meditating on the words of the earth. Delirium willow, although it has been sealed, but he is like a time bomb. Maybe it will explode at any time. It is impossible for him to pin his destiny on others. Slap yourself. You must kill the wicked willow that was deposited on him. Then, the first thing you have to do is to understand the structure of virtual force. Only after you understand the virtual force can you have the opportunity to destroy the force left by it. Void, how to understand. After a while, Jian Wushuang thought about nothing and had to stand up and walk towards the outside. Outside the squatter house, a supreme name hurried. Wu Jinshuang just wanted to say hello to them, but could not help but frown. I saw these supreme glances on his face, and his face was all stunned. Then he evaded vaguely and distanced himself from the sword. Immediately, a whispered sound rang out from their mouths. Why, hello, have you heard of it? Jian Wushuang was taken away by the people of the virtual universe. Yes, it is said that he was still a four-marked vagrant. Hurry up and stay away from him. Although the master of the god used the great magical power to suppress the Su Shi in his body, it was not completely eliminated. That is, the Su Shi in Jian Wushuang may erupt at any time. Yes, don't be afraid of 10,000. Just in case, that's a four-marked virtuoso, and the captain level can't shoot. Who can subdue him? Hurry up, get away from him. Otherwise, if he violently kills, wouldn't we be in danger? After a while of discussion, Jian Wushuang couldn't help but frowned and tightened. I seem to be isolated? Sun shook her head, and Jian Wushuang did not take it to heart either. Isolate him just right, and keep quiet. Wu Jianshou stepped forward step by step. Just then, a group of laughter came. When Jian Wushuang was taken away, I saw it with my own eyes. Zura, that miserable look is absolutely impossible. I can't describe it. I tell you, it's best to stay away from Jian Wushuang when he sees it. Otherwise, if he violently kills someone, which one is closer to him? Would he just hit his muzzle? Jian Wushuang heard the words, and between the eyebrows, there was a coldness. He lifted his eyes and saw a group of ordinary supremes, who were surrounded by the black-robed supreme from Diwu Temple, listening to his story. And before speaking, it is the black-robed supreme of this Diwu shrine. It turned out he was fanning the fire behind his back. The cold mang flashed in Wu Jian's eyes and stepped forward. He remembered that in the main hall, it was exactly what this person said. It was his duty to go to fight with Willow. Even if he went to death, it was for the universe and it should be. Crackling. The footsteps sounded. Suina was originally listening to the story of the Black Robe Supreme in Diwu Temple, and everyone with a satisfied face saw Jian Wushuang coming, and suddenly he was stiff, and his face was frozen. Swords are coming. Run. The seal of Jian Wushuang must have been broken. Suddenly, the crowd frightened in excitement and became a bird and a beast. At the same time, The black-robed supreme stunned in his heart and lowered his head to open. "Wanna leave?" Wu Jianshou sneered, with 5 fingers stretched out, grabbing directly. Suddenly, the black-robed supreme was like a little chick who was caught and flew directly into the hands of the camera sword unparalleled. With 5 fingers, he tightened his throat instantly and held it up slowly. Sword unparalleled. What do you want to do? This is the base camp, and you plan to kill me? Angjang the black robe rose with a flush of redness on his face, forcing him to calm down. Don't you dare me? The cold mang flashed in Wu Jian's eyes, and the 5 fingers suddenly exploded into the sword, pouring into the black robe supreme body. As long as Jian Wushuang urged him a little, these sword chi that poured into the body of the black robe supreme could instantly hang him and destroy him. The black robe supremely felt the arrogant sword energy in his body, and suddenly a big terror between life and death came to his heart, and his face couldn't help turning white. Sword unparalleled, I didn't mean it. I apologize to you. His lips trembled, flashing begging eyes. Jian Wushuang is the first day of the universe, and won the protection of the gods of the universe. He is really not sure whether Jian Wushuang killed him and will not be punished. If after hearing a half-sentence you fan the flames, chewing the roots of your tongue, you will understand the consequences. Jian Wushuang snorted and slowly released his hand. The black robe supreme suddenly fell on the ground. Get out. Ji Jian looked down at him with no expression on both sides and said, yes. The black robe supreme did not dare to show any dissatisfaction and hurriedly crawled away. Jian Wushuang saw this and shook his head. This kind of person just jumped the beam clown. If he wanted to die, he wouldn't be worth the trouble. Subsequently, Jian Wushuang strode away and headed for the 7th team. In the 7th team, Heiyuan Supreme is practicing cross-legged. Team leader. Wu Jianshou arched his hand at him. Never mind. Heiyuan glanced at Jian Wushuang faintly and said, sit down. I have something to tell you. It is good. Wu Jian Wushuang nodded his head and swept down to Heiyuan Supreme to sit down. Heiyuan Supreme said, sword unparalleled, our 7th team vice captain returned to Crane Supreme. You should know. Chapter 4460. The 7th team is located in a bamboo forest. The bamboo shoots are green and green. Heiyuan Supreme sat against the sword unparalleled, and his large white owl was on the ground at will. Sword unparalleled. We know that the deputy captain of our 7th team returned to the Supreme Crane. You should know? Heiyuan Extreme asked faintly. I know. Wu Jianwushuang nodded. The establishment of a squad, including a captain, 2 vice-captains, and 10 players. The captain of the 7th team is Heiyuan Supreme. One of the 2 vice-captains is the Honorable Supreme who has been with him, and the other is the Gueha Supreme. In the previous battle in the extraterrestrial battlefield, the arm of the virtual came, and countless Supremes died in the hands of the virtual god. Ji Rongjing had good luck and escaped this calamity, but it was not so lucky to return to Heiyuan Supreme, and in the second palm, he died in the hands of the false god. I just had an emergency at the beginning and had no time to worry too much. Now that things have come to an end, naturally I have to replace the deputy captain and replace it with a new one. Sun Heiyuan Extreme glanced at Jian Wushuang. He is not the mother-in-law's character. When he even said, Jian Wushuang, I mean, it's up to you to serve as the deputy captain of our 7th team. What do you think? After hearing the words, Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and said, isn't the position of captain and vice-captain always required to be half-step invincible supreme, or top-ranking supreme? Heiyuan Supreme heard a smile and said, sword unparalleled, depending on your strength, which top supreme, or even half-step invincible supreme, can keep you steady? Although you can't fix it, you're in war. Power is no different from the vice-captain level. This? Wu Jianwushuang thought for a while and said, Captain, we came to this extraterrestrial battlefield shortly. I'm afraid I can't convince the public. Wu for the position of deputy captain, Jian Wushuang does not exclude it, but it is optional. But if it will cause many troubles, he will be grateful. Heiyuan Supreme heard a glance and shook his head and said, Jian Wushuang, you can rest assured that I have communicated with all the players clearly, and they all agree to you as the deputy captain. Speaking of, The candidate for the deputy captain is admire that guy who personally recommended you. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang had no reason to refuse, and he stood up and arched his hand and said, "Then Jian Wushuang, I would respect it better." "Good." He Yuan Extreme smiled and nodded. After a while, Jian Wushuang changed into a deputy captain's robe and token, and the members of the 7th team greeted one after another. Hunshun comes to autumn, and the sea changes. In the blink of an eye, 5,000 years passed. During these 5,000 years, Jian Wushuang led the 7th team, expeditions to the north and expeditions to the west, to suppress the extraterritorial battlefield. He continuously fought with Su Shi in the void of the void. In just 5,000 years, he experienced nearly 10,000 battles. This made him understand more and more about Su Shi. In the past 5,000 years, the sealed three-headed snake Willow will not be abnormal at first, but the more the force remaining in Willow's body, the more violent it becomes. Especially when Jian Wushuang fought and fell into a state of weakness, the Willow will slam the seal frantically, trying to take away his physical body. Even once, the sword was double-faced against the 5-marked class Virtuoso, and after using Taro's sword, it was directly controlled by the power of the Willow. If Haiyuan's supremacy had suppressed him, and let the Zhou suppress it again, I'm afraid that on that day, Jian Wushuang would be completely demonized and kill the war. However, in these 5,000 years, it is not without gain. Qi Jian's unparalleled reputation completely shocked the entire extraterritorial battlefield and truly convinced the 7th team. Time passed like this. Jian Wushuang led the team to guard the void cracks and did not teach Su Shi to take half a step. As the monks in the extraterrestrial battlefields changed with the killings, some people were constantly transferred from the universe to the extraterritorial battlefields. Among them, the Overlord and Imo Luo Yin Gu also came one after another. However, in the first battle, Morua Yingu was buried in the hands of a dummy. This also makes Jian Wushuang, parting from life and death, more and more pessimistic and numb. Jian Wushuang thought that the future will be spent like this. An urgent order from the god of Phenom was to transfer him from the void to the base camp. Base camp, inside the main hall. Characters at the rank of team leader and vice captain of the 9-9 team are all divided into two sides, with solemn expressions. Jian's sword Wushuang has a sword hanging on his waist, wearing a white coat and striding forward. After 5,000 years of slaughter, the power of the tailored Excalibur has risen to a new level, and Jian Wushuang, who has always looked cold, has an extra touch of iron and blood between the eyebrows. As he walked into the hall, the people standing on either side of the hall were all brow, only to feel that Jian Wushuang came with blood and blood from his body, and his body was full of sky-high spirits. Sun Bingxian Supreme and Long Qing were the vice-captains of the 2nd and 3rd teams respectively, and naturally they were also in the hall. In the past 5,000 years, Jian Wushuang's limelight has been basking in the sun for a day, and it has been a long time ago. They and Jian Wushuang have a life and death feud. At this moment, goodbye to Jian Wushuang. Naturally, there is more dissatisfaction in their hearts. Sword unparalleled, meet thee of the sky. Wu Jianshou knelt down on one knee, said with an arched hand, "Get up." Wu Zhou God smiled, stretched out his hand, raised the sword unparalleled. After I finished all of this, the God of Gods swept across the faces of everyone and said, "Everyone must be very confused. Why the old man called you suddenly?" The voice fell down, everyone looked at each other and could see each other's doubts. However, everyone did not speak, but quietly waited for the next chapter of the universe. Wu Zhou was quite satisfied when he saw the situation. After nodding slightly, Xinsheng said, "The old man received the news in front of him. The void universe is very likely to organize a big riot, which will impact the cracks in the void and put the whole army under pressure. Unsure, however, we don't know the exact time of the virtual universe or the deployment of this riot. Yinzi, so, the old man is going to draw 5 of you and go deep into the virtual universe to investigate the details of this big riot." As soon as this remark came to an end, the audience was shocked. Deep into the virtual universe? This matter is very trivial and extremely dangerous. As early as when the void crack appeared, the universe sent people to enter the opposite virtual universe. Not at the beginning of the group of candidates, it was not the others who led the team, but it was the head of the Palace of Life. However, until now, the powerful Lord of Life Jingu Palace has no news, and life and death are unknown. I can say that entering the virtual universe is almost a situation of 9 lives. Everyone in the grand hall looked at each other and took a breath of cold air. Sun Weijian soared unparalleled. At the moment of hearing this, he suddenly raised his head. His eyes flashed to the extreme. Chapter 4461. Vitality. For Jian Wushuang, he now desperately needs an opportunity to understand the powerlessness. In his body, the magic spell left over by Willow has become more and more serious, and it will riot every once in a while. Although there is a god of chaos who will try to suppress it every time, he can never stay outside this domain in the future. On the battlefield, every time you wait for the help of Zhou God, right? This delusion will not be eliminated, and one day, sooner or later, it will cause a catastrophe. Therefore, Jian Wushuang had long wanted to find an opportunity to learn more about Shuli. Now, this opportunity comes. There is no better chance to understand virtual force than to go deep into the virtual universe yourself. Wu Zhoushan glanced, looked at everyone's performance, and said lightly, "Are you afraid?" Everyone. Look at me, I look at you, without saying a word. Now in the battle of the catastrophe of that year, the master of the Life Palace was only half a step away from the of the universe, and the people led by him were all invincible. But Rao is so, none of them came out alive. Nowadays, everyone in the hall talks about cultivation as a far cry from the master of the Palace of Life. How does going to the Palace of Life differ from death? For a moment, everyone hesitated. Master God, I am Heiyuan, willing to go. At this moment, Heiyuan Supreme stepped out and said Shun Sheng. One after another, several captains stepped out of the crowd. They are the leader of a team and must set an example. When the of the gods saw this situation, they were already covered with Su Hanshuang's face, and then he eased down and said, people who travel to the virtual universe should not be inferior to the invincible supreme. Therefore, the 9 captains need not think about it. Go to the virtual universe, and be at ease to guard the extraterrestrial battlefield. As soon as his voice fell, the 9 captains could not help but stare at each other, and immediately said, Master God, what does this mean? The of the universe thought for a while and groaned and said, the magnetic field of the virtual universe is completely incompatible with the magnetic field of our universe. Those who live in our universe, the higher the cultivation, the more vulnerable they will be to exclusion and suppression, and the lower the cultivation, or the less repulsion and pressure. Therefore, your invincible supreme went to the virtual universe, but it was not easy to carry out, but the ordinary supreme passed away. It was not so conspicuous, and it was more convenient to act. Anyway, you went to the virtual universe this time, just to investigate in secret. It doesn't make much difference whether you are strong or not. Everyone heard the words, and that was all. After the god of Wu Zhou finished speaking, he looked at some top supreme in the hall, and half-step invincible supreme, waiting to see who was willing to go. Wu standing at the end of the sword Wushuang. His eyes flashed. He knows, it's his time. Master God, my sword Wushuang is willing to go to the virtual universe. Wu Jian stepped out step by step, Xinsheng said. After he finished speaking, he was still in a dark crowd, and suddenly he was about to move. I saw a flash of light in Bingyu Supreme's eyes, walked out of the crowd, and said, Master God, I Bingyu is willing to go to the virtual universe, for the sake of the universe's life and death plans. I Bingyu willing to go to soup and fire, never die. After he finished speaking, he tilted his head slightly, glanced at Jian Wushuang, and sneered in his mouth. Long Qing, who was standing next to the captain of the 3rd team, also realized something, and met the eyes of Bingyu Supreme, and then said, Master God, I am also willing to go to the virtual universe. In the grand hall, the commotion suddenly became even greater. The contradiction between Jian Wushuang, Bingyu Supreme, and Long Qing has spread throughout the universe. Now Jian Wushuang has signed up for the virtual universe, and the two will immediately follow up. What do these 2 people report? A little guessing will make it clear. Bingao, Longqing. I'm afraid it's false for the two of you to go to the virtual universe. Is it true to end your personal hatred? He also sneered at King Jujia, who was also in the hall. In the 5,000 years of this battle, in addition to the most dazzling performance of Jian Wushuang, the second one is the King of Nine Calamities. He, like Jian Wushuang, also has the ability to fight across borders. In an extraterrestrial battle 3,000 years ago, he killed a 4-marked dummy and was promoted to the 9th team vice-captain. Next moment, King Jujia arched his hand and said lightly, Master God, this time traveling to the virtual universe, I must have a seat in Jujin King. As soon as he said this, the turmoil in the hall was even worse. Wherever there are people, there are factions. In the battlefield outside the territory, there were no accidents. During these 5,000 years, in addition to the captain-level figures, 4 factions have been formed with the most dazzling performances of Sword Warriors, 9 Kings, Bingyu Supreme, and Longqing. Wang Zhujiao Wang was originally indifferent to eyes and noses and hearts. He suddenly said that he was going to the empty universe just now. They naturally understood it. Wasn't that afraid that Jian Wushuang was in the virtual universe and was killed by Bingyu Supreme and Longqing? For a while, people from these 4 factions kept coming out and threatened to go to the virtual universe. The whole hall was suddenly noisy. I looked at the temple that was boiling more and more against the sky, and God's face couldn't help glooming, and it was getting ugly. At last, Wu Zhoushan repeatedly patted the table and said coldly, Enough! Are you going to the virtual universe to swim in the mountains? Howl. Suddenly, the whole audience looked like a chill. They all bowed their heads, and the crickets no longer spoke. The light of the eyes of Wu Zhou shone for a while, and when he saw the crowd no longer speak, he snorted coldly, Zhiyang, let us go. This time, the person who went to the virtual universe, the old man came to pick up yes. Everyone bowed his head obediently and did not dare to speak. Lingyu Supreme. Extreme Ram. Morocco Supreme. The eyes of Wu Zhou glanced over the faces of everyone, and the soldiers were nodded. My Lingyu/Ram/Bingyu leads. The 3 of them immediately walked out of the crowd, and they should be. Jian Wushuang saw this, his brows frowned. Chanwang this time to the virtual universe, he must go. As soon as he was going to take the initiative to ask him again, the God of God walked away and finally fixed himself on Jian Wushuang. Sword unparalleled. My sword is unparalleled. Yin Jian's eyes twinkled. It should be. 4 of you set off 3 days later, through the fissures of the void, to the void universe, to inquire about the news. Wu Zhoushan said with a deep voice, with a big wave of his hand. The 4 people who traveled to the virtual universe this time were shot down. The 4 of you must remember that this is the main source of inquiry, and you must be extremely careful not to expose your breath, otherwise, even the old man cannot save you, you will die. Finally, the Zhou looked deeply at the 4 of them. Chapter 4462. Yes. Pu Jian Wushuang, Lingyu, Ram, Bingyu Supreme, etc. all have their pupils narrowed. As the of the universe said, the crisis in the virtual universe is pervading. Once the 4 of them are exposed, the entire universe will be bombarded. Don't say it's the 4 of them. Even if they are invincible, they will never be alive. Well, let it go. They'll send the treasure that can be hidden later to your palace. Wu Zhougod said. Afterwards, everyone disappeared. When Sun walked out of the hall, Bingyu Supreme turned his head and smiled at Jian Wushuang Mori. The meaning of the threat is beyond words. Jian Wushuang ignored him, but walked out side by side with the 9 kings and overlords. Leader, when you go, I'm afraid that Bingyu is not at ease. Overlord said a little worried. In this universe, we are not afraid of him, but once we go to the virtual universe, no one knows what's going on. In case that guy holds the same thoughts and fights with you in the virtual universe, to the breath will be exposed. Wu Jianshuang could not help but smile and heard his words, looked at him, shook his head and replied, Relax, he dare not. Don't dare? Lord, what does this mean? Overlord heard a word. Wu Jianshuang did not answer, but the next king of the 9 robbers sneered back, Yinwei, because he is afraid of death. The king of tyrants looked at Jian Wushuang and Zhu Jiawang, who looked at each other with a smile, and couldn't help it. Well, don't worry, Bingyu Supreme does not have the courage to dare to fight against Jian Wushuang in the Void Universe, but he will definitely make some secret trips, which can't be avoided. The three of them said as they walked out of the hall and stopped. King Jijia turned to look at Jian Wushuang, and Shin said, Sword Wushuang, I won't say much about this seat. In short, be careful. Okay, you are here, and you are also careful about that guy, Long Qing, who has been deliberately looking for opportunities to retaliate, and now I leave. I'm afraid he will put the spear on you. Wu Jianwushan said in a deep voice. Only him? There was a scorn of contempt on the king's face. Seventh team. Inside the bamboo house. Wu Heiyuan supremely explained Xiang Jianwushuang a few words, and then left the bamboo house. He is free-spirited, and although he does not take a risk to the swordless universe, since the universe has decided, he will not be upset by the pretense of pretending to be contrived. As he said, as early as when he went to the extraterrestrial battlefield, everyone should have the consciousness of hanging his head on his belt and dying at any time. Before long, Lon Lon knocked on the door of the bamboo house. Master Blue. Wu Jianso nodded at her. Sword Wushuang, didn't you say that? Don't call me Lord Lon, it seems too polite, just call me Xiao Lon. Tong Lon Lon said with a smile. Okay. Wu Jianwushuang touched his nose dumbly. This Lon Lon. I am afraid that he will be dozens of times of chaos. The two greetings made a few words, and immediately, they saw Lon Lon flipping his right hand, and took out a black waistband saying, Sword unparalleled. This is specially made by my master some time ago, and it can be blocked to some extent. Stay in the breath of divine power. This is the root of your journey to the virtual universe. It is good. Yin Jianwushuang's face swelled with dignity and took over this waist card. Suddenly, a soft light surged from the waistband, turning it into an invisible mask, covering the sword incomparably. The sword's magical breath suddenly disappeared slowly. At the same time, there is some news about the virtual universe, which is released in Jian Wushuang's mind. Sword unparalleled. Although this waist card can cover the breath of divine power on your body, but the biggest feature of the virtual universe is that it cannot be imitated. Lon Lon Su Rong said. Illness and explosion? Jian Jianwa's eyes narrowed. Yes. Bien Lon Lon nodded and replied. One of the imaginary marks and the virtual explosion is their supernatural power evolution, and the other is their realm evolution. This cannot be replaced or imitated. Therefore, when you go to the virtual universe, you must control it so that there is no fighting, and you should not let people see your left shoulder. There are no virtual marks. Understood. Qi Jian Wushuang nodded thoughtfully. Pu Lanlan replied, Okay, then he'll go first, take care. 23 days later, the four men, Sword Master Wushuang and Bingyu Supreme, led by God of the Era, came to the void crack. For people, if the old man didn't guess wrong, the imaginary universe opposite should be the periphery of a sect door. If you can, you and the other four must join this door to explore the news. Also, the old card given to you by your husband can send news from the virtual universe at any time. If you find out anything, you must send the news back as soon as possible. Wu Zhou stood with his hands up, exhorted. Yes. The four of them nodded, and without hesitation, stepped into the void. Howl. Wu Jinshuang only felt the darkness in his eyes, and then turned around. It seems that the whole world is turning over quickly. Alas, as if through the endless time and space, the universe is flooded, and immediately, a bright light is constantly enlarged in front of the eyes. Huh. Jian Jianwushuang fell, jumping out of a black hole. This is the virtual universe? Wu Jianshou narrowed his eyes and raised his eyes to look around. I saw a green hill come in, and there was the sound of gurgling streams in my ears. A monster with a four-horse, a human head, and a halberd is staring at them. Chong on his left shoulder, a long mark is particularly dazzling, a mark-level fictitious person. Enemy. The next moment, the celebrity's monster was hitting his spirits, and he was about to scream. Not good. When everyone saw this, their hearts were sinking. This monster with a stingy body must be sent by the Void Universe, who is responsible for guarding this void crack. Just when everyone dared to take action, Jian Wushuang already turned into a sword on and sprinted past in an instant. The sky was torn, almost instantaneously, and the monster on the top of the horse just shouted in enemy character. Jian Wushuang had split it with a sword and cut his entire body. Soon after, Jian Wu's eyes twinkled in the light, and with a big wave of his hand, Jin Tianbei was used by him to suppress the monster fiercely. Yi Chia, all these actions are coming to an extreme. By the time the other three reacted, Jian Wushuang had done everything. Seeing this, Lingyu, Ram, and Bingyu Supreme all looked at each other with a long breath in their hearts. I was okay. I stopped it in time, otherwise I was just afraid that the voice just shouted and they were exposed. Jian Wushuang, I'm waiting for you. Shi Lingyu and the Ram supremely arched their hands in surprise, saying gratefully. It was the supreme ice-cold humming with no saltiness, no gratitude on his face. Chapter 44-63. Well, I don't want to stay here too much. They'll wait until I leave. Jian Wushuang closed Juntianbei and said, Yes. Supreme Master Lingyu and Supreme Master Ram responded quickly, while Supreme Master Bingyu glanced at Jian Wushuang in an oblique manner, with a strange tone of yin and yang. Why? Is this your captain? Let everyone? Jian Wushuang ignored him. If this place is not a virtual universe, he would have stabbed him with a sword. Even though the saying on the mouth of Sun Bingshuan Supreme was to follow a sword Wushuang, he was rushing towards a mountain peak. Rumble. A hole was blasted in the peak of Laozhan Mountain, and Jian Wushuang took the lead and walked in. Snapped. Wujin Tianbei was waved by Jian Wushuang, suspended in front of everyone. Tianjin Tianbei is a magic weapon for space confinement. It was originally of little use to Jian Wushuang, but it was unexpected that it played a role in the virtual universe today. In the town monument of Cheongjin, they turned into thumb-sized monsters and looked at the four people nervously. You, who are you? What do you want to do? I am the three elders of alchemy. I urge you to quickly release me. Otherwise, once our alchemy is taught and found that I am missing, some of you will enter the earth and escape can't hunt. As soon as this remark came to an end, Jian Wushuang and Lingyu Supreme looked at each other, both frowning. It seems this person doesn't know about the universe. Also, this place is called Lian Shinzong. Wu Jianshuang cleared his throat and asked hoarsely, Do you still want to ask who we are? I slept here a long time ago. You disturbed our slumber. What? You sleep in this void forbidden? The monster who was stunned by the head and horse was shocked, and then quickly said, Senior. The little inadvertently disturbed the senior's sleep. Please let the senior ignore the villain and let the villain go. Snapped. He saw the two legs in front of him soften and fell down on his knees, immediately scratching his head like pounding garlic. Jian Wushuang saw this, with a faint smile in her heart. It seems that this guy in front of him can be used as a waystone for the first time in the virtual universe. He converged his thoughts, and Jian Wushuang continued to ask with a hoarse voice. This one asks you, why are your refining gods here? What is the situation outside now? Upon hearing that, the monster on the head of the pony has no doubt that he was there, and returned quickly. Senior, every void period in this void forbidden area will be guarded by one of the top forces in the universe. In recent years, we have been guarded again by our refining gods. Oh, have you been practicing the sect of God before guarding it? Wu Jinshuang frowned. The situation is a bit wrong. You must know that in his universe, there are constant wars and extraterritorial battlefields, and there are continuous virtual men pouring out through the void cracks. If it wasn't for the of the universe, he would have feared that the universe had already been breached. But looking at this person, there is no doubt about his appearance. He has no doubt whether it is from another universe. Then it proves that this person should be unaware of the existence of a different universe. Moreover, if those vagrants who attack the universe, they attack the universe through the void cracks they just appeared, then this person cannot fail to know. They just appeared, and it's impossible to be guarded by just this one. There must be something he didn't know. After 3 hours, Wu Jianso walked out of the cave. His eyes flashed with thought. Through the side-by-side attack just now, he finally got some information. Defang, the place here, is called the Void Forbidden Area. Here, like the far north of the universe where Jin Wushuang is located, it belongs to the forbidden space of the virtual universe. In this void, there are a number of unclear void cracks. This void crack is different from the void cracks produced by the powerful fight against the broken void of the universe. These void cracks lead to the heavens and heavens. No one knows where exactly these cracks will lead. I only know that, generally, those who enter the void crack can rarely come out again. What's more, every other virtual era, there will be different top forces in the virtual universe to defend the void. He is now guarding the forbidden land of the void, and is not far from here. Refining Shenzong is the top sect of the universe. The vassals in the sect are mainly corpses. The biggest card is to suppress a huge and immortal unnamed corpse. According to the monster on the head of the man, except for the inner teaching of Zhong Inai and the most important existence of the elder Taishang, even he could not touch the unknown fairy corpse. Jin Wushuang, the situation is almost clear. What should we do next? Sun Lingyu Supreme stepped out of the cave and said to Xiang Wushuang. After Jin Wushuang thought for a moment, Jingguang flashed in his eyes and said, "In my guess, it is impossible for refining Shenzong to not know about our universe, but this person's status is too low to reach the core. Things in this universe should be like our universe. News has been blocked, and only the top people in the universe know about it. Therefore, if we really want to find out their deployment plan of attacking our universe, it is just useless to just inquire about it. It is probably useless. There is only one way, that is." Speaking of this, Jin Wushuang's words stopped, and he turned to look forward to Lingyu Supreme, and said with a burning gaze, "That is to enter the Refining God sect." At this moment, the Ram Supreme and the Ice Cricket Supreme also came out, and when they heard the words of Jin Wushuang, they couldn't help but be shocked. Absolutely no way. Refining Shenzong as the top sect of the virtual universe, there must be an invincible and supreme level 6 marked victories. If we go in, we are in danger of being discovered at any time. Wutsua, yes, this is too risky. Supreme Lingyu and Supreme Ram shook their heads again and again. Supreme Master Bingbing even dismissed a sneer and sneered, "No brainless husband. If you just rush into the Refining Divine sect like this, what's the difference between sending death? Is that so?" Jin Wushuang was not annoyed at the sight, but raised his eyebrows and said gently, "What do you mean?" "Of course, it's lurking down. From a long-term perspective, slowly figure it out." Bing stood supremely and returned proudly, "Stupid." Wu Jianwushuang glanced at him and sneered, "Now the universe will be under pressure at any time, and the universe will be attacked through the cracks in the void. When you come down slowly, I can go back to the universe to collect the dead. You." Suddenly angry, Yin Bingxian heard his words full of divine power, and he wanted to fight against the sword unparalleled. "Come, just because the last battle was too late to kill you completely, you were rescued by the Emperor Taishu, and you just waited to die here as you said. It would be better for me to kill you first." Wu Jianshou twisted his neck and looked back at him without fear. Suddenly, the air condensed. Chapter 44-64. In the void, a surge of sword-strength breath continued to radiate from Jin Wushuang and Bingyu Supreme. Bing's face full of anger, staring at Jin Wushuang stubbornly, his eyes spitting fire. Sword and sword unparalleled, looked back at him with the same cold eyes. In this virtual universe, he is unwilling to have conflicts and wants to try to take the overall situation as much as possible, but this does not mean that he will be bullied by others, and the Bingyu Supreme will be able to step on his head. "Okay, what are you doing? We are here to inquire about the news, not to fight internally." The Ram Supreme and the Mingyu Supreme hurried round the road. Bingyan Extreme heard a complexion in the face for a while, then finally snorted, "Don't go over," and didn't speak again. Jin Wushuang saw this and could not help but sneer. Fortunately, this battle stopped before the outbreak. Lingyu Supreme took a deep breath. "Dear everyone, I agree with Jin Wushuang's opinion. Now that the situation is urgent, I can only wait for the time to quickly explore the real news of the virtual universe and return it to the Lord God, God. Only adults can make arrangements. Otherwise, even if I stay here and lurk down, I just waste time. I agree. After a moment of thought, the cricket ram nodded and said. Immediately, the three looked at Bing Yu Supreme. Bing Gao, what do you think? Being extreme cannot help looking even more ugly. Don't all three of you make a decision? You still need to ask me what you are doing? Bing Shuan snorted extremely, which is also a promise of this plan. Then the most critical question now is how to enter the refining deities? Wu Lingyu Supreme asked. The three men of Jinjian Wushuang did not speak, but frowned. Look, should we sneak in? The cricket ram extremely scratched his back and asked. Wu Jianwushuang heard the words, could not help but glanced at him, and said lightly, no, it's really trying to die if you go in this way. Several people discussed for a while, and the plans were all rejected by Jian Wushuang. The Ram Supreme could not help but say, this won't work, that won't work either. Jian Wushuang, then you talk about what we should do go in? Jian Wushuang did not rush back to him, but glanced back at the cave, the Remy horse monster that was suppressed in the town monument, and said, go in brightly. Huh? What? Go in brightly? Isn't that really looking for death? Sword unparalleled, I think you still obediently back aside. Let this seat take command. As soon as he said this, the Ram Supreme and the Spirit Jade Supreme were both absent-minded, while the Ice Cricket Supreme was sneer. Jian Wushuang heard the words, and did not talk about the Bingyu Supreme, but looked at the Ram Supreme and Lingyu Supreme, and said, you forgot. What the monster with the horse head said just now is the Ingjia who is refining the world. Is it an apprenticeship? For us, as long as we are careful, the possibility of entering the refining deities is not small, and once we enter, we are generally not suspected. He compares his heart to his heart. Are you and the other lords who have opened up a force in this universe, will you suddenly suspect that one of the disciples is a fake person posing? You won't even think about it at all, but if you sneak into it, once caught, you will be immediately suspected, and various investigations will be launched. At that time, even if we didn't find out that we were from another universe, we would definitely be directly imprisoned or killed. The words of Jian Wushuang fell, and all three frowned, thinking carefully about the feasibility of the words spoken by Jian Wushuang. Yes, because of their strength, they want to see through their authenticity, unless they are the strongest level of refining Shenzong. Can they see through their authenticity when they show their flaws? And while they came in, as the most powerful group in the universe, would they notice the selection of disciples? IWNT, the most, but just a little attention, the most talented ones. Therefore, this seems the most dangerous way to enter the refining Shenzong, but it is the safest. All of you, our greatest difficulty is when we enter the refining deities. No one knows what their entry assessment is. Unknown means danger. You should think carefully. Jian Wushuang said something, and after speaking, they would no longer care about them. For Jian Wushuang, this time it is imperative to go to refining Shenzong, not only to explore the news of the virtual universe invading the universe, but more importantly, he must go in to understand the structure of virtual force. Only in this way can he understand the virtual force, and then completely solve the time bomb tied to himself, the three-headed snake willow. Ask for wealth and wealth, fight. The risk is high, but it also means that the gain is high. The Ram Supreme and the Spirit Jade Supreme looked at each other, and then they bit their teeth and decided. And being extreme, the eyes are blinking. I don't know what I'm thinking about. It's not until a moment has passed before saying okay. Immediately, the four men knocked side by side, and learned from the monster's mouth that the head of the horse was the exact time for the reincarnation of Shenzong. After waiting until there was no question at all, Jian Wushuang took the monster of the head and horse together with the town of Tianbei, together into the Qingkuan ring. Zoman, the top of the virtual universe similar to Lian Shenzong, etc. Zoman must have a life card with a record of life and death. Once this head of the monster is dead in their hands, the life card is broken, only afraid that the refining Shenzong will soon move. He put them into the Changchuan ring, and when the refining deities came to the reaction, when the elders in the rain disappeared, they had already entered the refining deities. After doing all of this, The four of them changed their looks and turned into monsters, rushing towards the Lian Shenzong. Wujin Wushuang turned into a weird man with pointed ears and long wings, while Lingyu Supreme and others were either monsters with crystals or sheep-headed monsters. It's too easy for them to be the Supreme. Alas, a blast of fresh wind blew through the ears of the four, and it didn't take long for the four to cross the starry sky, and they saw a towering mountain peak soaring above the stars. Refining Shenzong. Here it is. Beneath the mountain peak, hundreds and thousands of vagrants with different breaths and strengths were waiting outside the gate of the Shenzong mountain. Gaiwu, these monsters are born in a variety of ways, and the swords look like four people. In this group of monsters, it is nothing more than ordinary, insignificant. Let's go. The three men of Jianjian Wushuang glanced at each other, took a deep breath, and did not care about the sudden disappearance for a while, before the reappearance of the Ice Mastiff Supreme, striding towards the position of Lian Shenzong Mountain Gate. Chapter 44-65. Under the gate of Lian Shenzong Mountain, there was a disturbance, and there was a noise. Sheer Su from all directions are gathered here, some cross-knee meditation, silent practice of power, and some everywhere to talk to people, want to forge good destiny. The four men of Jianjian Wushuang saw each other, and could not help looking at each other. It seems that the vain people of this imaginary universe are not much different from this universe. According to the monster on the head of the human horse, if you want to worship the refining God, you must reach the star level, which is the mastery of the universe. I looked around. At this moment, when I came to refining Shenzong to worship the mountain gate, they were basically 2-star to 7-star priests, that is, the second-level master in this universe, and the monks who were almost invincible. Seeing this, Wu Jinshuang and other people also reduced the cultivation to the level of dominance. Under the waist card made by the of the god, the breath revealed by the four people was immediately no different from those around them. In order to reduce the risk of exposure, Jin Wushuang and others did not talk to the surrounding Su Shi, but quietly sat cross-legged, waiting for Lian Shenzong to open the mountain gate. Time flies. There are more and more Su Shi coming around refining Shenzong. Among them there is even a trace of Su Shi strong. A mark. The corresponding is the elementary supreme in this universe. In the universe where Jin Wushuang is located, once they step into the supreme realm, it is the power to overlook the universe. All of them are not only one hegemon, or the mainstay of the top sect, the top combat power. After a month, rumble. The gate of the refining Shenzong suddenly opened, and thunders transformed by countless powerless forces breathed and exuded a powerful breath. A middle-aged man wearing sackcloth, a coffin on his back, tied with a blue rope around his waist, a green body, and 2 tentacles on his head, stepped out of the mountain door step by step. Refining Shenzong, it is not other things, but corpses. According to the monster with the head and horse's head, there is a coffin mountain in the refined god sect. The mountain is full of coffins. Lying inside the coffin are various powerful corpses that have long fallen from the universe. Every disciple of the refining god sect, after entering the refining god sect, will enter the coffin mountain, refining one of his own corpses. This is precisely the reason why the Emperor Shenzong is refining, and the trace-level virtual princes in Mingzong are not too many, but they can dominate the virtual universe. Because once the corpse of the is refined, it is equivalent to owning an even more powerful clone helper on his own basis. This is the root of the universe where the refining gods relied on to crush the void. The person who had a tentacle refining Shenzong had a strong breath. As soon as Fong stepped out, he exclaimed in the crowd, "I didn't think that this time, the elder of the supreme religious sect had to visit the town. The elder must be a 3-mark vagrant. What's the situation?" This is the first time that Lian Shenzong has received his disciples and sent a strong man who is too senior to the elder level. The discussions sounded loudly, and everyone's expressions were unbelievable. Among those who came to worship the sect of refining sect, the Su Shi who had been on the mark was originally a high and unreserved appearance. After seeing this elder of the gods, he bowed his head and did not dare to maintain the slightest pride. Attitude. I saw 2 tentacles on the top of the head, and the whole body skin was green. The elder mustache, His eyes were as plain as water, swept across the faces, and then he said, "This time we refined the sacred religion to recruit disciples, and this seat was personally seated by the seat. Some muddy waters to fish and robbers, it is best to quickly retreat. Otherwise, once this seat is found, we will blame this seat for not being emotional." As soon as this remark was made, there was a commotion in the crowd. Nearly 100 virtual men. A flash of strife flashed on his face, and sometimes he looked at the elder of God, and sometimes looked down and thoughtfully, and finally had to sigh and retreat obediently. Yes, every time the refining Shunzong widely recruits his disciples, when he admits his disciples, there will be some bad people with bad intentions. He joined the refining Shunzong only for the corpses. Elder God Su looked at the people who had retreated from the crowd, nodded with satisfaction, and then said in a deep voice, "Then, this seat announces that the Shunzong introductory examination will begin, now." Boom. The words of the crickets fell, and a huge stone foundation appeared in front of everyone. "What is that?" Ling Supreme and Ram Supreme narrowed their eyes and whispered. Wu Jianwushuang thought about it and said, "It is estimated that it is a testing instrument used to test the talent, or how well it fits with the practice of refining Shunzong. Aren't we?" The Ram Supreme looks worried. "Don't talk about talent. They are not the people of this universe at all. Look at it." Wu Jianwushuang thought back. Upon hearing the words, the Ram Supreme and Lingyu Supreme glanced at each other, then nodded helplessly. Bien is the Supreme Bingyu. This time, without a word, stabbed Sword Wushuang a few words, making Jian Wushuang quite surprised, cannot help frowning. Before coming to refining Shunzong, Bingyu Supreme disappeared for a while, and then when he came back to meet them, he became dumb and looked quite demented. What the is he doing? Wu Jianshou narrowed his eyes, and there was a slightly ominous premonition in his heart. At the same time, the assessment officially kicked off. He saw the elder god must point to the suspended stone in the air, and said in a deep voice, "This thing is a talent detection stone. One is to detect your waiting talents, and the other is to check how well you and I practice Shunzong practice. You only need to line up one by one later. Just step on this cornerstone. By then, this cornerstone will naturally be evaluated with your talents and suitability to show the light." Of course, the flickering of the cornerstones has proven that you are talented and able to stay, but if the cornerstones do not respond at all, it is a pity that you are not qualified enough to pass the selection. Wherever you come from, please return back. Go, do and enter our refining deities. Elder Godbeard said that he glanced at the crowd and continued, "There are 4 types of light shining from the trial stone. Red is inferior, blue is medium, purple is superior, and gold represents with superior qualifications." The appraisers nodded their heads when they heard the words. They all looked proud and full of fighting spirit. Obviously, they had already heard the test of the cornerstone of the trial and were fully prepared. Well, now that everyone understands the rules, let's start the assessment. Later, according to Xiu's strength, the people who came to the assessment automatically set up a long dragon under the gate of the Lian Shenzong. Yin Jin Wushuang and others have cultivated themselves to suppress 3-star virtual men, but they are not conspicuous, ranking slightly behind. It has started. The 4 men of Jin Jin Wushuang looked at each other and took a deep breath. Whether you can enter the refining God sect and explore the deployment of the virtual universe, the first step is now. Chapter 4466. Rumble. With the order of the Elder Godbeard, hundreds of disciples have begun their majestic assessment. A 4-star Su Shur who had 3 heads and 6 arms came to the front of the trial cornerstone. He breathed a breath, sighed, stepped out, and stepped on the trial cornerstone suspended in the void. The trial stone did not move, but a strong red light suddenly burst out and hovered over everyone's head. Red light, inferior qualification. Everyone looked up at the top of their heads. Some people looked disdainful, but most of them looked at the 4-star Su Shur with a hint of envy. After all, the evaluation of the refining Shunzong is notoriously rigorous. Once there were geniuses who had qualified in other sects, or the vain who had already made a big name in the universe. An inferior qualification. So, as Elder Godbeard said, as long as the trial stone can shine for you, it already represents your extraordinary talents, and the god of religion will recruit you." The four-star Sushur looked at the thick red light above his head with a look of joy, but there was still a dimness in his eyes, apparently not satisfied with his inferior qualifications. The elder god must take a look at the four-star Sushur, then withdrew his gaze and announced with no expression, "Red light, inferior." Suddenly, in the rich red light in the sky, a purple light suddenly appeared. Although the purple light was extremely thin like the wind blows away, it floated a little and finally hovered on top of the red light. "Okay." The elder god's indifferent expression changed instantly, and his eyebrows were raised slightly. Looking again at the four-star virtuoso, who had no expression on his face, smiled and said, "Congratulations, purple light, medium talent." It is not surprising that God must change the attitude of the elders. Even many people who have assessed have paid more attention to the four-star virtual priests. It is necessary to know that those who practice the divine sect disciples have flashed purple light in this talent test stone. In the future, the worst achievements will also be seven-star virtual men. In the face of this rising star, the people who go to the knot will naturally be in the minority. 24-star Sushur laughed loudly, was full of heroism. He strode to the right of the square where he could pass the examination and stood under the gate of the Lian Shenzong mountain. The other disciples who practiced Shenzong, looking at the four-star Sushur below, also looked slightly, showing a kind smile. Soon, another weird-looking duke walked to the cornerstone of the trial. This man was trained to be a 5-star duke, and he was even higher than the previous one. I saw his expression was excited and his steps were heavy. As soon as he stepped on, he flew up and landed on the cornerstone of the trial. And this time, the trial cornerstone remained motionless, but the light never flickered. For a moment, the weird-looking Sushur seemed to have foreseen something, frowning, and he struck once again, stepping on the black stone fiercely. The final result remains unchanged, no light flashes. Damn, how could this be? The weird-looking Sushur paused for a moment, and then roared, stepping down on the cornerstone of the trial with a sullen face. However, no matter how he trampled on, and no power broke out, the cornerstone of the trial didn't react at all. Sun's weird-looking Sushur was unwilling and waved his fist desperately. He couldn't accept such an ending. At this moment, the elder man on the platform waved his sleeve. A white halo hit, and the weird man with a strange appearance floated out of the gate. The elder Godbeard shook his head and said lightly, "Next." The appraisers are all with their hearts in mind. This is the cruelty of practice. Once you set foot on this road, you will never have a chance to turn back. You can only climb up desperately, and you cannot tolerate the slightest slack, otherwise you will be eliminated. The 4 men of Jianjian Wushuang stood behind and looked at the scene expressionlessly. "It's our turn," said the Supreme Ram a little nervously. After all, they are not people in the virtual universe. The cultivation system is completely different. Even if they have the tokens given by the gods of the universe, they just hide the breath of divine power in them. As for whether they can be detected by the test bedrock, there is no bottom in my heart. One after another, there are people who have passed the test of the trial cornerstones, among which even Jingguang Mantian has reached the super qualification. I suddenly exclaimed in the crowd, even the elder, the beard who always had no expression on his face, and a mild smile on his face, reached out his hand and brought the super qualified person into the gate. Chi Chaos qualifications represent that this person has entered the trace level in the future, and it is already a sure thing. Next person. In the voice of Elder Godbeard, the ram took a deep breath and stepped out. He is a supreme practice, and he is also used to the strong winds and waves in the universe, and he is on the top of his side. However, at this moment, he was nervous and sweating on his forehead. Here is the Void Universe, the top force of the Void Universe, with the 6 marked Sushur's base camp for refining Shenzong. Once tadpoles are found, they are likely to fall here. Sword is unparalleled. Will the rams be okay? Supreme Master Ling Lingyu was beside him and asked a little worried. Do not know. Qi Jian Wushuang stared at the back of the Ram Supreme gradually, and his heart became extremely extreme. The name of the visitor is coming. The elder god had to glance at the Ram supremely and said lightly, In his eyes, the Ram Supreme covered by the back of the god's waist card is no different from an ordinary 3-star vagrant. Here is the sheep. The cricket Ram Supreme arched his hand and reported a pseudonym. Will you start? The elder god must give him a slight look and said, yes. Ram nodded supremely, but stepped out, walking on the sky, one step on the cornerstone of the trial. At this moment, not only the Ram Supreme, but also the 3 masters, such as Lingyu Supreme and Jian Wushuang, are extremely nervous. My breath is over. 2 breaths passed. After 9 full breaths passed, the trial cornerstones did not respond, and no light was emitted. It should be that we are not people in this universe, so no talent can be detected. Wu Lingyu Supreme thought and said, Jigwa, this result, although somewhat disappointing, is not unacceptable. After all, as long as no identity is revealed, everything can be discussed in the long run. He thinks not only of Lingyu Supreme, but also of the Ram Supreme on the cornerstone of the trial, even the God-bearer. Talent is 0, back down. He was just when God required the elders to speak indifferently, and the Ram Supreme resigned. Ding! Ding 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 dash! Ding 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 ding! The cornerstone of the trial, a sharp alarm sounded suddenly. Chapter 44:67. The sharp alarm sounded suddenly in front of the gate of Lian Shenzong Mountain. Suddenly, Lingyu Supreme, Jin Wushuang, and Bingyu Supreme all changed their faces. What a mess exposed! The God-bearer elder, who had already bowed his head and was about to call another dummy to come to the trial, raised his head sharply and looked towards the Ram Supreme. You are not from our universe. The elder god's eyes had skyrocketed in the eyes of the elder, and he looked at the Ram supremely. The next moment, he immediately raised his hand and patted towards the Ram Supreme. The horrible virtual power erupted directly, slamming it towards the Ram Supreme. Damn! The Ram Supreme face changed without any concealment. The supreme divine power of the whole body was mobilized, and his whole body began to skyrocket. In just a blink of an eye, the Ram's supreme breath was fully released, and the supreme coercion broke through the sky, which was not inferior to this God-bearer elder. Immediately afterwards, the Ram Supreme raised his right hand, facing the palm of the elder. In that moment, the horrible and mighty power turned upside down, like the tsunami of the Tianhe water, spreading out and spreading the mighty power, and directly crushed the victories around you, crushing them into powder. Go! The cricket Ram screamed and slammed his feet. He turned it into a sky-like stalk and blasted towards the starry sky at a great distance. Sword unparalleled, Bingyu. This is impossible. We retreat. Sun Lingyu Supreme said quickly to Jian Wushuang and Bingyu Supreme, and then the divine power burst out suddenly, turning into a skyward light, rushing in the opposite direction to the Ram Supreme. The elder god had to see this and immediately frowned, as if he had realized something. First, he immediately spread his voice towards the Zongman, and then looked at Jian Wushuang and Bingyu Supreme and said, They are a gang. Central Demon, stop them. Boom. I saw the lid of the coffin carried by the elder Godbeard blasting, and a corpse whose skin was dark and dry, and his facial features melted like a candle, rushed out of the coffin and made a roar on the sky. Immediately, the cadaver rushed towards Jian Wushuang and Bingyu Supreme. It's not over yet. Among the refining deities behind the elder Godbeard, there are again a few light rays that are not weaker than the elder Godbearer and rush out from it. Among them, most of them rushed towards Ram Supreme and Lingyu Supreme, and there were a few remaining ones, surrounded by Jian Wushuang and Bingyu Supreme. Go! The cold sword of Wu Jianhui's eyes was cold, and when he just wanted to escape, he saw that the iced man with a numb and stunned expression was extremely supreme. He suddenly reached out his hand and grabbed Jian Wushuang's wrist. Ice! Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's heart was furious. He didn't expect that Bingyu Supreme would stumble at this time. He turned his head coldly and saw Binjian's ridiculous ironic smile at the corner of his mouth. The next moment, he saw an inch of ice on his body and finally shattered. Mirror Flower Water Moon, Avatar. Wu Jianwushuang instantly understood. I was afraid that the Bingyu Supreme disappeared in front of me. This is the moment. Howl. For a moment, the dry corpse refined by the elder god must fall in front of Jian Wushuang with 3 scar-level strong men, and surround the sword without pair. One of the old men with dark spots on his face, a thin body, and eyes all over his body, suddenly had 5 long marks on his left shoulder. 5 scored Su Shi. Half-step invincible extreme. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's face was extremely gloomy. At the same time, sung on a mountain peak far away from Lian Shenzong, a young man with silver-haired eyes opened his eyes slowly, and a touch of color came from his face. Fortunately, this seat has been anticipated. For the sake of insurance, let the clone go first. Sun Bingshu stood up, looking through countless clouds, looking towards the direction of Lian Shenzong. Swords warriors, I see you die this time. Ha 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 ha. At the peak of Laoshan Mountain, there was the cold laughter of Bingyu. The next moment, Bingyu Supreme stepped on his right foot, and his body disappeared into the mountain instantly. In front of the gate of Shenzong Mountain, together with that dry corpse, a full 4 trace-level virtual men surrounded the sword unparalleled and blocked all retreats of the sword unparalleled. So I say, where are you from? What do you want to do when you join the refining god sect? A monster with a sickle-shaped head looked at Jian Wushuang coldly. Wu Jianshuang's face remained calm, but his mind was extremely alert. This is definitely one of the biggest crises he has ever encountered. Mingbai he knew in his heart that as long as his answer was a little careless, he would be bombarded by the monks who practiced the god of sect. At that time, don't say that he is just an elementary supreme. Even if he is invincible supreme, I'm afraid it will be difficult to survive. I don't understand what you are talking about. Wu Jianshou took a deep breath, and his expression returned calmly. Zhang pretend garlic? Aren't you with the 3 who just fled? The questioning scab-shaped Su Shi with skull-shaped head just replied. Wu Jianshou shook his head and replied, Sir, I think you're wrong. I'm just on the way to meet them together. I don't know them. Haha, are you a fool? The scythe-like Su Shi, disdainful to return. I tell you, you are already in trouble today. If you tell the truth, this seat can still give you a happy, otherwise, you can blame this seat to make you a living corpse directly. As a slave, be slaved by my disciple. Jian Wushuang heard the words. His eyes could not help but chill in his mouth and said calmly, Master, I really don't know what you were saying. I just met them on the road. That's it. At the same time, Jian Wushuang's right hand quietly held the hilt of the Terra Excalibur. The drowsy beast still fights. If these people really do indeed believe it, they will fight for it. Unlucky, you. I was just a sickle-shaped 5-marked dummy with a scythe-shaped head, and anger flashed on his face, unable to bear the attack. Among these people, Xiao was the highest, and the 5-marked virtual warrior who threatened the sword unparalleled, waved his hand and said lightly, It's useless to say more. Then, go to the cornerstone of the trial to test it. What you say is true or false. Naturally, there will be results. After speaking, the 5-marked Su Shi with eyes full covered the sword Wushuang's face. It is good. He didn't hesitate. Wushuang nodded his head and strode toward the cornerstone of the trial. He knows that, if he has any hesitation, this 5-marked vein will kill him without hesitation. At the same time, he began to think crazy about the escape plan in his mind. The next moment, Jian Wushuang stepped on his feet. His body flew up, and he stepped on the trial cornerstone. Suddenly, an ancient force emerged from the cornerstones of the trial and began to scan towards Jian Wushuang. Chapter 44-68. When Jian Wushuang stepped into the trial cornerstone, an invisible force emerged from the trial cornerstone, continuously scanning inside Jian Wushuang's body. Jian Wushuang's back was facing the elders of the refining Shenzong, and his face was extremely gloomy. Behind Jian Wushuang, the 4 mark-level virtual men who blocked Jian Wushuang's retreat were staring at Jian Wushuang's back. In addition, there are many more disciples who came to participate in the selection of Lian Shenzong, staring blankly at Jian Wushuang. They didn't know what was going on. They only knew how many swords were paired with swords, and they were able to draw the power from Shunzong. A breath has passed. 2 breaths passed. Tried the cornerstone. Still no response. The ephemeral time seemed extremely long at this moment. After a while, the eyebrows suddenly narrowed as the highest 5-mark class Su Shi was repaired. The sickle-headed Su Shi, who threatened to slay the sword unparalleled, had a sneer hanging from the corner of his mouth. Just when the cornerstone of the trial was about to sound an alarm, Jian Wushuang had quietly grasped the hilt of the Terra Excalibur sword and was ready to go straight out of the sheath to perform the Taro to take the lead. The seal of Zeus on his neck was loose. A force belonging to the 3-headed snake delirium rushed out of him, instantly entangled with the scanning of the test cornerstone that had gradually receded. Boom! Suddenly, the world changed, and a ray of light never flashed on the cornerstone of the trial. In front of the mountain gate of the entire Lian Shunzong, the clouds were dark in an instant, and the sky was dim, because the flickering light was like a galaxy black light. Moreover, unlike all the previous rays that only covered the gate of the Lian Shunzong mountain, the practicing black mang swayed upwards and went straight to the sky, eventually forming a huge, thick black cloud above the sky. At this moment, the entire refining sect is under the worship of the black cloud. It hangs in the air like an ancient giant, forming a sense of urgency of black cloud over the city. Everyone raised their heads in unison and stared blankly at the dark light. All of them were shocked by the waves and shocked. It's rare in the audience. It becomes a dead silence. Hymen turned out to be black. Red represents lower qualifications, blue represents medium qualifications, purple represents superior qualifications, and gold represents superior qualifications. What does black stand for? At this moment, everyone looked up at the black light, and the black light was like smoke and tide, as if it were a raging smoke, covering the sky and the sun. The mighty, dark clouds over the city want to destroy. Jiaguang opened to the golden scales of Japan. At this moment, the sky seemed to collapse, leaving only the thick black clouds. Under that dark cloud, Jian Wushuang, a black robe without wind, automatically filled the whole person with a sense of evil. The 4 elders, including the elder bearded man who was responsible for the selection of the disciples of the religious sect, all flashed a look of mistakes. Immediately, this mistake was replaced by shock. Those who have come to participate in the selection are already exclaimed. What is this? What the happened? Why is it black? This black light is too horrible. Its richness, even if it represents golden light of superb qualifications, is simply incomparable. This black light is unprecedented. What does it mean? The talented disciples who had detected the golden light looked arrogant and stood tall. Even the expressions suddenly sank. Everyone was puzzled. Even one of the elders who was still in the refining sect for a short time was curious. Elder Wind, what does this black light mean? The Elder Wind Moose is the 5-marked virtuoso who was repaired the highest in the audience. His eyes flashed, and his face continued to flash, until after a long time, he said, "This black light represents those who are above the super qualifications, the absolute qualifications. I have practiced more than 1,000 epochs in the reign of the sect of the Emperor Shenzong, and have held a total of 1.49 million disciple selections. Among the 1.49 million disciple selections, even this seat has only seen black light twice. Once, it was the second sovereign, and once again, our sovereign lord today. Legend has it that there are 3 times this black light. In addition to the 2 times I have seen in this seat, there is 1 time, and it is the oldest one, which is our founder of refining Shunzong. It can be said that as long as black light appears on the cornerstone of the trial, it means that this person has entered the threshold of the peak of our universe. His future achievements must not be under my sovereign." Elder Feng's eyes finished. All of a sudden, the elder who spoke before was shaken, like a lightning strike. The sickle-headed elder, with dull and unbelievable eyes, asked sharply, "Only him? Can we stand with our Lord in the future?" In his gaze, Elder Moose nodded his head for sure, and then he thought of a kind smile on his face, walked towards Jian Wushuang, and asked with a smile, "Sir, what's your name?" Jian Wushuang didn't respond a little, because he didn't know himself, how suddenly the situation reversed, and there was a black light like never before. Although he didn't know the meaning of the black light, it was not difficult to see from the face of the Moose Wind Elder that the black light that he blasted out must be something extraordinary. Otherwise, it is the cold and violent bombardment that he is hitting at this moment, not the smiling face of these 5 marked virtual men. Turning his head, Jian Wushuang loosened his 5 fingers holding the handle of Tai Luo's sword and smiled. Senior, just call me Wushuang. Mist Shuang? This is a good name. Elder Moose smiled, and then asked quite kindly, Mist Shuang, everything before was misunderstanding? This seat asks you now, would you like to join us to refine Shinzong? I think you breath. Now it should be Samsung, is it right? This place promises you that as long as you join my refining deities and keep you in a virtual era, you will break the mark. How? Hearing this questioning, Jian Wushuang's heart hanging high finally fell down. He knew that the first step he took was successful. The corner of his mouth slowly raised a radian. Jian Wushuang extended his hand and smiled slightly, extremely honored. Ha 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 ha, what a great honor. Elder Moose Feng heard the words and burst into a loud laugh, reaching out a hand and holding the sword unparalleled. Mist Shuang, this seat represents the refining Shenzong. Welcome you to join. Let's go. Now I will go to the Lian Shenzong to register for the report, and then I will take you to the Coffin Hill to find the best coffin corpse. In the laugh of Elder Moose Wind, he took the sword unparalleled, turned into a golden light, and swept away towards the Lian Shenzong peak. The figure of the two disappeared, leaving only one face to face, and it was difficult to hide the envy of the selection. Chapter 4469. This man is developed. Well, Elder Moosewind is one of the 3 elders who have real power in Lian Shenzong. They are the true core figures of Lian Shenzong. In words and deeds, they can directly motivate the entire Lian Shenzong. Shuang can actually take this shit and worship His Majesty Elder Wind. In my opinion, I will have a good relationship with Wu Shuang as soon as possible, and don't say that he can help us in the refining God sect. As long as he does not incite the wind in the ears of the Elder Wind Elder, it is a blessing to wait for me. You say, what kind of coffin will Elder Moose bring with him? After Jian Wushuang left, he left countless discussions in front of Lian Shenzong Mountain Gate. The sick man with a sickle head looked cloudy for a while. Impossible. How could this person be so talented? Also, before I saw those people from other universes talking with this person, they clearly looked like a deep inner sect. How could they only know each other when they were on the road? Yes, this man must have used some secret method that caused this illusion. The sicklehead Su Shi murmured to himself, then slowly raised his head, looking at the disappearing Jian Wushuang and Elder Moose Wind, with a sneer in his mouth. Wait, Wu Shuang, I will catch you. At that time, this seat will not only want you to die, the Elder Wind, but also to bear the price for today's things. Refining Shenzong. Moose Wind with sword unparalleled, flying all the way. There is a gloomy look in the entire refining deities. The sky is red, the ground is black, and the flames of demon flames are rising everywhere. At first glance, it doesn't look like a shrine of one side, but it looks more like a ghost. This is really normal. According to the information learned by Jian Wushuang, the refining God sect is known for the entire universe of corpse sacrifice. The sect was affected by the corpse gas all year round, and this picture was caused by the passage of the sun and moon appearance. Mist Shuang, starting today, you can practice with this seat. Elder Elkwind walked in front and smiled. Doesn't they need to pass the suzerain? Jian Wushuang asked pretentiously. Elder Moose heard the words, with a look of pride on his face, and said, what is going to be done by this seat is naturally decided by the seat of this seat. Why should anyone choose to intervene? Having said that, an overbearing momentum emanated from the Moose Wind. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes upon hearing the words. It seems that the Elder Wind Moose has a very high status in the Lian Shenzong. But this is also good, just to save him the opportunity to climb upwards, to be able to get in touch with the high level of refining Shenzong as soon as possible, and learn about the attack on the universe. Okay, Since then I have been photographed by Elder Moose. Jian Wushuang smiled, and then turned sharply. He pretended to be slightly tentative and said, Elder Moose Wind, what are the backgrounds of the three people before? Why did they flee suddenly and attracted so many sects? As soon as these words came to an end, the atmosphere that was still very happy was suddenly condensed. Elder Moose Wind stepped on the sky and stopped, turned to look at Jian Wushuang, frowned and asked, What are you doing? I. Jian Wushuang's eyelids jumped, knowing that he was too anxious, and explained, Elder Moose Wind, I am purely curious. If you ask if you should not ask, please blame. Elder Moose Wind saw Jian Wushuang for a moment, and then a long time passed before he groaned, The people are not the people in our universe. According to my speculation, it should be our universe that entered through the void forbidden space. Well, this matter is of great importance, but it is the secret of our entire universe. As I said to you just now, you must not tell others. Also, you must not ask in the universe. If you want to know, you will naturally understand when you grow up in the future. It is good. Jian Wushuang heard the words blink and nodded. Sure enough, as he guessed, it is like the universe itself. Only the top people in the universe know about the extraterrestrial battlefields and other universes. Later, Jian Wushuang never spoke again about the alien universe, casually chatting with the Elder Wind Moose and rushing towards the Coffin Hill. After a while, the coffin came to the mountain. Rauscher Jian Wushuang can be considered to have seen a lot of strong winds and waves. At the moment of seeing the coffin mountain, he couldn't help but feel shocked, and his face was hard to hide. I saw a huge mountain that wanted to be higher than Tiangong's test appeared in front of him. This mountain is big enough to tear the sky and support the sky. The coffin hills are full of cracked black soil. There are no vegetation trees on the mountain. There are only small or large coffins of different shapes, lying quietly on the hill. A gigantic death gas rushed towards his face, and Jian Wushuang could not help but trembled with sweat and hair. Mist Shuang, this coffin pimple is the root of our refining deities. Why can't we refining the deities be against the void and stand against the universe? It is the corpse in this coffin. Being able to enter the coffin mountain and the corpses lying in the coffin, all of them have ordered the universe to be momentarily, and the Tianjiao power, we refine them. It is equivalent to have a partner with their own strength, can fight together. Elder Wind said in a deep voice. Elder Moose Wind, where did these corpses come from? Jian Wushuang could not help asking curiously. Elder Moose Feng heard a glance at Jian Wushuang, with an inexplicable smile on his face, and said, Some of these corpses are the ancestors who died in our case. Some died in the struggle, and we bought them at high prices. Now, as for what else? Speaking of this, Elder Moose stopped, with a sense of bloodthirsty in his eyes. Seeing the sword unparalleled, I couldn't help but feel cold, but I was afraid that most of the corpses in the coffin San were all deliberately beheaded by the sect of God in the universe. This refining Shunzong is estimated to be full of blood. And at this moment, Jian Wushuang couldn't help but think that when he was fighting in the extraterrestrial battlefield, many of the supreme fallen in the battlefield, the bones disappeared. I'm afraid of all this. There is the shadow of refining Shunzong. For a moment, there was no trace of goodwill from Jian Wushuang to Elder Moose, leaving only a cold heart in his heart. Well, Wushuang, don't waste your time. Go in and choose the corpse of your coffin. Elder Moose Feng did not notice the abnormality of Jian Wushuang, reached out and patted him on the shoulder of Jian Wushuang, said with a smile, You can rest assured that this seat will look at you here to help you choose a corpse that has great growth potential and is extremely suitable for you. It is good. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, then converged his thoughts, fell from the air, and walked towards the coffin hill step by step. Chapter 4470. Inside the coffin, the dead body was soaring. A solid black mist condensed into the sky, covering the sun and the moon. Wooden coffins, sarcophagi, bronze coffins, and other coffins of various shapes, lying quietly in the mountains, waiting for someone to choose. Elder Moose Feng stepped in the void and stood with his hands on his shoulders. He looked at Jian Wushuang and chose the coffin. Mist Shuang, there are corpses all over the coffin. These corpses have different practices during their lives, ranging from ordinary star-studded priests to scarred priests, even to the 5 marks on this seat. Class suture can be found in this coffin. The cultivation of these corpses during their lifetime is indeed an important part worthy of reference. After all, this largely determines the future growth of this corpse. However, you must not choose the corpses according to the height of the cultivation, because the fit of the corpses with you is more important than the cultivation of the corpses before their death. There were a lot of new disciples who had just started to practice shunzong. They only selected the corpses that were cultivated as high. In the end, not only could they not refine the corpses, but they did not make progress by themselves. The most important thing was that the corpse was backbitten, and his life was lost in vain. Such examples are endless. Fog double. You should understand the meaning of the old man. Therefore, Wu Shuang, the most important thing in selecting the corpse is to look at the degree of matching with you. As for the degree of matching, the old man can only say that you rely on your first feeling to see the beads. Does it fit? Jian Wu's eyes flashed a brilliant light, and then walked towards the first coffin. It was a wooden coffin lying quietly in front of him. As soon as he approached the wooden coffin, Jian Wushuang felt a blast of Jin Ge's killing spirit. In an instant, the sword Wushuang seemed to fall into the blood of the corpse. Thousands of horses and horses. A burly man wearing war armor, wearing a black iron helmet, and covered with a silver mask, struck across the cosmic sky and slaughtered. Iron hoof flattened in all directions. Elder Moose felt the spread of Jin Ge's killing in the wooden coffin, and nodded his head and said, Mist Shuang. This person is the former warlord Wu Kong of Taiyin God. It's a little lower, only 8 stars, less than the trace level, but fortunately, rich experience in actual combat, lifelong killing, and going through thousands of battles. If you can make it a corpse, you will definitely have a personal protection general in the future. Jian Wushuang nodded after hearing the words. Without much hesitation, he took his hand off the wooden coffin cover and headed to the second coffin next to it. Although Jian Wushuang's void universe is this time to help the gods of the earth to inquire about the news, there are ways to improve their strength now. Naturally, they will not be missed. It is easy. According to the chat between Jian Wushuang and Elder Moose along the way, he also learned that once the corpse in this coffin had been refined, this corpse would never betray forever except in extreme circumstances. Along the way, no matter whether it is a relative or a friend, you may turn your face for a chance, a good fortune, and fight hard, endlessly. But the corpse in this coffin is not. It can be said that once the corpse belonging to itself is refined, then this corpse is equivalent to one of your strongest avatars. The second coffin is a bamboo coffin. When Jian Wushuang put his hand up, he heard the Elder Feng said, the corpse in this bamboo coffin is a contemporary sage of 1,000 moons before the Haoyuesian men. Created a feat of 8-star cultivation, charmed a trace-level virtual man, lured him. Wushuang, if you can refine this corpse, it will also be a huge improvement for you, and you can use it as an unexpected dark chess. However, after experiencing it carefully, Jian Wushuang still shook his head, took his hand away, and walked towards the third coffin. Still dissatisfied? Elder Moose Wind frowned. In his opinion, the 2 corpses just now have a high degree of agreement with Jian Wushuang. Once repaired is not too high, Jian Wushuang is easy to control refining. There is a corpse of gods, who were all gifted superiors during their lifetime. Although they died horizontally, their growth was extremely high. If Jian Wushuang can refine it at this time, it will inevitably become the left and right arm of Jian Wushuang in the future. However, he knows nothing. In fact, the sword is unparalleled. If it is calculated according to the realm of the 2 universes, it is already a mark-level false soldier. For the 2 swords just now, refining will not provide any help. After a series of 5 coffins, Jian Wushuang all stayed for a short time before shaking his head without hesitation. After half an hour, Jian Wushuang had already reached the mid-mountainside position of the coffin hill. Among the 5 coffins, there are Tianjiao, who was amazingly talented during his lifetime, but was strangled, and there are extreme gods of war in all directions, but they have not entered the eyes of Jian Wushuang. Seeing this, Elder Feng's brows could not help but frown. Miss Double, don't look down. Finally, Elder Moose could not help but whispered. Jian Wushuang heard the words and looked back at Elder Moose Wind, then touched his nose and said, "Elder Moose Wind, I have something in mind." "What's in your heart?" Elder Moose Phone couldn't help but laughed a little and murmured in his heart, "Okay, look at that seat. What kind of body will you choose?" With this idea in mind, Elder Moose simply stopped talking and closed his eyes to let Jian Wushuang choose. Time passes slowly. Jian Wushuang has reached the position of the middle of the mountain. At this position, there are fewer and fewer Tianjiao who once shined in the universe but were strangled by various circumstances. Instead, there are some truly in the universe. Suppressing the invincible power of 9 days and 10 places, trace-level virtual men. In terms of combat power, this cosmology is higher than the native land of swordless warriors, and more powerful than the strong ones. However, it is still the master of the universe that can storm the sky and control one side of the universe. Jian Wushuang's speed slowed down. He no longer just touched some coffins, but felt the corpse repaired in the coffin and chose to leave. He started a process of thinking. When Elder Moose thought that Jian Wushuang would be in this position, when selecting some corpses, Jian Wushuang's footsteps went up again. One trace. Second trace. Jian Wushuang's footsteps have not stopped. Unravel. The idiot who is not greedy enough to swallow elephants. The Moose Wind Elder immediately felt itchy, and his impression of the sword, unparalleled, fell sharply. Jian Wushuang is picking the sword corpse. In fact, from another perspective, the corpse is also picking the sword. Previously, those corpses were still low, and they were almost allowed to be screened by Jian Wushuang. It would be good if they wanted to take the refining directly. At the middle of the coffin, there are someone, and 2 marked corpses, although the realm of his life far surpassed Jian Wushuang. In theory, Jian Wushuang can never be refined. But Jian Wushuang's talent is amazing, but it is a black light, enough to stand by with the ancestors of the refining gods, and these scarred corpses are not impossible to be refined by the sword. But seeing Jian Wushuang like this clearly is the rhythm to reach the summit. Isn't this stupid? Chapter 4471. Wu Shuang, because of your greed, you have been gifted in vain. Elder Moose Wind sighed. In the face of Jian Wushuang, he has the cherishment of talents, otherwise he would not have spoken directly under the gate of the Lian Shunzong mountain to protect the sword, and brought it back to the Lian Shunzong, omitting countless tedious steps in the middle. At present, the refining Shunzong seems to be powerful and dominate the party, but it is already green and yellow, and no one succeeds. In his opinion, Jian Wushuang is the one who can provoke the sacred beams in the future. As he kept thinking, Jian Wushuang had crossed the mountainside and continued to walk towards the top of the mountain. And he is extremely close to the top of the mountain. A coffin made by Xian Bing appeared in front of the sword without double sides. Before approaching the coffin, Jian Wushuang felt a chill rushing towards him, and in that chill, mixed with expectation. Oh? Jian Wushuang's brow lifted. A flash of strangeness flashed in his eyes. Immediately, Jian Wushuang stretched out his hand and pressed one against the coffin cover of the Xinbing coffin. Boom! In that room, there was a shock on the entire coffin, and a huge corpse was rushed out of the Xinbing coffin. This monstrous corpse gas is like smoke and tide. It will burst out of the sky thousands of miles in an instant, forming a huge dark cloud swirling together. It was only an instant that Jian Wushuang felt the repair of the corpse in this coffin. 5 mark scum. 5 marks, corresponding to the half-step invincible supreme. Moreover, because of the existence of the associated supernatural power of the virtual explosion, the 5-marked virtual soldier is better than the half-step invincible supreme. Suddenly, Elder Moose trembled, his eyes rounded. Born by nature, take the initiative to recognize the Lord. Elder Moose's eyes flashed and stared. At this moment, he had decided to stop talking and let Jian Wushuang eat a delicious Moose Wind Elder, and hurriedly bearded and said, "Wu Shuang, what are you still doing? Are you still hurrying to refine this corpse? I will tell you that it is very rare to take the initiative to recognize the Lord. Once you miss this time, you will never encounter it again. Moreover, this is a 5-mark vein priest. This life was before this master, in terms of strength and identity, is no longer under this seat. If you can refine him, then you can become our refining upper character. From now on, no one can bully you. This is not much. The most important thing is that if you also reach the 5 scenes realm and completely refine the corpse of this master, then it means that you will have the same realm as you. Helper. Speaking of the back, Elder Feng's eyes skyrocketed in the eyes of Elder Feng, and they were all crazy. You know, his corpse now is only 4 marks. And this corpse has been upgraded to 4 marks, which is already the limit of this corpse. However, at the moment, Jian Wushuang can directly conquer the corpse of a 5-marked vagrant, which means that as long as the sword Wushuang can reach the 5-marked level, this corpse can reach at least 5-marked level. It is even possible to reach 6 marks. Although the difficulty of promotion between the 5 marks and 6 marks is almost like a heaven and the opportunities are very slim, but it does not mean that there is no chance at all. To be honest, even when seeing this scene, even Elder Moose could not sit still and felt jealous. Inside the coffin, Shan Wu's eyes twinkled, and his thoughts resurfaced. I have to say that he was tempted at the moment. 5 marks, invincible in half steps. The strength of this realm, even Jian Wushuang's ability to deal with it today, is only a 60% chance of winning. My own strength is the elementary supremacy, that is, a trace-level virtual warrior. I can walk here and conquer the 5-mark virtual warrior. I'm afraid it is already the limit. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and looked up. There were only a few coffins at the top of the coffin hill. The breath was extremely horrible, let alone going to the refinement. It was extremely difficult to approach. Well, just this corpse. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and slowly reached out his hand, intending to push open the lid of Xinbing coffin. Seeing this scene, Elder Moose wind, because he has seen a lot of strong winds and waves. At this moment in his eyes cannot help but look forward to a spark of excitement. He could already imagine how Jian Wushuang refined this 5-marked corpse, then struck the universe, and even attacked those evil species in a different universe. Just when Jian Wushuang was about to open the cover of the Xinbing coffin, it was about to happen. The tailored Excalibur hanging around his waist trembled suddenly. The next moment, an incomparably old and kind voice sounded in his ear. "I'm waiting for you." Boom! Suddenly, Jian Wu's double body trembled, and he pulled his hand pressed against the lid of Xinbing coffin. He heard the call of people from hometown. This call comes from the top of the mountain. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wu's eyes filled with firmness, and he hesitated toward the top of the mountain without hesitation. You, Wushuang, stop here quickly." Elder Moose Wind suddenly screamed and jumped anxiously. "Miss Shuang, what are you doing?" "Stop." Swordless Wu stepped back, looked back at Elder Moose Wind, and calmly said, "Elder Moose Wind, this corpse is not what I want most. It disappoints you." After that, Jian Wushuang didn't say much and walked towards the top of the mountain step by step. "Crazy lunatic. Wushuang, are you crazy?" Elder Moose Wind barked suddenly. Watching Jian Wushuang really did not hesitate and hesitate. He couldn't help but say, "Burning the heavens, Wushuang, you are violently heaven." Having said that, Elder Moose Wind saw Jian Wushuang's deafening look, and he couldn't help sighing and screaming, "Violent heavenly things." Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Jian Wushuang's feet were heavy, and he went to the top of the mountain step by step. A huge wave of coercion emanated from several coffins on the top of the mountain, like the tide of the sea, waves of waves slamming towards him, and he wanted to shoot him down the coffin. These coercion, although it was the unconscious distribution of these 6-marked virtual men, died. But still not what Jian Wushuang can resist. He felt as if he were carrying hundreds of millions of mountains, stepping forward step by step. Chaos Overlord. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and directly urged Chaos Ba. The use of divine power will be repelled by this universe, and will also be noticed by the Elder Wind Moose, but the chaotic domineering body is the power of the physical body, and this will not happen. Huh. Jian Wushuang stepped down every step, all stepped on a large pit of 100 meters in the coffin hill. "Come on, I'm waiting for you. Come on, I'm waiting for you. Come on." I am waiting for you. Boom boom. As Jian Wushuang got closer and closer to the top of the coffin mountain, the softer call also became stronger and stronger. In the end, it has turned into a thunderous sound like a rolling thunder, which exploded in the mind of Sword unparalleled. Finally, Jian Wushuang reached the top. Chapter 4472. Sword unparalleled, reached the top. At the top of the coffin mountain, a black iron coffin full of mysterious patterns is enclosed by 4 chains and is suspended in the air. I'm waiting for you. A thunderous roar resounded in Jian Wushuang's mind. The Taro Excalibur hanging on the sword's waist, constantly humming, trembling violently. If Fei Wushuang had completely controlled the Taro Excalibur, I'm afraid that this Taro Excalibur has been shot out and rushed into this coffin. At this moment, although Jian Wushuang has not yet opened the coffin, in his heart, he basically understood who the person in the coffin was. It is only him that will cause the shock of the Terra sword. But wasn't he dead in the hands of the emperor? How could the body be here? Jian Wushuang's brow frowned, and the light in his eyes kept blinking. Elder Moose Feng stepped in the void and looked at this scene from afar. The expression on his face kept converging and turned into a dignity. Miss Shuang, stop, this corpse is not for you. Elder Moose's expression was somber, said Shan. Back to his sword Wushuang. When Yin raised an eyebrow, pressed the shout in the coffin, turned to look at Elder Moose and asked, Elder Moose, what does this mean? Elder Moose Wind heard a glance at Jian Wushuang and immediately said, this corpse of God is not our universe. Not people in our universe? Jian Wushuang's heart moved, and faintly understood that perhaps at this moment, it was the best time to probe the news. Therefore, Jian Wushuang pretended to understand, Elder Moose Wind, I don't understand what it means. Elder Moose heard the words, he couldn't help flashing a hesitation in his eyes, and immediately looked around. Seeing that no one was nearby, he suddenly waved his right hand. Endless virtual power poured out, forming an enchantment, wrapping him with the sword. In it, Shuang Shuang, there are some things that I shouldn't have told you, but you have amazing talents. You want to be able to achieve universe-level power in the future. Knowing that these things are just a matter of time, I will make an exception with you today. Talk about it. Jian Wushuang heard his face look awkward, knowing that the topic was coming. I saw the voice of Elder Moose was low, his eyes looked far away, and he said, Miss Shuang, our universe is not the only one. The void and forbidden ground are connected to many cave worlds. These cave sky worlds form their own world, but in general, these cave sky worlds are very small and not much larger than a star field. However, in some of the nodes in the Forbidden Land, the road is a real behemoth, a real universe. No matter the degree of civilization or the overall combat power, this universe is just weaker than us. This universe, we collectively call it the Divine Power Universe. Divine Power Universe? Jian Wushuang's pupil shrank, and this Divine Power Universe should refer to his native universe. Yes, this magical universe is rich in resources and boundless. Among them, Tianjiao is born and power is born. Our universe and the magical universe have successively fought over 100,000 chaos ages. Elder Moose nodded his head, turning his gaze to the dark coffin that was bound by chains and suspended in midair, and continued. This coffin corpse comes from the divine universe opposite the void. This person obviously has only a 4-mark level, but if it comes to strength, it is a 6-mark giant that is enough to kill our world. I heard that this person is the opposite of the Divine Power Universe, the first Kendo Supreme that has never been seen in history. It is the opposite universe that suppresses the invincible existence of 9 days and 10 places. Speaking of which, the fall of this person was also an accident. At that time, the Emperor Devourer led the Devourer organization to the Divine Universe opposite him. He had just encountered this person on the way to the Divine Universe. Although this person is powerful, compared to the Emperor Eater, it is not a star that is worse than the Emperor. Therefore, after a war, the person fell into the hands of the Emperor. We refined the Lord of the sect, and bought the corpse of this person from the Emperor at a large price. The genius of this corpse is so talented and powerful that it is far from being comparable to our scorching virtuoso. Originally, the Lord bought him back, but also tried to refine it and become our sacred corpse of the sect of the sacred God. However, this person's obsession is so great that even after his death, he will not be reduced by half. The Lord and our 5 elders refined this corpse together, and they could not even refine it. Therefore, this corpse has been resting here. Elder Feng Wen said slowly, then turned his eyes, looked at Jian Wushuang, shook his head and said, "So, Wushuang, give up this corpse of God, and don't do nothing for nothing." Jian Wushuang heard the words. His eyes flashed for a while. That's it. At the same time, Jian Wushuang quickly thought in his mind. If you refine Taro Supreme, you are equivalent to Taro Supreme reborn and resurrected in another way. At that time, even if he fails to explore the deployment of the virtual universe's combat power against them, he can bring Tai Luo Supreme back to the native universe. Once the war breaks out, it is also a strong main force. The most important thing is that he got the full inheritance of Tai Luo Supreme. According to a certain degree, Tai Luo Supreme has been counted as his half-master. How can he bear his heart and see Tai Luo Supreme's corpse placed in a different universe, allowing people to choose and refine? Can't bear it. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wu's eyes flashed a decisive color, and he looked at the Moose Elder and said in a deep voice, "Elder Moose Wind, I have made a decision, and I will refine this alien, you." Elder Moose heard the words, and immediately became angry. Dare to waste your lips and say so much, all for nothing? It's really stubborn. Well, Wushuang, we'll take a look at this one. This corpse cannot be refined by the Lord and our 5 elders. How can you refine it? Elder Moose Wind, even with a good temper, felt an irritation in his heart at this moment. With a flick of his sleeve, Elder Moose snorted and stopped talking. Jian Wushuang smiled apologetically at him, then took a deep breath, stretched out his hand and placed it on the dark coffin in front of him. Alas, it's like dropping a stone on the calm lake surface. Click, click. The iron chain that was tied to the dark coffin suddenly broke down inch by inch. Immediately, he saw the thick black coffin cover full of mysterious patterns, and then moved sideways. Crunchy, crunchy. A harsh sound sounded. The lid of the vertical coffin was completely moved sideways. Next moment, Sword Wushuang looked up sharply and stared into the coffin. I saw a figure in a blue shirt with eyes closed, his fingers crossed, and quietly placed on his waist. Chapter 4473. It wasn't anyone else who was quietly lying in the coffin. It was Taro Supreme. He had a handsome face. His nose was dangling, his eyes were closed, and a pair of sword eyebrows flew straight to the horns, and the whole man was full of sharpness. At first glance, he seemed to be not sleeping, but sleeping. Buzz. At this moment, the Terra Excalibur shook to the extreme. Jian Wushuang froze slightly. He did not expect that Tai Luo Supreme was so young. No wonder it is as strong as Wu Jianxian. All dumped for it. Jian Wushuang can already imagine that Tai Luo Supreme relied on the sword to stretch his face, and the chic appearance of drunkenness in the world would surely make countless people fall over. So arrogant. Jian Wushuang shook his head and felt regretful. Elder Wind. What's next? Elder Moose Wind glared at him and snorted. Mist Shuang, don't you put the words of this seat in your ears? This seat thought you had hard wings, so you don't need the discipline of this seat. What are you doing now? Come and ask me how to refine the corpse? Jian Wushuang heard this, pretending to laugh. Elder Moose, you laughed. Where can I dare not accept your discipline? But I am always greedy and want the best of everything. Well, greed is not enough to swallow elephants. This sentence, I have told you several times. Elder Moose Wind shook his head, and then sighed softly. Well, if you try it. This seat will now teach you the method of corpse refining. Having said that, Elder Moose Wind flicked his fingers. A glaucoma suddenly burst out and fell into the heart of Jian Wushuang's eyebrows. Immediately, a method of how to make corpses was opened in Jian Wushuang's mind. This method is not complicated or complicated. The most important thing is that, through virtual force, You must first reach the divine corpse to make a painstaking connection, then input instructions to make it obedient, and finally refine it day and night to make it thoroughly keep it for your own use. Jian Wushuang turned around and sat down with his back to the elder wind. Knees slowly closed, and his face was pensive. This corpse refining method is not very complicated for Jian Wushuang, but if you look at it briefly, you can get through. But its biggest difficulty is that Jian Wushuang has no virtual power at all. The key to this set of corpse refining methods is also the most basic thing. That is, it is necessary to first refine the corpse and then make a connection. You can only try with divine power. Jian Wu's eyes flashed for a while, and then he made a decision in his heart. Theoretically, divine power and imaginary power are both derived from an energy in the universe, which should not be a problem. Do it when you think of it. Jian Wushuang's hands blasted out, and a sudden force of magic, like a river flowing from his palm like a tide, penetrated into the body of Tai Luo Supreme. In a short time, the sword waist card of Jian Wushuang jumped, and a psychedelic power poured out. From the outsider's perspective, the magic power of Jian Wushuang suddenly became no different from the virtual force. Huh? Really go for refining? Elder Feng's brows jumped, and his face was chaotic. Shuang shuang, shuang shuang. This seat is waiting for you to have a gray nose, and a gray face is looking for this seat. Shaking his head, Elder Moose began to observe sword unparalleled. Laugh. Jian Wushuang's divine power, as soon as he entered the body of Tai Luo Supreme, felt an extremely powerful obsession. This obsession is like a hedgehog who is fully armed and does not allow anyone to invade. However, when Jian Wushuang's divine power touched Tai Luo Supreme's obsession, in a moment, the obsession collapsed. The call of the Supreme Lord in Jian Wushuang's mind disappeared, like a nerve that had been strained for a long time, and at this moment it finally broke off. Jian Wushuang understands that the former Tai Luo Supreme has been waiting for someone who is not in this universe to take away his corpse. He was so glorious in his lifetime that he never wanted to be a puppet in the hands of someone in another universe. He raised a line puppet to attack the native universe he was guarding. Now he's waiting. Jian Wushuang is the most suitable person for him, and the person he wants to wait for most. Jian Wushuang didn't say a word silently. At this moment, he finally realized something. How sad and how worthy of the martyrs who died in the extraterritorial battlefield to protect the universe. Refining was smoother than Jian Wushuang imagined. Without any obstacle at all, Jian Wushuang completed the refining step by step. In a short time, the dim and faint corpse of Tai Luo Supreme God began to gradually light up. What? Elder Moose Feng was shocked, his eyes widened, and his face flashed with dullness. This corpse has been refined by this boy? The elders of our 5 elders, together with the suzerain, are helpless corpses of gods, so they were easily refined by this boy? Elder Moose's mouth widened gradually to be able to put an egg, and the whole person was lost. Boom boom. A ray of golden light continued to shine from Taro's supreme corpse. Feet, hands. The next moment, a golden light suddenly shot from Tai Luo Supreme. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion spread, and the endless corpse gas rose into the sky, forming a billowing black cloud. Taro Supreme opened his eyes suddenly. However, in his eyes, there was nothing pleasing, a stiffness and numbness. Jian Wushuang tried to enter a command in Taro Supreme, and Taro Supreme raised his hand. Wow! Instantly, Tai Luo Supreme raised his right hand. Then, Jian Wushuang tried to make Tai Luo Supreme Corpse perform other complicated actions, and it suddenly became stiff and obscure. It seems that only continuous refinement can truly make Tai Luo's Supreme Corpse, such as arm instructions. There was a smile on the corner of Jian Wushuang's mouth. Still, his heart was overjoyed. Too extreme. This is undefeated in all battles. In the universe, it has won a great reputation. It has awe-inspiring universe, and it has swept across 9 days and 10 places. Such an existence, at this moment, was even refined by the sword unparalleled sword, and became a corpse under his control. It can be said that Jian Wushuang's strength, at this moment, has soared in general. And this is not the real ecstasy of Jian Wushuang. The reason for Jian Wushuang's real ecstasy is that he did not let Tai Luo Supreme fall into the hands of these aliens in the universe. To Tai Luo Supreme, Jian Wushuang is respected from the bottom of his heart. It can be said that Jian Wushuang has gone all the way to now because the existence of Supreme Master Luo has helped him tremendously, regardless of whether it is a Terra Sword or a Terra Sword Code. In the crisis of mortal death again and again, the danger is around, and the Jedi fights back. Jian Wushuang was extremely respectful to Tai Luo, from beginning to end, still holding a grateful heart. For most of the reasons, he used Taylor Supreme as the corpse, because he did not want to see Taylor Supreme lying alone here, and then did not know when he would wait until the obsession disappeared gradually and was refined by people in this universe. Disaster. This is not happening now. He will make Tai Luo Supreme, who has fallen, re-bloom his glory in the universe. Chapter 4474, Puff. With the instruction of Jian Wushuang, Tai Luo Supreme stepped out of the coffin, walked in the air, and landed behind Jian Wushuang, like a shadow following the shadow. Jian Wushuang slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the glorious glance of Tai Luo Supreme. Miss Chuang, did you really refine him? Elder Moose's eyes widened and asked inconceivably. I guess it should be. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly and replied. Elder Moose heard the news and could not help but feel lost, and then gave a bitter laugh, shook his head and said, Is this the treatment of genius? I waited for the elder 5 elders and the corpse that the master could not refine in your hands. It was so easy to be refined. Miss Chuang, I will report to the suzerain later. Let's go. I will take you back to your dormitory now. It is good. Sword Wushuang nodded. Subsequently, Jian Wushuang followed behind the Elder Wind and swept away toward the palace. Tai Luo Supreme returned to the coffin and was held up by the sword unparalleled. Along the way, many practitioners of the refining gods who were sitting cross-legged on the ground practicing their cultivation raised their eyes to see the Elder Wind Elder and Sword Wushuang passing by in the air, and their eyes were full of surprise. Immediately, a murmur of discussions rang from the mouth of the disciples of Lian Shunzong. I heard that this time the introductory disciple selection, we have a talent that can be compared with the disciples of our ancestors who practiced the divine sect. They were taken away by Elder Moose on the spot, but this person? It should be what I want. Elder Moose is really fond of him. I neglected a series of tedious steps and took him to the coffin mountain to select the corpse. The coffin that was held behind this person just now should have been picked by this person in the coffin hill. I never saw that coffin, and I don't know which corpse is inside. The discussion sounded, and everyone was a little curious. At this moment, an extremely experienced disciple of Shunzong, looking at the coffin raised behind Jian Wushuang, his pupils narrowed sharply, as if he found something, and screamed in shock. This is the first coffin placed on the top of the coffin hill. This corpse in the coffin can't be refined even by the Lord Sovereign, but was obtained by this person? When this remark came to an end, it suddenly felt like a stone stirred up 1,000 layers of waves. Almost all the disciples flashed an unbelievable color in their eyes, and their faces turned dull. Who does not know the legend of the Coffin Mountain and the refining deities? As a result, the news of Jian Wushuang refining the corpse of the first coffin sacrifice spread wildly, shaking with enthusiasm. Without both sides of the sword, they set foot on refining Shunzong and became famous. The size of the refining Shunzong is far beyond the imagination of Jian Wushuang. It may seem like a mountain peak, but in fact, it is much larger than a few star fields. Fortunately, both Elder Moose Wind and Jian Wushuang Shou are not low. Under the leadership of Elder Moose Wind, they soon arrived at the palace of Jian Wushuang. There, it is a tall stone mountain. The architecture of the entire mountain is somewhat similar to a honeycomb. On the mountain wall, it is full of dense, potty black caves. Elder Wind said, Miss Chuang, this is the place where ordinary disciples who practice Shunzong live and practice, also known as corpses. The corpses are full of power and vitality. They can help you practice and refine the corpses. There is also a great benefit to warming up the dead body. It seems that the elders of the moose wind and the sword unparalleled have been censed, and many disciples of the refining gods have come out of the corpse hole. Their faces were pale, their eyes were empty, and the whole man was filled with a gloomy atmosphere. See Elder Wind 2. When these disciples saw that they were the elders of Moose Wind, they immediately saluted. You're welcome. Elder Moose Wind nodded slightly at them and sent them back. Later, Elder Moose continued to say to Jian Wushuang, let's go. I'll take you to the top of the mountain, and I remember that there are just a few top corpses in there. Having said that, Elder Moose raised his sword Wushuang, stepped on it, and disappeared in place. When it appeared again, it was already on the top of the mountain. There are not many corpses on the top of the mountain. There are only 9 corpses. They are not densely packed like the bottom of the mountain and the mountainside, but each corpse is at least 100 miles away, and it is unprecedentedly huge. A strong body of corpse seemed to have condensed into the essence. Blowing his nose from the corpse hole, Jian Wushuang could not help but feel a little discomfort and frowned. Seeing this, Elder Feng Feng nodded with satisfaction and smiled. Well, sword unparalleled, you go in. Remember, in the face of the corpse of God, do not have any insults, you should respect. They will the most trustworthy person in your world, even the closest relative, is still there. Finally, you have to take a rest for a few days these days. This seat is now going to report the situation like the suzerain. After this time, this seat will pick you up and meet the suzerain. After speaking, Shermaran's sleeve robe waved and Shiren went. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and walked towards the corpse hole step by step. The corpse hole looks simple, but in fact there is no other hole in it. When Jian Wushuang stepped in, he felt a strong void and corpse. There was a hall, a palace, a practice room, and so on. The candles made from the dragon grass are never extinguished, and the burning smoke can help people to rest in peace while practicing. Jian Wushuang did not rest in a hurry, but placed the coffin of Tai Luo Supreme respectfully and began to inspect the corpse hole inch by inch to see if there was a similar surveillance ban. After confirming everything, Jinwu both breathed a sigh of relief, banged at the door, and cut off all his breath. At midnight, a round of demonized blood moons hung high in the sky, and the low roar of the corpse Xiaoya continued to be heard in Xianshan's corpse cave. It is located inside one of the 7 corpses on the top of Shurian Mountain. Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged on a stone bed calmly thinking. The candles made from the scented dragon scent continued to melt and burn, and a hint of green smoke rose. Speaking of it, until now, he still hasn't fully figured out how he passed the test of the test bedrock yesterday and achieved an appalling qualification. He remembered that the scanning power of the test bedrock at that time had begun to recede, and almost the next step would be a warning sound similar to that when the ram tested the bedrock. At that moment, the seal of the 3 snakes on his neck suddenly loosened. Then, the testing and scanning power of the trial cornerstone was introduced into the seal of the 3-headed snake. That is to say, I can pass the test and have achieved the superb qualification of refining Shenzong. Thanks to Lulu? Jian Wushuang murmured to himself, could not help but feel a little dumb. Chapter 4475. Moon stars are rare and corpses roar. After a while of contemplation, Jian Wushuang spread his divine power again and found that no one was nearby, and gently pulled the token given by Zhou God from his waist with his right hand. Lingpai, this token can not only cover the breath of divine power on him, but also communicate with the of the universe across the universe and report the situation. Alas, I saw a ripple like a water mirror suddenly on the token. Immediately, I heard a mild and slightly worried voice. How are you, Jian Wushuang? Immediately, the lens was swiped up, and the face of Zhou God appeared in the water mirror. There is no change in his appearance, but there is more fatigue in his eyes. I do indeed need to guess. This time, the of the universe must work hard. Going back to the of the universe, I have officially entered the refining God sect. Wu Jianshou stepped back a few steps and arched his hands toward the of the sky. Oh, have you entered the refining sect? God Zhou heard the words, his face flashed with a slight surprise, and said, before, The Ram Supreme returned to the old man and said that you went to participate in the selection of the refining deities. But it turned out that he couldn't care about you and had to escape first. The old man thought you had run away. Wu Jinshuang heard the words, could not help but grin, and shook his head. It's a long story. Immediately, Jian Wushuang spoke sharply and said, Master God, then it seems that the Ram Supreme is all right? The of the water in the token water mirror nodded and replied, yes, the old man has made contact with the Ram Supreme and the Ice Supreme. Both of them have nothing to do and have escaped from the pursuit of the refining gods. Morocco Supreme? Escape from hunting? Wu Jinshuang heard a sneer in his heart. This guy didn't even come to participate in the selection of Shenzong. Why talk about escaping the hunt? He shook his head, and Jian Wushuang did not intend to explain this to the of the universe, but Shanshan asked, Master God of the universe, what about the Supreme Spirit Jade? Lingyu Supreme. After a moment of silence, the god of Wuzhou said, the old man tried to contact him many times, but unfortunately he didn't respond. I was afraid that he had been secretly executed by Lian Shenzong. Is that so? Wu Jianwushuang sighed slightly. Lingyu Supreme gave him a good impression, but he could not escape the magic palm of the refining god. Gu Jian Wushuang speculated in his heart that I was afraid that it would not take long before he could see Linjia's supreme corpse in the coffin. It is just that he has taken away Taro Supreme, and if he takes Lingyu Supreme again, they are all aliens and will inevitably be suspected. After sighing for a while, Jian Wushuang revealed his recent situation to the gods of the universe and Pan. Zhou, when the god of Zhou heard that Jian Wushuang saw Tai Luo Supreme in the Coffin Hill, Yun Qing's face always had a flash of anger. The jerk. The old man also suspected that, even if Tai Luo wasn't the emperor's opponent, he shouldn't have disappeared so quickly, leaving no traces of falling down. I didn't expect to be sold as a corpse and sold to refine Shenzong. Suddenly, when the god of Zhou heard that the supreme corpse of Tai Luo had been taken away by Jian Wushuang from the coffin and the refining of the coffin, his face slowly eased. Looking at Jian Wushuang's eyes, he turned into satisfaction and comfort. Afterwards, the two talked a few more words. God Zhou instructed Jian Wushuang to take precautions while refining Shenzong. This is the most important thing. Second, let Jian Wushuang be able to protect himself without taking risks under the circumstances. Try to inquire about the virtual universe's combat deployment against their universe, and the people who previously attacked the universe, which side of the virtual universe belongs to it. There is also a crack node in the void that they passed through, in the native universe they entered. After a while, Jian Wushuang ended the call with the of the universe. Howl. In the Yantian Mountains, the sound of the corpse watching the moon and howling. As the night gradually deepens, the frequency becomes higher and higher, and then dawn and dawn gradually disappear. The next morning, alas, a powerful knocking sounded outside the door of the corpse hole where Jian Sword Wushuang was located. Okay. Wu Jianshou narrowed his eyes, waved his right hand, waved a prohibition, and said lightly, please come in. Soon after the sound of the words fell, I saw a scarred dummy with a sickle head entering from the corpse hole. Miss Shuang, why are you so cautious? This is refining Shenzong, and you need to arrange so many restrictions? A sound of laughter sounded. Su Shi's sickle head narrowed, his eyes narrowed, meaning he looked at Jian Wushuang inexplicably. Elder Shen sickle. Wu Jianshou looked calm and saluted him slightly. This man was the one who wanted to kill him outside the gate of Lian Shenzong Mountain. Elder Shenxian visited suddenly. Is there anything wrong? Wu Jianshou said faintly. He can feel a little hostility on this elder sickle. Miss Chuang, can't you come to visit if this seed is all right? Elder Shen sickle looked at Jian Wushuang up and down, his mouth slightly raised upward. I came to see you this time. One is to see how you are doing. The other is to come and tell you a message. What news? Wu Jianshou asked lightly. There was a faint flash of light in the eyes of Elder Shenshan, and then he said, Miss Chuang, do you remember the people who accompanied you? One of them has been arrested and executed. When he said this, Elder Shensickle stared at Jian Wushuang, wanting to see anything unusual from Jian Wushuang's face. However, he was disappointed. Wu Jianshuang's expression was calm from the beginning to the end, without the slightest rhetorical question. Oh, what does that have to do with me? Elder Wu Shensickle did not speak, but looked at Jian Wushuang deeply. Only half a while later, he only smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. This seat just came to inform you. Dressur, it's just a pity that the man didn't reveal half a minute of other news before he died," and finally broke out. Elder Shan Shan said as he shook his head, as if booing. Wu Jianshuang did not answer, but just looked at Elder Shensickle. Okay, Wu Shuang, since you are fine, then this seat will go first. Oh yeah, I almost forgot to congratulate you, and refined our first corpse of Shenzong. Hey, the strong obsession in this corpse, even the 5 elders. There is no way for the monarch and the master to be able to refine it so smoothly. It is strange. He shook his head, and Elder Shanxian left his corpse with a negative hand. A long time after the Elder Shanxian left. Wu Jianshou slammed the bed with his right hand. His original calm face was instantly gloomy to the extreme. Ru He how he couldn't guess. Just now the Elder Shenxian pretended to visit him, but in fact, he wanted to catch him and deliberately test it. For this person, he did not believe in his sword unparalleled, and did not believe in the results of the trial. This person must die, otherwise my risk is too great. Wu Jianshou narrowed his eyes and looked at the back of the Elder Shensickle. Chapter 4476. Elder God Shensickle must die. It's just that it's difficult to kill him without knowing it, and can't make people doubt him. Wu Jian's eyes flickered, and after thinking for a long time, he could not think of any good way. This matter needs to be considered from a long-term perspective. You must not act recklessly, otherwise you will fail. You will be burned. Wu Jianshou shook his head and said. At the same time, he was slightly relieved in his heart. It was not a bad thing for Elder Shunxian to come to him just now. At least the swordsman now knew that there would be a pair of eyes watching him secretly, so that he would become more cautious in his actions. Alas, the candles in the corpse cave continued to burn, and blue smoke rose up. Wu Jian sat cross-legged, and began to continuously research the weakness, refining Tai Luo Supreme by the way. Chanwang, when he went to the corpse hole, Jian Wushuang knocked side by side, and asked the Elder Shenxian to ask for a book on virtual force. The book detailedly analyzed the structure and analysis of virtual force. Sure, virtual power, like divine power, is an energy between the universe. Essentially, there is no difference between virtual power and divine power, but they are both a means of exerting magical powers, but it is because the laws and rules of the two universes are different, resulting in their particle, atom, electron, and proton structure. There are different changes. That is to say, as long as I can figure out the deepest structure of divine power or virtual force, sort the particles, atoms, electrons, and protons, and regroup the changes, I can convert the divine power into virtual power, or put virtual power is transformed into divine power. Yan Jian's eyes twinkled, thinking quickly in his mind. This is simple to say, but it is extremely difficult to operate in essence. The structural combinations contained in imaginary or divine power are at least billions of times, and the number of combinations they can disrupt again is an infinite number. This is like 100 million permuted numbers. If you want to constantly regroup them, it is best to match a perfect number. It requires effort and is simply an impossible task. Even if I am supreme today, it can take 10 billion times to deduct in one thought, and it will take an extremely long time to get a correct result. Wu Jian's eyes were so bright that he began to think about the feasibility in his head. First of all, the first thing I need to understand is the structural components of virtual force. This requires a lot of effort and time to deduct. Secondly, I have to disrupt all these structural components, and then match the structural components of divine power. Only after the structural components of virtual power and divine power are fully understood, can they try to convert divine power into virtual power. It took me too long to go through the deductions one by one, and now I don't have this time to waste. This refining God Zongguei is the top gate of the virtual universe. If you want to come to the gate, you should have a similar library, the existence of the cabinet. I might as well go to the library first, to find if there are books about the most primitive structural components of Suli. Yin Jianhui's eyes blinked, and he took a deep breath and stood up. The next moment, Jian Wushuang strode out of the corpse hole and swept away towards Shurian Mountain. Beneath Yanqian Mountain, a voluptuous woman with an enchanting body, wearing cool thin silk and a cat-eared foxtail, was walking out of the corpse hole. Yi finally broke through Samsung. Rawl, this enchanting woman stretched her waist and stretched her body. A pair of long, white and straight legs were looming in the silk, combined with the laziness of her face. It was very moving and imaginative. Wow! Suddenly a flash of wind flashed, and the figure of Jian Wushuang appeared in front of her. Hello, may I ask, where's the library? Wu Jinshuang asked quite politely. The stunned woman heard the words. Her beautiful eyes flowed. She looked at Jian Wushuang and said, Well, who are you? Why have I never seen you in this Shurian Mountain? Wu Jinshuang arched back and said, Girl, Shurian Shan, who came only yesterday, is normal if you don't know me. Oh! Rawl, the enchanting woman, blinked her eyes quite playfully, and then patted her head immediately, shouting, Ah, I know. Did you just enter the sect recently and have a super-qualified Wushuang? You know me? Wu Jinsho raised his eyebrows. The enchanting woman suddenly pursed her mouth and said, Isn't it? Recently, I was in retreat, and I always heard someone say outside the corpse cave. We have refined the God sect, and came with a talented genius, loved by Elder Wind. It's so noisy that I can't retreat well. Is that so? Jian Wushuang smiled slightly and replied, That's really embarrassing. When I heard Jian Wushuang's regretful words, the enchanting woman seemed a little unhappy and waved her hand. Okay, it's not your business. After saying that, the enchanting woman's beautiful eyes turned and said, Oh, Wushuang, you just said you were going to the library, right? Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. Wushuang, this girl kindly reminds you that it is best not to go to the library now. Huh? Why? Wu Jinshuang raised his eyebrows curiously. Don't understand? Not to mention, the girl just mentioned you a few words. The enchanting woman slanted Jian Wushuang at one glance and hummed softly. Miss Shuang, in our case, there are 6 veins in total. The elders of the 5 elders each have 1 vein, and the suzerain one. These 6 pulse disciples, on the face of each other, have nothing to do with, but in fact they are their own faction party feathers, secretly fighting continuously. You are brought back from the ancestor by Elder Moose Wind. In theory, you should belong to the Elder Moose Wind. It's just that Elder Moose's pulse is a bit special, because people are thin and hardly a faction, and several disciples under his hands are included in the other 5 pulses. Today's 5 pulse disciples are all gathered in the library at this moment to discuss the Zoman Dabi issue in the near future. If you go to the library at this moment, you will be caught by the 5 pulse disciples and force you to belong to which one. If you're an ordinary disciple, you just do and care about which vein you belong to, but now you are carrying the name of unparalleled qualifications. Disciples of 5 pulses will inevitably rob you no matter which pulse you belong to. It is bound to be suppressed by other disciples. So, this girl advises you to better avoid this trend now and go to the library in a few days. Said the seductive woman. Is the faction strife in Zoman? Yin Jian Wushuang heard the words and shook his head. A boring battle. Thank you very much. How do you call a girl? The stunned woman replied with a smile. Hee hee, you're welcome. You are later in the mist than me. Just call me Juicy sure. Okay, I know. Wu Jinshuang nodded his head after hearing the words, and then asked the specific address of the library to the 9 Musk, stepped on it, and suddenly shot away. Chapter 44-77. Within the refining deities, the area is extremely vast. The Dongzong Book Pavilion is quite far away from Shurian Mountain. After half a column of incense, Jian Wushuang saw the palace with an open mouth like an evil ghost. Gongdan, this palace looks spooky, with a black plaque hanging on it, with the 3 characters Hang Shikaku written on it. This is the Tibetan Book Pavilion? The style really fits the style of the Shenzong sect. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but be indifferent, immediately shook his head, and walked towards the library. I was quite quiet inside, and no one else existed. I thought that the five-pulse disciple had not arrived yet. There are countless huge bookshelves in the Dongzong bookshelf. There are densely packed books on the shelves, and there are tens of millions of less. With a movement in Wu Shuang's heart, the divine power spread out and shot towards these books. In the blink of an eye, the contents of thousands of books fell into Jian Wushuang's mind all at once. Jian Wushuang slowly closed her eyes and began to read the contents of these books carefully, looking for an explanation of virtual force. Time passes slowly. An hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. Found it. Wu Jian's eyes opened sharply, and there was a flash of magic in his eyes. Alas! Next moment, an ancient yellow book shot backwards from the bookshelf and flew into the hands of Jian Wushuang. Jizai, the content recorded in this book, is truly a search for the most essential and original force of virtual force. The seal has a mark on it, which can indicate who borrowed the book from the library, and Jian Wushuang Jianshu has already arrived. Naturally, there is no need to stay in the library, and turn to walk outside the library. Crackling. As soon as Wu reached the door, Jian Wushuang heard a rush of footsteps. Afterwards, the vision in front of him was covered by dark shadows, and a group of disciples of arrogant Shenzong with different appearances stopped in front of him. They are wearing uniform blood robes. The disciple in the front has a bare head, muscles knotted on his arms, and his upper body is twisted like veins of horror. On his left shoulder, 7 red stars are shining. The light. 7 stars. The counterpart is almost invincible, master. Give me some trouble. Wu Jianwu stepped together, holding books, and looked up at the disciples with a calm expression. This group of disciples, walking in the first place, is obviously the leader Xiong Shusher, looking down at Jian Wushuang, and then flashes a strange color in his eyes. For a moment, the corner of his mouth opened a radiant. Missed double? Wu Jinshuang nodded his head after hearing the words and said, "It's me. Is there anything wrong?" The tall and burly Xiong Shusher heard the words. The smile on his face grew stronger, and he stretched out his hand and said, "Mist Shuang, am Angry Bear, the chief disciple of the elder of Banshan Taishang. I think we can sit and talk." Wu Jianso looked at him lightly and said, "Not interested." As soon as this remark was made, the audience was silent. The smile on the face of the angry bear Su Shi was frozen, and the outstretched hand was stiff. "Wei, hey, Shuang, our boss invites you personally. Don't know me? Miss Shuang, how did you talk to our brother Fury?" "Miss Shuang, pay attention to your attitude to talking to brother Fury." The angry bear Su Shi had not spoken yet, and the disciples behind him could not help but scold. Jian Jianwushuang frowned when he heard the words, but did not speak. Click. The angry bear retracted his hands, squinted his eyes, and Pai Xiaoro did not smile. "Miss Shuang, it seems you are not going to give me this face?" Wu Jianchu's expression was always indifferent, and he looked at him and said, "He'll say it again at last. Please let go. You're blocking my way." I saw this fall, and the angry bear's eyes narrowed again, and finally the smile on his face completely converged. I was just about to continue talking. Crackling. Clapping sounded outside the library. "Ha ha ha, angry bear. I can't think of you as the chief disciple, who is about to break through the existence of a trace-level virtuoso, and even eaten in the hands of a new student." A chirping sound sounded, and then saw a young man with bone and wings and a thin body, leading a group of people and strode in. Jichen Bone is too old. The chief disciple of the elder's veins, black-winged Su Shi. Crackling. I wasn't finished. I saw that there were still 7 starval Su Shi, leading the disciples of Lian Shanzong, or expressionless, or slightly sarcastic, and entered with a hand from outside the library. Lan Yuedai, the elder's chief disciple, Xinyang. Jin Jinya, the elder's chief disciple, Zheng Heng. For a moment, all the disciples of the 4 elder brothers and elders arrived, except for the disciples who practiced the lineage of the sect master. Furious Bear, it looks like your face is not easy to use. People will not look at you at all. Zheng Jinya, the elder's chief disciple, Zheng Heng Shusher, smiled lightly. Immediately, a burst of laughter came. They are in the same vein, and they are constantly fighting in secret. Everyone wants to be a horn-earring person of the younger generation of Shenzong. At this moment, when I see angry bears eating, how can I let this scene of falling rocks down? Humph! The angry bear grunted coldly, his eyes staring at Wu Shuang. His expression suddenly became gloomy. In his eyes, the violent light flickered continuously. Miss Shuang, I finally ask you again, do you not have this face? Said the angry bear coldly. Today, either Sword Warrior surrenders to him, or he will take Sword Warrior. Otherwise, what is his face? Master Wu Shuang, don't hurry to promise, don't worry about him. Come to my Blackwing here. I guarantee you nothing. The black-winged Su Shi's eyes flickered, and he said, Master Wu Shuang, come to me, I will take good care of you. Shi Jingheng Su Shi also quickly said, for a moment, everyone gave you a mouthful, and the originally quiet library was suddenly noisy. Noise. Jian Wu Shuang saw this. His eyebrows gradually cooled down, looking at the angry bear blocking him in front of him like a mountain, and only spit out a word. Go. The exit of the word roll suddenly sounded like a thunderous thunder, and the audience was silent. You want to die? The angry bear burst into rage instantly. Endless powerlessness condensed in his hands. Seeing everyone else when I saw this scene, my eyes were instantly frozen. Then, at this moment, Jian Wushuang's right hand had suddenly stretched out at a faster speed, holding the angry bear's neck with one hand. Next moment, Wu Jian lifted the angry bear directly with no force on his hands. With no hands in the sword, he seemed not to be the bear who dominated the refining gods, but a chick who could pinch to death. The angry bear's complexion changed instantly. No matter how he surging vain power, he could not struggle at all. In his terrified gaze, Jian Wushuang's cold voice sounded in his ear. I don't want to participate in your boring game. Don't come to death. Chapter 4478. Ha 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 ha. In the library, heavy panting sounds continued to sound. The angry bear was lifted by Sword Wushuang 5 fingers. His neck was lifted, his face suddenly flushed. He kept snarling and roaring. His hands drew on Jian Shou's arms, and his legs continued to move in the air. However, no matter how hard he struggled, Jian Wushuang's 5 slender fingers were shaped like molten iron and could not move at all. Stop it now. Release Brother Fury Bear. The disciples following behind the angry bear suddenly changed his face when he saw this, and opened his mouth and scolded him. The sword has no expression on both sides, and it is ignored. For him now, the angry bear who can't wait for the mark, even if he doesn't use divine power, he can pinch himself by virtue of the physical power brought by the chaos. If Jian Wushuang wanted to kill him, it would be simpler than pinching an ant. Remember, don't mess with me. Jian Wushuang gave him a cold look and loosened his 5 fingers. Slap. Suddenly, the angry bear fell to the ground with one butt. He raised his head and looked up at Jian Wushuang, and his forehead kept seeping out rows of bean sweat beads. To outsiders, Jian Wushuang seemed to be preemptive and caught him by surprise. But only he knew in his heart what he had experienced that moment ago. Jian Wushuang's glance just now gave him a sense of great horror between life and death. This feeling, such mountain-like pressure, was only on his master, Elder Banshan. Experienced. Flip-flop. Jian Wushuang held the tailored Excalibur sword hilt in one hand and the other with books in his hand and walked out slowly. This guy. The angry bear turned his head to look at Jian Wushuang's back, and his heart was still full of astonishment. His back was already wet with sweat. Brother Fury, would you like to chase? Brother Fury Bear, this person has just entered the refining god sect, so I won't put brother in your eyes. What will happen later? Brother Fury Bear, in my opinion, we must go and teach Wushuang a lesson. He is too much for nothing. These disciples said indignantly. To shut up. The angry bear spoke coldly, interrupting the rushing words. A bunch of idiots, don't you see? Even am not his opponent, what do you teach others? The angry bear stood up from the ground, took a deep breath and said, This mist is not easy. From now on, You must not provoke him for half a minute. Otherwise, what happened? I can't save you anyway. Don't blame me for not remind you in advance." When these disciples heard the words, they couldn't help but stare at each other, opened their mouths and wanted to say something. But at last they didn't say anything, nodded obediently. "Let's go." The angry bear shook his head. After such an interruption just now, he had lost his face, so naturally there was no need to stay here more. Wow! A masked disciple followed behind the angry bear. Blackwing Su-Shi, Zhengheng Su-Shi, and other main disciples of the Four Veins could not help squinting. "Blackwings, it seems that Wu Shuang is not simple," Xinyang Su-Shi said. "Well, I'm afraid it's a hard stubble that hides strength." Alas, just one move made the angry bear so scared and respectful. "The strength of this misty pair is probably at least the same grade as us." Blackwing Su-Shi nodded and said, "Well, no matter what the cultivation of the misty pair is, we don't take the initiative to provoke him, but if he dares to do something secretly, I will make him regret coming to the refining Shunzong." Zhengheng Su-Shi snorted coldly. Da-da-da. Just then, there was a dull footstep outside the door of the library. "Here is the line of the suzerain." The three chief disciples of Xinyang, Blackwing, and Zhengheng looked at each other, and their faces were full of dignity. For them, Jin Wushuang is only a small disease. The real enemy is the vein of this master. Alas! Jin Wushuang stepped into the air and quickly flew back to Shurian Mountain. Below Shurian Mountain, the enchanting woman named Ju she was still there, and when she saw Jin Wushuang intact, she wondered, "Miss Chuang, how are you all right? Have you not met that five-pulse disciple?" Jin Wushuang smiled at the words and replied casually, "Meet them, but they didn't bother me." "Ah, Master Wushuang, you're in luck." Juicy nodded, and then deliberately raised his face and said, "But Master Wushuang, you must not care. These five-pulse disciples are not good masters. You are the only super qualified in our case now. Disciple, they will definitely come to you." "Well, I see. Thank you." Jin Wushuang persevered a few words casually and didn't talk too much. He stepped on the ground with his right foot and suddenly rose into the sky, straight into the corpse hole on the top of the mountain. With a wave of his right hand, the enchantment at the entrance of the corpse cave suddenly started again, and Jian Wushuang stepped into the stone bed and sat down with his knees crossed. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang's divine power poured into the books and began to carefully read the information recorded in the books. In this book, only the approximate formation of virtual forces is recorded. As for the detailed and careful formation of the structure, Jin Wushuang still needs to constantly try to combine. But Rao is so, for Jin Wushuang, it has been a great help. Before, he was like a headless fly, and even if he wanted to disrupt the structure of the divine power and reorder it, he couldn't help feeling it. But the appearance of this ancient book is tantamount to pointing him out. Let's start. Jin Wushuang took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and began to continue in his heart, repeatedly researching and deducing, disrupting the most primitive and original structure in the divine power, and turning it into virtual power. This is a huge project. 1 day has passed. 2 days have passed. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. In this half-month it was calm and calm. No one disturbed Jin Wushuang's practice, which also made Jin Wushuang completely immersed in the transformation of divine power and power. The dragon's incense candle on the candlestick keeps burning green smoke and never goes out. 1 day after half a month. Found it. Jin Wushuang opened his eyes fiercely. His eyes were covered with bloodshot. But he was not half tired, but exulted to the extreme. The time of 15 days is usually as short as a breath for a practitioner, and it is short enough to be ignored. But for Jin Wushuang, the harvest of these 15 days is huge. For 15 days, Jin Wushuang deduced every minute and every second in his mind, and the effort involved in it could hardly be calculated. Fortunately, he finally found the most critical transition point between divine power and virtual power. Chapter 44-79. For the current Sword Wushuang, nothing is more important than transforming divine power into virtual power. As long as the divine power is transformed into a virtual power, he can not only find a way to completely hang off the spell power left by Willow, but also he can break through the middle extreme. He has stayed for too long in the elementary supreme realm. As long as he has not yet traveled to the extraterrestrial battlefield, he already has a chance to break through the medium supreme, and when he travels to the virtual universe, he can finally break through the medium supreme. Medium extreme, for him, is just a kick. It was just a breakthrough, but because of such and other things, it was delayed again and again, until after entering this virtual universe, it completely broke the path of Jian Wushuang's breakthrough. In this refining deities, there are many inconveniences to break through after all, and the breath will inevitably leak out. Once the breath is leaked out, it can be said that the calamity is coming. And if he transforms divine power into virtual power, all this naturally no longer needs to worry. As long as he converts divine power into virtual power, he can not only break through the supreme supremacy without worry, but also completely solve the worries of his worries. Even if he fights with others, he will not be exposed to the risks. Start now. Jian Wu's eyes flickered, and he extended his right hand. Suddenly, innumerable divine powers poured out from him and turned into a divine orb. Change. Suddenly, the power at the very source of the divine power began to change quietly. Alas, divine power orbs constantly twist and change, making a clicking sound like glass breaking. The next moment, the entire magic ball exploded. Did it fail? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes, but was not discouraged. But after taking a deep breath, the ball of divine power condensed in his hands again. Alas, located in the deepest place of divine power, which cannot be seen with the naked eye, a trace of protons and electrons separated again, and then reorganized. Jian Wushuang held his breath and stared at the divine power ball held in his palm. Click, click. The divine power twisted and made a sound like glass breaking. This orb of divine power began to flicker and seemed to be changing in the other direction. This made the sword unparalleled, and there was a rush of joy on his face. However, he hadn't waited for a smile to come out of his mouth. A blast came, and the whole magic ball was broken again. Did it fail again? Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed. This time, instead of rushing to reunite the ball of divine power, he began to silently reflect on the changes. After a long while, Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and continued the experiment. Failure. Hey, failure. This cycle continues until 3 more days have passed. A ball of divine power gathered together like the sun suddenly jumped, making a dull wave sound. The next moment, the Jinli Shunli ball trembled violently. Its breath began to move towards an unknown territory. Jian Wushuang stared at this magic ball. He could feel that he was far from successful, but only one step away. The surrounding space was madly compressed, and a tiny crack cracked open in the void. Boom! Suddenly, a blast exploded. Endless smoke filled it. Jian Wushuang slammed his sleeves and spread the smoke away. The next moment, he saw the original golden divine ball, which had turned black. This is... Jian Wushuang's eyes soared by 3 inches in the eyes, and his unshakable face couldn't help but burst of excitement. He reached out and touched the magic ball. Virtual force. This is virtual force. Jian Wushuang laughed out loud. Succeeded. Finally succeeded. He spent countless mental deductions, calculated the structural arrangement of divine power and virtual power, and then continued experimenting. Finally, he started with the divine power from the source and changed its structural mode to make it into virtual power. Then the next step is to transform all my divine power into virtual power. Jian Wu's eyes twinkled, thinking quickly in his mind. As long as the first step is completed and a way to convert divine power into virtual power is found, then the divine power and virtual power will be transformed later, but it is just according to the original declaration and so on. Turn. Jian Wushuang whispered. In a moment, his whole body was as powerful as Wang Ruyang, and he changed as much as possible. Card. The structure changes instantly and reorganizes. Jian Wushuang's body was up and down. The breath began to change dramatically. After a while, it's done. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, Now he has transformed all the power of the body into virtual power. Even if at this moment he exerts his magical powers and fights with people, he can never see that there is a trace of half power in his body. Of course, this is not to say that Jian Wushuang has really become a dummy. His spirit, his source of life, still comes from the divine universe. The next step is to break through the middle extreme. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and never stopped doing anything. He planned to take this opportunity to break through the realm and rise to the highest level. Once he breaks through to the middle extreme, his strength will have a qualitative improvement. Missed double. Just when Jian Wushuang was about to make a breakthrough, a sudden voice sounded outside the door of the corpse hole. Huh? Elder Wind Moose? Jian Wushuang raised an eyebrow, and then waved to remove the enchantment at the door of the corpse hole. Standing up, Sword Wu Shou swept to the door of the corpse hole. Elder Wind. Jian Wushuang saluted him slightly. Okay. Elder Moose nodded his head as a response, and then asked, Miss Chuang, how can you adapt in the past few days? I heard that you and the chief disciple in the vein of Banshan, the angry bear conflict? Jian Wushuang heard the words and couldn't help but mute this Moose Wind Elder. Is the news so well informed? Nodded his head, Jian Wushuang opened his mouth and said, Elder Huifeng's Moose Winds are just some minor contradictions that are harmless, so don't worry. Well, that's fine. Elder Moose Wind nodded his head and smiled. Miss Chuang, with your talent, in the future, we must be the dragon-like figures of Shunzong in the sky. We do indeed have to worry about those ordinary disciples. But, when you break through the trace level, this seat will recommend it to the suzerain, so that you can become an elder in our suzerain. Thank you, Elder Moose. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. You don't need to be polite with this seat. Elder Moose shook his head and said with a smile, Miss Chuang, this seat should have come over to pick you up to see the suzerain, but something happened temporarily, which delayed time. Well, now you take a walk with this seat. Lord Suzerain is curious about you. Chapter 4480. Alas, Jian Wushuang followed behind Elder Feng of the Moose and quickly swept towards the highest peak of Lian Shunzong Mountain Gate. There, it is the place where the sovereign lord of refining God is located. According to Jian Wushuang's observations for more than 10 days, he can be considered to have clarified some of the strengths on the Ming side of Lianzong. Refining the emperor of the 8 sects of the sovereign, the 6-marked Su Shi, corresponding to the divine power universe, is the invincible supreme. Under the 8 sects of the Emperor Shunzong, there are 5 elders. The 5 elders have reached the level of 4 marks even if they have the lowest cultivation. Under these 5 elders, there are nearly 20 ordinary traces of false men. This is the strength of the refining Shunzong on the bright side. If you compare it with the divine power universe, it's almost the same as the life shrine. But when you really count it, it's better than the life shrine. Because everyone who refined Shunzong, each person has a corpse that has the same strength as his own. So if converted, it is equivalent to double the number of false relics. In addition, Jian Wushuang's heart determined that there was definitely a more incredible power in this huge refining Shenzong. Jian Wushuang thought silently and constantly compared the refining Shenzong with his own divine universe. Once the 2 universes are fully engaged in war, then the refining Shunzong will be afraid of a difficult bone. Led by Elder Moose Wind, the speed of both of them was fast. It didn't take long for them to swoop to the highest peak of Lian Shunzong. A palace formed by countless skeletons of Bai Sansan appeared in the eyes of Elder Jian Wushuang and Elquind. Countless faint yellow ghost fires float in the void, shining like fireflies. Miss Chuang, Lord Sovereign is in it. Go in with this seat. Elder Moose looked back and smiled at Jian Wushuang. It is good. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. From the moment he stepped on the gate of the palace, he could vaguely feel that in the darkness, a pair of eyes were watching him hidden in the darkness. If you guessed right, these eyes want to be the lord of the refining deities. If the divine power has not been converted into virtual power, perhaps Jian Wushuang will still be quite worried. But he has now figured out the nature of divine power and virtual power, and the conversion is successful. He is confident that even if he has a pair of fire eyes and golden eyes, it will definitely can't see through his identity. Crunch. The two black iron gates of the sovereign's hall automatically opened inward, and Elder Moose Wind and Jian Wushuang strode in. The first purpose was the elders and elders standing on both sides of the hall, including the elder sickle. He saw Jian Wushuang walk into the hall, and suddenly there was a shadowy smile that was difficult to understand. At the top of the main hall, a majestic middle-aged man wearing a very long black robe with the corners of his clothes scattered on the ground, with raised eyes, sat on the main seat. You don't need to guess. This person is bound to be the master of this sacred Dalian sect, the Eight Desolates. Sovereign, the mists are here. Elder Moose Wind arched his hand at him, and then stepped into the sides and returned to the position. Disciple Wushuang, Sea Lord Suzerain. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and immediately lowered his head and said in a loud voice, "Look up and look at me." A low, majestic voice came from the mouth of the master of the refining god. "Yes." Jian Wushuang looked up. I saw the Lian Shan sovereign stare at him with staring eyes, no expression on one face, no emotions. A mountain-like pressure suddenly radiated from him, like a mountain, pressing on Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang couldn't help sinking. "Miss Shuang, my lord heard that when you came to participate in the selection of our mentor disciples, did you go with the 3 men halfway, right?" The lord of the refining god spoke indifferently. "Yes." Jian Wushuang nodded his head. He knew that the lord of the refining god was pinching him. In other words, the sovereign lord did not fully believe in his identity. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but twist his eyes slightly, glanced at him, and saw the elder Shen Xian, looking at him with a smile. The eyes of the two people couldn't help but be together. In an instant, Jian Wushuang understood it. I was afraid that it was the elder Shenxing who said something behind his back. Then do you know the identity of these 3? The lord of the refining god asked again. The momentum pressed on Jian Wushuang's body suddenly became heavier. Unknown. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and decided to return. "Oh, really? Or pretending not to know?" The mouth of the refining ancestor slightly lifted up and asked blandly, "Master Sovereign, what do you have to say?" Jian Wushuang raised his head seriously and said to the lord of the refining god. In the face of the rather powerful and overbearing eyes of the sovereign lord, Jian Wushuang's eyes were clear and not half-hearted. The lord of the refining god heard that his pupils shrank. "You little guy is quite courageous." The refining god sovereign shook his head and continued to speak. "Miss Shuang," that sovereign said straight away. "Now the sovereign suspects that you are one with the 3 spies who want to enter the refining god sect. You can let this seat. Use soul search." Speaking of this sentence, in the eyes of the Lian Shan sovereign, God's Mang suddenly surged 3 inches, staring at the sword unparalleled. The elder sickle had a playful expression on his face. Jian Wushuang heard the words, could not help sinking in his heart. The soul-searching technique also exists in the divine power universe, which is to directly enter the soul of the divine body through the large magic power, peek into the cause and effect, and clearly see the past and future. "What dare you?" Jian Wushuang quickly thought in his heart, but his mouth answered with a laugh. He knew that he must not be half cowardly. Once hesitant, he will only exacerbate the suspiciousness of the god sovereign and increase the risk of exposure. He can only bet. He bets on the god sovereign. He will never perform soul-searching on him. This technique is to forcibly glimpse the heavenly avenue, and it is extremely harmful to the person being treated. It can be said that it destroys the foundation of the road, and it is not unreasonable to break the future. And now, he is the rare superior qualification of the refining gods, and the master of the refining gods will never reverse the cause and effect and forcibly destroy this good seed because of an unspecified guess. Sure enough, as soon as this remark came to an end, before the refining monk spoke, he saw the elder Feng Emo stepped out, his face anxiously. "Master Sovereign, this is absolutely necessary. Miss Shuang is our rare superb qualification for refining the Emperor Shenzong and refining the first corpse in our case. The future is limitless. If the soul-searching technique is forcibly used, it is equivalent to breaking his promotion path." The Sovereign Lord suddenly snorted and said, "Elder Moose Wind, the higher the talent, the greater the harm." The three people who appeared outside the Shanmin selection on that day. Should you be clearer than the sovereign? Wu Shuang's misconceptions are from the same place as those three people. Then the millions of years of our universe have been leaked and damaged. Can you afford this responsibility? After finishing speaking, the Lord of the Lian Shun looked coldly at Xiang Jianhua and said, Miss Shuang, this matter is of great importance. There is no 1/10,000th risk, and it is blameless for the masters of this suzerain. The words fell, countless vain forces, and rallied in the hands of the master of the refining gods. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's heart sank to the extreme. Chapter 4481. Escape? At this moment, thousands of thoughts flashed wildly in Jian Wushuang's mind. It is absolutely impossible for him to perform the soul-searching technique. Once he is allowed to perform, the things from the divine universe will be fully exposed. Although he is now transforming divine power into virtual power, the soul-searching technique goes straight into time and traces the deepest memories. This point is how Jian Wushuang can change, and it is absolutely impossible to change. Instead of exposing and being killed after performing soul search, it's better to retreat now. For a moment, Jian Wushuang's face remained calm, but his heart began to think back. If the two original supernatural powers of the primitive universe and life shock are directly applied, coupled with the mysterious skills such as dragon blood mysticism, when the explosion erupts in an instant, they will be caught off guard. Go out. And he also has a card called Divine Power Breakdown, which can confuse magic. However, in this way, it is equivalent to all the previous actions of Jian Wushuang, all of which failed, and the supreme corpse of Tai Luo will not be taken away. Misty double, come on. Just when the Sovereign Lord is about to prepare for the soul search, Elder Banshan, one of the 5 elders, flashed his eyes slightly and suddenly said, Sect Master, Moose Wind is right. This mist is a good seed for our refining Shunzong. With his talent, it will be inevitable in the future. Will be on an equal footing with me, if after the soul searching, he is indeed the same person who is out of the same place with the three. If not, it is equivalent to us personally stifling the power of the future of our refining Shunzong. In this matter, I also ask Lord Suzerain to think twice. Jian Wushuang, who had already exploded far away, could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly and look towards the Elder Banshan. I saw the Elder Banshan nodded slightly towards him, and there was a flash of anomalous in the eyes that only the two sides of the sword could see. Okay. Jian Wushuang saw this and could not help but tremble in his heart. Yeah, Lord Sovereign, can you test whether Wushuang and the three are from the same place? And there are more discernible ways. Why use the soul-searching technique? Elder Moose said quickly. The Lord of the Refining Gods heard that he could not help but flash a slight hesitation. It seemed to be thinking, after a while. The Lord of the Refining God nodded and said, Well, just as the elders said, Miss Chuang, let's do this. You will release the weak force and let this suzerain watch. As soon as this remark was made, there was no expression on the other people's faces, but the elder's sickle burst into a smirk. He had inquired that Jian Wushuang had not really used virtual force since entering the Refined God sect. Included in the library, conflicts with disciples of the Four Pulses, and confrontation with the Angry Bear, the use of physical power. It can be deduced from this that this fog double definitely has some reasons why it is impossible or dare not use virtual force. However, after just a breath, the smile on Elder Shun Sickle's face instantly freezes on his face. How can this be? I saw in the hall, Sword Wushuang spread out 5 fingers in his palm. A group of black, condensed by force, is constantly breeding distortion. The virtual force in it is pure to the extreme. Jian Wushuang's expression was indifferent, and he looked at the refining God Sovereign and said, Master Zong, do you think that's enough? In an instant, the expression of the Emperor of the refining gods sinked down, and the Elder Wind of Elder Wind flashed an unexpected color of satisfaction. Before that, he helped the sword unparalleled sword to the Elder Banshan, and his eyes were a strange color. Seems to be quite surprised Jian Wushuang released a weak force. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There must be something weird in the middle. Just then, Elder Shinxian screamed. He stared hard at Jian Wushuang, his face full of gloom. Jian Wushuang looked at him with a bland expression and said, Elder Shinsickle, the disciples have offended you somehow. Since I was still participating in the introductory selection, you have been targeting me. The disciples remember that it seems that neither I nor you too many intersections. This soul-searching technique. I'm afraid you also suggested it to the Lord Sovereign? Elder Godsickle, my disciples are curious now. Is it why the disciples offended you? Or did I accidentally offend you? Interests that make you so hate me? As soon as this remark came to an end, the other elders seemed to be hindered by what they thought, and narrowed their eyes to look at Elder Godsickle's eyes, which became complicated. They could not help but think that the biological son of Elder Shenxian is now the chief disciple of the suzerain, and is now recognized as the first day of refining Shenzong. Before Jian Wushuang future refining Shenzong, the Elder Shenxian had proposed to the suzerain in the hall 3 or 5 times to have his son be appointed as the next suzerain of refining the suzerain. All of a sudden, thoughts flowed from the minds of many elders in the hall. And once this idea begins to take root in my mind, it will gradually sprout, grow stronger, and then go on. Miss Chuang, you talk nonsense. The Elder Sickle's face suddenly changed. He wanted to say more. Enough. Lien Shanzong Su looked at him coldly, and then looked at Jian Wushuang again, expressionless. Miss Chuang, you are a descendant of Zongmen. You must not frame the elders without any evidence. After a pause, the Lord of the Refining God continued, Wu Shuang, that's all for this time. But after Zongmen big match, there is a task that you need to perform. You must not refuse. Do you understand? Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. Well, let's just go away. The sovereign lord regained his seat and closed his eyes. The 5 elders of the hall and the elders looked at each other and then resigned. Miss Chuang, let's go. Elder Moose patted Jian Wushuang's shoulder and smiled. It is good. Jian Wushuang left with the Elder Wind Elder. Suddenly, the hall was quiet, and only Elder Shinsickle left. He stared at Jian Wushuang's departed back, with extreme resentment in his eyes. Miss Chuang, you wait. Don't be too proud of yourself. This one will grab your feet sooner or later. The Elder Sickle rattled his teeth refining Shanzong. Jian Wushuang and the Moose Wind Elders fly in the air. God Sickle, it's getting too much. He thought that because he was a suzerain, even his disciples dare to bully? Elder Feng's face was particularly unsightly. The sword's eyes twinkled, and the Elder Shengxian's attack on him and the temptation of the Master of the Refining were all within his expectation, and it was no accident. It was the Elder Ban's Han's sudden words that surprised Jian Wushuang. In the midst, Jian Wushuang has a kind of intuition. This is too much for elders. I'm afraid it's not easy. Chapter 4482. This sickle is becoming more and more wanton. It seems that this is the time for this seat to find a chance to beat him. Elder Moose said. Jian Wushuang was thinking about the Elder Banshan too, and couldn't help but ask, Elder Mokfeng, what is the origin of this Elder Banshan? Is Banshan? After listening to the words, Elder Moose Feng thought for a moment, and then said, I don't know much about Elder Banshan. Although we are the elders of the 5 elder monks, Banshan has always been lonely, and we are extremely lonely. Deal less. Speaking of which, Elder Banshan has a longer history of refining Shanzong than me. It is said that before tens of thousands of chaos ages, the previous monarch returned from a remote forbidden area of the universe, and then Elder Banshan stayed in this refining Shenzong. There are tens of thousands of chaos periods, and no step has been taken. Speaking of Elder Banshan, the number of shots is also very small, but each shot is a thunderstrike. I am afraid that it is not in this seat. Is that so? There was a flash of thought in Jian Wu's eyes, and for some reason there was a speculation in his heart. However, if this guess is correct, it will take time to verify. The two flew in the air while chatting, and soon reached the top of Shurian Mountain, outside the corpse cave of Jian Wushuang. Wushuang, Zong Nei will soon have a Zongmen disciple comparison. Would you like to participate? If you do, I will leave a place for you. Elder Wind asked. Jian Wushuang thought for a while, shook his head and replied, No, The disciples have recently realized something, but I am afraid that the breakthrough will soon occur. The suzerain master will have a task to be given to the disciples later. The disciples want to take advantage of this time to first prepare to ascend. A breakthrough? Elder Moosewind immediately heard the words and raised his palms and laughed. Okay, that's why it's important for you to break through the realm. As for this disciple, it's nothing more than a chance to show your strengths. Why do disciples have to compare themselves to prove themselves? After speaking, Elder Feng was afraid of disturbing Jian Wushuang's practice, and after a few more words, he left with a smile. Jian Wushuang sighed a little as he looked at the back of Elder Moose. In this refining deities, his impression of this Elder Wind Elder is quite good, but the two are inherently hostile camps. I am afraid that they will inevitably face each other on the battlefield outside the territory. Shaking his head, Jian Wushuang no longer thought deeply, striding into the corpse hole. In the main hall today, it was really thrilling, and there was a little difference, and I was afraid that it would cause death. If it wasn't for the Elder Banshan suddenly speaking at the last minute, I'm afraid that at this moment, he is either already killed in the hand of the refining Shunzong, or he is currently on the way to be pursued. Banshan. 10,000 epics of chaos, returned by a former master from a remote forbidden zone. Rarely shot. Withdrawn by nature. Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged on the stone bed. His eyes twinkled, and he kept pondering the description of Elder Mo Feng's Elder Banshan. After a moment, Jian Wushuang shook his head. Even if his guess was true, he must not easily and recklessly recognize him before the Elder Banshan gave him a clear signal. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang slowly closed his eyes, no longer thinking, and began to break through the middle extreme. In that moment, Jian Wushuang's whole body power was fully mobilized, like boiling water, and started to run frantically. In his body, there was a roar of bones like fried beans. Suck! Jian Wushuang opened his mouth and sucked, and suddenly the body seemed to turn into a huge vortex, swallowing a large amount of imaginary force, and then transformed, like a rolling wave, toward the barrier between the first and the middle supreme. A roaring explosion, like a thunderbolt on a sunny day, exploded in the corpse hole. In an instant, the entire Shurian mountain was aflash. This is still the situation where Jian Wushuang has set hundreds of suppressions. Otherwise, just fearing the impact just now, a huge shock wave will be formed, which will blow up the entire Shurian mountain. What happened? Who is breaking through? Suddenly, in Xianxin's densely packed corpses, countless disciples who were condensing the corpses or devoted to spiritual practice all changed their faces and looted out of the corpses. The top of the mountain. It's a corpse hole on the top of the mountain. Someone is breaking through. I remember the 7 corpses on the top of the mountain, where several chief disciples lived. I haven't heard of any major disciples who want to break through recently. No, not the chief disciple, but Wu Shuang. Mist Shuang? Is that the one who has been rumored in Zhong Inai recently and has superior qualifications? Nice. Some time ago, Wu Shuang was brought back to Zhong by Elder Moose Wind and given him one of the 7 corpses on the top of the mountain. In the corpse hole of Jian Wushuang, there was another explosion. Suddenly, Xianxin shook even more intensely. I remember Wu Shuang seems to have only Samsung or 4-star strength, right? Why is his breakthrough so terrifying? Is this the superior qualification? Even the breakthrough is different from us. Want to be exceptional? Looking at it like this, I'm afraid it's not a breakthrough in a small realm. Well, I am afraid that when the fog double breaks through, the 5 chief disciples will not be able to sit still. I heard that some time ago, Jian Wushuang had a brief encounter with Angry Bears in Zangshuj. In one move, he defeated Angry Bears. In my opinion, there should be a good person who spreads the word through deliberate exaggeration. But it is also obvious from this that I am afraid that the strength of Wu Shuang is not weaker than those chief disciples. Well, Zoman disciples are much better this time, and I don't know if Wu Shuang will participate and what position will be impacted. A whispering voice came from the foot of Shurian Mountain, and many disciples of refining Shunzong looked at the location of the peaked sword Wu Shuang in surprise. and immediately opened a discussion. The voluptuous woman, named Nine Musk, is extremely graceful and uneven, and here too, she widens her beautiful eyes looking at the position of Jian Wushuang. How long has this guy come to refining Shenzong, and will he break through? Rumble. At the top of the Lian Shenzong mountain, there was a rush of wind, and the wind was screaming wildly. Thunder continued to flash, reflecting the ghostly Lian Shenzong, bright as day. Swordless sat on the stone bed cross-legged. A powerful breath was released, and in his deity, an immense amount of divine power impacted the first barrier level and the last barrier level. If in the past, Jian Wushuang broke through, and he was also worried that the breath would leak out and be exposed by the power of the refining Shenzong. But now that he has turned all the divine power into virtual power, even if the refining suzerain came in person, he couldn't see the right or wrong. Like Wan Dao Jianzun, please collect. Wan Dao Jianzun green beans update the fastest. Chapter 4483. Boom Boom. Like the waves, the divine power in Giant Shuang's body, like the turbulent rivers and rivers, rushed towards the barrier level that crossed the elementary and middle extremes. Wave after wave. Broken. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's eyes opened, and there was a dazzling shunmong in his eyes. A mighty spirit, rising from Jian Wushuang's body. An extremely terrifying and sharp atmosphere, centered on Jian Wushuang, has skyrocketed. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's strength once again produced a leap. In just one breath, this breath was immediately withdrawn by Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath. One stood up from the stone bed and smirked at the corner of his mouth. Medium Supreme, it's done. He can clearly feel that whether it is the strength of his divine power or the strength of his physical body, he is a lot stronger than before. If this is the improvement of the basic attributes, in addition to this, Jian Wushuang can more clearly feel that his fit with the Tiandi Avenue and his understanding of various supernatural powers have become clearer. It was as if a leaf with a barrier was removed, and the sword's unparalleled mind became rare and clear. Even between the feints, Jian Wushuang's heart also gave birth to a thought of creating a supernatural power. I'm stronger. There was a flash of enlightenment in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Now he is confident that if he meets Bingyu Supreme again, he will definitely be much easier to win, and he will not be forced to the point where he can't get caught. It can be said that as long as the invincible Supreme cannot be reached, his sword is unparalleled in the Supreme Divine Realm. In other words, even in this great refining God sect, as long as the Lord of the refining God sect does not come out, even if the 5 elders, the sword Wushuang only needs one sword in his hand, he is not afraid. It's time to improve our strength on the next level. The lights of Jian Wu's eyes flickered for a while, and then he was exposed to Samsung's virtual power, which doubled in an instant and skyrocketed to 6 stars. 6 stars, that is, invincible dominates the realm. Now, I just need to continually consolidate the corpse of Taro Supreme. If I can refine the corpse of Taro Supreme to the state of Supreme, I will join forces with the corpse of Taro Supreme. By then, the universe will be big, and I will where can I get it? Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and began to think about the plan behind. Now that he has just broken through the middle Supreme, if there is no opportunity to make a difference, if he wants to increase his strength to reach the high Supreme, there is no hardship for hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years. Therefore, the fastest way to improve his strength before him is to refine Taro Supreme Corpse. After all, these two universes now seem calm, but the dark tide is already surging and storms are coming. No one knows when the big war between the two universes will erupt. Once the war breaks out, it can be said that the Supreme is like an ant, and it will fall at any time. There is no minimum high combat power, and even the qualification for admission is not. Therefore, Jian Wushuang must take advantage of the buffer period before the outbreak of the war to reach his peak strength. Only in this way can he have a hint of self-protection in this battle of mass calamity. Refine. Jian Wushuang didn't stop. After turning his thoughts, he took a deep breath, continued to sit down with his knees crossed, and began to refine Taro's Supreme Corpse. A force of virtual force emerged from the hands of the sword, and then, like a thin needle, pierced into the body of Tai Luo Supreme, like Xiao Huheng's tone, refining Tai Luo Supreme. At the foot of Shurian Mountain, many disciples were shocked, then walked out of the corpse cave, watching Shurian Mountain's summit gradually returning to peace, staring at each other. Breakthrough? It seems that the fog double breaks through smoothly. I don't know what the state of Wushuang is now. Once he improves and breaks through, it is presumed that the night of his corpse will skyrocket. Ha ha ha, I'm already looking forward to it. Wushuang is on the Zoman disciples, and he looks like he became famous in World War I. Many disciples looked at the excitement and didn't think it was a big deal, smiling and discussing. In the other corpses at one of the 7 corpses on the top of Shurian Mountain, the chief disciple Heisheng Shusher, Zhengheng Shusher, Xinyang Shusher, and so on, became gloomy. They knew that this time the selection of beginner disciples, I was afraid they would be sprouting. At the same time, in the sovereign's dormitory far from Shurian Mountain, the main disciple of the Lord's Pulse, Yin Dan, the elder of Shanxian, was already meditating with his knees, and his eyelids jumped. The volatility caused by this breakthrough just now. In my father's mouth is the super-qualified man Wu Shuang who made me try to kill everything? Interesting. It seems that the Zoman disciples have a big rival this time, and finally have an interesting opponent. Yin Dan, sitting cross-legged in the dark, the corner of his mouth slowly pulled a smirk arc. Missed double? Super qualified? Ha 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 ha. Somebody finally can make me a desire to fight. Boom. An 8-star breath spread from Yin Dan. Immediately, this breath is getting stronger and stronger, and it is violently impacting towards the mark-level virtual soldier. For a while, because of Jin Wushuang's breakthrough, the situation that was originally dominated by disciples of Wumai became faint. Among the disciples of Lian Shunzong, there was a discussion about the word shuang shuang, which started to sound one after another. Time passed slowly. In a blink of an eye, 10 years passed. In the past 10 years, the sacred refining Shunzong has become even more lonely, and it is rare to see that there are disciples of the refining Shenzong walking outside. Everyone took a sigh of relief, retreating in their corpse hole, hoping that they could go one step further, or study the killer at the bottom of the box. What I did was I longed to be able to show my strength in the sky when compared with the upcoming Zoman disciples. This is related to their practice resources, status promotion, and so on, which are extremely important. Finally, one day after 10 years, with the order of the Lord of the Refining God, Zongman Dabi opened the curtain. For a while, the entire Lian Shunzong was boiling, and countless disciples who could not retreat for a long time came out of the dark corpse hole. Some of them are eager to try, and some wins are in their hands. Obviously, they have gained something in the retreat during this time, and many have a sad face and anxiety in their hearts. At the same time, on the same day that the news of Zoman disciples Dabi came out, a similarly eye-catching news came out. In this decade, he was hailed as about to break the 5-pulse disciple's dominance, and was killed halfway through. The most promising dark horse, Wu Shuang, refused to participate in the Zoman disciple contest. In a short time, countless expectation of Jian Wushuang disciples of Jianzong who can show their strength, dazzled, their eyes startled. Wu Shuang even turned down the Zoman disciples. Chapter 4484. In the refining deities, as the priest-disciple Dabi approached, it became more and more lively. The 5 chief disciples, including some long-term retreats and lonely mysterious disciples, have all borne out of the corpse hole. Suddenly, the entire refining Shunzong was in full swing and the stars were shining. Theoretically, the focus of discussions at this time is usually those who have participated in the Zoman disciples and have the most popular candidates to win the championship. But this time, it was a little strange. Wu Shuang, why don't you want to participate in the Zoman disciples? Numerous disciples in the refining God sect were puzzled. At the same time, compared with the doubts of these ordinary disciples, the chief disciple of Wumai was quietly relieved. Only one person is the exception. In the refining deities, a side hall of the Lord's dormitory, the main disciple of the suzerain, Yin Dan, studied here. There were no candles in the room, and it was dim. Don't participate in haze? Yin Dan opened his eyes violently, and in his eyes, a hint of black mist poured out. In front of him, Elder Shinsickle sat cross-legged, his expression cold. Father, the boy Wushuang didn't even participate in the big game. What should we do next? Yin Dan frowned. The elder sickened with a somber face and said, I didn't expect it for my father. The mister was such a chicken thief and directly rejected the Zoman big comparison. In this way, we were not very good at shooting him. Now, Yin Dan nodded when he heard the words and couldn't help but ask with some doubts, Father, the baby is also very confused. Why does the father hate this mist double so deeply that he must kill him and then fast? Stupid. Do this for your father? Haven't you paved the way? When the elder Shenxian heard the words, he could not help but open his eyes and gave Yandan a glance. He sneered, This Wushuang is a rare superb qualification of all ages. Superb qualification, what is that concept? It can be said that Wushuang already has tickets for the 6-marker class. That's it. In the main hall that day, the Lord Sovereign wanted to perform soul-searching, but was discouraged by the two old guys, Ban Shan and Moose Wind, only to wait until the back of Wu Shuang if he wanted to compete for the supremacy. The two old guys and Ma Feng will help him. After a moment's pause, the elder Shin Sickness glanced at Yindan and continued, If I don't try to kill him as a father now, do you think you have been able to fight for the title of supremacy? Baby, you remember, do everything for your father, but you want to clear the obstacles for you and let you gradually become better. Elder Shinsickle finally took a deep breath and said, Yindan couldn't help but smiled and replied casually, I thought my father you really suspect that Wu Shuang is from a different universe. This is one of the reasons. The elder Sickle nodded his head. Theoretically speaking, Jin Wushuang used virtual power and passed the test of the test bedrock. He should no longer doubt Jin Wushuang. But somehow, in the vagueness, he always felt that there was something wrong with Jin Wushuang. This is his intuition. After thinking for a while, Elder Shinxian shook his head and said, Well, don't say this. Although Wu Shuang did not participate in the Zoman disciples this time, it does not mean that we have no way to take him. Huh? Father, what's the point? Could we still have a chance to kill him? Yin Dawn's eyes brightened, and he asked curiously. When I saw the elder Sickle smile at him mysteriously, Fusu said, That day, the Lord Sovereign was in the hall, and said that when the Zoman disciples ended, he would send Wu Shuang out to perform the task. The adult is definitely going to let Jian Wushuang go to explore the land of the gods. At that time, I will add a task quota to the suzerain, and this quota will naturally be you. Hehe, when the refining Shunzong comes out, who can protect the boy in Wushuang? At that time, his life and death will not be controlled by you. Speaking of which, the elder Sickle's eyes shone coldly. Ha ha ha, Master Father has done a great job. Yin Dan heard a loud laugh and immediately chuckled. At that time, the mists will die one by one. When the current sovereign lord abdicates, is this refining Shunzong the world of our father and son? The sister-in-law can teach. Elder Shinxian nodded with satisfaction and said, Baby, Lord Suzerain is pretty good to you. When you really become suzerain, don't let your villain get your way. Just as much respect for the current suzerain. Understand? Baby knows well. The two looked at each other and had begun imagining in their minds, waiting for the scene of the suzerain. After 3 days, after the speech of the refining suzerain, and then under the auspices of the elders of the 5 elder monks, Zoman disciples, Dabi, officially opened the curtain. The competition officially started, and the eyes of all the disciples of refining gods were all put on the competition. Naturally, no one paid attention to Jian Wushuang. The whole refining Shunzong, a warm color. Countless disciples burst into the air and made their mark in the game. The 5 leading disciples who won the championship are each like a dragon in the sky. As soon as Feng played, he immediately attracted all the attention, attracted everyone's attention and showed his magical powers. Xianxian became lonely. On this day, an enchanting Qianing swept up from the foot of the mountain and flew straight to the top of the mountain. This guy, why are you still retreating? Jimu muttered, shook her head and said, After that day, Jian Wushuang met the suzerain and returned to Shurian Mountain. He has been in retreat as if out of step with the lively world outside. Ugh. With a sigh, Jusu originally raised her arm, put down her hand that wanted to knock on the door, and turned away. And at this moment, in the corpse hole of Jian Wushuang, refined, the sword sat cross-legged, with a dignified expression, and sweat dripped from his forehead. In front of him, Tai Luo's supreme corpse was quietly suspended, and an invisible flame composed of divine power spread and burned in him. A sense of effort flowing from the corpse of the Supreme Lord of Gods continued to become strong in Jian Wushuang's body. In the midst, Jian Wushuang felt that he had become Tai Luo Supreme, able to control everything of Tai Luo Supreme. Boom boom. Under the burning of this divine fire, the breath on Taro's supreme corpse became stronger and stronger. The most critical time is here. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and his face sank. The flame on the corpse of Taro Supreme suddenly became more and more turbulent. Tai Luo Supreme God's corpse will return to Supreme Realm immediately. Once Taylor Supreme's corpse is restored to the Supreme Realm, Jian Wushuang's strength will be epically strengthened again. Jian Wushuang is confident. As long as he controls the Taro Supreme corpse that restores the Supreme Divine Realm, plus the self-cultivation now, it is absolutely enough to sweep all enemies under the Supreme. The existence of such old monsters as the Ancestors and the Supreme Monsters, Jian Wushuang also dared to pinch his wrists. Chapter 4485. Alas! Inside the corpse cave, the sound of invisible divine fire burning the void constantly sounded. Jian Wushuang's expression was calm, carefully controlling the fire of God, 1 inch by 1 refinement of Taro's supreme corpse. Under this refining, Jian Wushuang only felt that he was becoming more and more proficient in controlling the body of Tai Luo Supreme, as if his body was transformed into his second incarnation. Broken. The next moment, Jian Wushuang opened his mouth and drank. The voice fell, and the eyes of Taro's supreme God, who had closed his eyes and hovered quietly in front of him, opened his eyes suddenly. She, sharp to the extreme Shen Meng, burst out from the eyes of Tai Luo Supreme. Howl! A terrifying roar sounded from the mouth of Tai Luo Supreme, forming a rolling sound wave, sweeping in all directions. The next moment, Tai Luo stood up suddenly, opened his mouth and directly sucked the mysterious flames of divine power, like the killer whale swallowing water, and sucked the endless flames into his belly. In that room, Taylor Supreme exudes intense golden light. His body kept ringing like a sledgehammer drumming. Click. The next moment, Taro Supreme's unpretentious atmosphere began to skyrocket. The key time is here. Jian Wushuang stared at the dead body of Tai Luo Supreme. Whether Tai Luo Supreme can recover to Supreme Xiuwei depends on now. Black Wings win. Zhengheng win. Furious Bear win. Yandan win. As the game goes further and further, it becomes more intense. Everyone's thoughts were all attracted to this contest. No one pays attention to Jian Wushuang anymore. The word missed double seems to be abandoned in a corner. The most commendable match is the 5 chief disciples headed by Yandan. The strength of these 5 people is obviously a lot stronger than that of the same level of disciples. When they are fighting, they are crushed by force. Don't mess with water. Besides that, a rookie named Fu Chun was born out of nowhere and rose strongly. This person is also one of the superb qualifications that have arrived during this introductory selection. He should have attracted much attention before, but he was under the limelight by Jian Wushuang's unqualified qualifications some time ago, leading to some disclaimer. However, in this contest, he thoroughly demonstrated his strength, soaring into the sky, losing his opponent in a row. In the later stage of Zoman University, he defeated the 2 chief disciples of Black Wing and Xinyang and met Yandan in the finals. Everyone is saying that Fu Chen Shusher is the strongest disciple solicited by Lian Shunzong this time, and this is a real dark horse. After watching the battle of Fu Chun, the master of the refining gods even spoke in person and praised him. This makes the rookie, who was already in the limelight, completely clean. After 3 days, the decisive battle begins. Sun Fuchen and Yin Dan fought over 9 days. John Doe, this battle has caught everyone's attention. Countless people are waiting for it. Want to see who will win the championship in the end. This battle lasted a whole day. The aftermath of the encounter between the two was actually a vision of heaven and earth. The billowing black smoke, like a tide, rolled up and covered the clouds. The rookie, called Fu Chun, is indeed strong. When he got to the back, he forced Yin Dan to play the strongest hole card. Yin Dan broke through. On his left shoulder, the 8 stars representing invincible dominance disappeared, and a long mark twisted and spawned. Yin Dan, promoted to the rank of virtual honor. Sun Fuchen was filmed for 9 days by his palm. Yin Dan stood alone for 9 days. Wanzhong Xiaoguang served as his background. The sun and the moon formed around the whole body, like the Lingshan. Take Tiandi Avenue and crown him. He stepped down from the 9-day cloud step by step, like a new king ascended the throne, unparalleled in the world. This sector comparison, Yinden won the championship and closed the curtain. After Baba Tai was over, the emperor of the religious sect, Baji Suzun, ordered and celebrated all the disciples, so that all the disciples would go outside the sovereign hall to start the banquet, including disciples who did not participate in the Zomen Debi Oishi Rock Mountain, inside the corpse where Jin Wushuang is located. It's done. Wu Jianqi's face was slightly pale, and his eyes were weak. When the mortal body of Taro Supreme resumed his first supreme practice, the moment of breakthrough directly drained all his divine power. When he saw the quietly standing in front of him, the exalted Taro Supreme with sword-like breath, the sword's mouth could not help but reveal a smile. The corpse of Tai Tai Supreme has finally recovered to the supreme practice. The sword Wushuang has soared a great deal of strength, and suddenly it is even more powerful, and the strength once again has a leap. Don't look at Tai Luo Supreme, just restored to the elementary supreme practice, less than 1/10 of his heyday, but Rao has been able to crush a large group of people in the supreme realm. Su took a deep breath, and the smile on Jin Wushuang's mouth gradually closed, and he began to recover his spirit. At this moment, a clear and majestic voice blasted loudly in the sky of Lian Shenzong, and directly passed into the ears of all Lian Shenzong. The end of the Zomen big match. All the disciples of the refining God sect will go to the sovereign hall to host a banquet at tomorrow morning. Wu Jinshuang heard the words and closed his eyes for a moment, and then he remembered that there is still a case of Zomen disciples. I was not able to participate, and Jin Wushuang did not have any regrets. For him now, the so-called Zomen disciples are much better than others, but Jin Wushuang has no interest in even raising a trace of interest. Close your eyes, sword warriors begin to recover again on the second day. The hour is full. Wu Jinwu opened his eyes and stood up, left the corpse hole, and swept towards the sovereign hall. Wu Tailuo's supreme corpse put on a black robe, closed his eyes tightly, like the same shadow, followed behind Jin Wushuang. From the sky, countless disciples transformed into gods flying from all directions to the sovereign hall. Oh, isn't this misty? Is it finally closed? Hey, I was still looking forward to what rankings Wushuang can achieve in the Zomen competition, but it was a pity that Wushuang did not participate directly. In my opinion, it is wise for Wushuang to fail to participate in Zomen. Otherwise, in case of poor performance, wouldn't it be a shame for her to have an outstanding qualification? Wutsuo, yes. In the event of a poor double performance, you will be defeated as soon as you enter. Isn't it embarrassing then? A whispered discussion sounded. The angry bear was also in it, but he did not speak, but looked at Xiang Jianwushuang, which was quite complicated. He had a brief encounter with Jin Wushuang, so only he knew how frightening Jin Wushuang was. The sword has no two sides and no expression, as if ignoring it, swept away towards the Lord's hall. Immediately before reaching the sovereign's hall, a clear voice suddenly sounded. Mist Double Master. Immediately, I saw a shadow of Qin, flying from behind, and soon stood beside Jin Wushuang. Sister Nine Musk? Wu Jianshou turned his head back, his eyebrows slightly raised, his eyes flashed with astonishment. Nine Musk today, something is wrong. Chapter 4486. The geomusk landed next to Jian Wushuang in one step, her undulating slightly. She wore a tight red gauze and a phoenix crown, making her already bumpy figure even more charming. Master Wushuang, have you finally made it through? Yin Jiu smiled and looked at Jian Wushuang with a smile, and then his heart jumped suddenly, his eyes gradually appearing suspicious. Miss Chuang, have you broken through to 8 stars? Well, just fortunate. Wu Jinshuang smiled at her. Okay. No wonder I didn't participate in this Zoman disciples comparison, and I dared to break through the realm. Jiu Jimu stretched out her pink fist and gently stabbed Jian Wushuang's chest, urging a narrow smile. Oh, don't say this. Sister Jushu, look at your dress. Are you going to get married? Yin Jian Wushuang spoke sharply. As soon as this remark came to an end, Jiu Shishang still had a cheerful and pretty face, and she immediately stepped down and sighed. Yes, the Lord Sovereign has already made his own claim and assigned me to others to become a lover. Oh, who is so blessed to be able to marry Sister Jioshan? Wu Jianshou said with a raised eyebrow. Jiushi heard nothing, but looked up and looked at the ancestral hall in the distance. He said, this person you should have heard, the son of Elder Shensickle, is also the chief disciple of today's Lord. It is he who personally proposes to the Lord Sovereign and wants to become an acquaintance with me. When Ji said this, Jioshan looked lonely and seemed unwilling in his heart. Yin Dan? Wu Jinshuang frowned. He had not heard of this person, but the identity of the elder of Shunxian made Jian Wushuang uneasy. This Yindan is the son of the Elder Sickle, the chief disciple of the suzerain, and the champion of this sectarian disciple. It can be described as a stunning background, talent, and all the honors in the world. You can be married to her, and you should be happy. How can you be sad? Don't you like it? Wu Jianshou shook his head and asked at will. Yes. Wu Jusi nodded and replied, Yin Dan is too arrogant and doesn't put anyone in his eyes. He likes to gang up and behave in a domineering manner. I really don't like him. After uttering a long and short sigh, Wu Jusi sighed suddenly in his eyes. In this world of strength, if the strength is shallow and no talent, even if the skin looks good-looking, it is just a chess piece controlled by others. She looked at Jian Wushuang, and suddenly a thought flashed through her mind like electricity. Miss Double, I have a way. I saw her pair of beautiful eyes glowing with light, and then she immediately held the arm of Jian Wushuang, her expression excited. Miss Chuang, can you help me once? With your talent, she is no longer under Yandan, and again with the elders of Taishang Moose. As long as you wait to say at the big banquet, you and I have long been privately set for life. Presumably the Lord Suzerain will never embarrass me again. What do you think? Okay. Yin Jianwushuang frowned, and he refused. I was joking, but he came to refining Shunzong as an undercover agent. What is it to start a family here? What's more, from the beginning to the present, his heart was only cold and frosty, and he could not tolerate others in the early days. It seemed to see the rejection of Jian Wushuang, and Jushi quickly said, Master Wushuang, of course, what I said just now does not mean that you really want to set a lifelong relationship with my sister and me, but to deal with the Lord Sovereign, wait here if it happens. I must not be entangled in you, you can rest assured. No. Wu Jian shook his head. Although his tone was not tepid, it was full of unquestionable taste. This matter will be discussed again. The chanting voice fell, and Jian Wushuang no longer cared about her, stepping on it, and suddenly stepped on the air in the void, rushing towards the Lord's hall. You! Looking at the back of Jian Wushuang, who was leaving like a flea, the nine musk couldn't help but stunned, and then a look of shame appeared on his pretty face. She first glanced down at her proud twin peaks, and then looked at her long and straight white legs, stomping her feet angrily. Damn! Alas! Wu Jian stepped out without a step, which is the distance. Refining the land and mountains of Shunzong seems to shrink at his feet. Soon, Jian Wushuang arrived at the Sovereign Hall. There is a square of hundreds of miles outside the Lord's Hall. The banquet was held in this square. At this moment, this originally quite spacious square was already filled with disciples of the Shunzong sect, and everyone sat down in their seats. Seeing Jian Wushuang's arrival, Many disciples of refining Shunzong all stared at him, and their pupils suddenly shrank. Fog is here, finally willing to show up. The man in the black robe behind Wu Shuang is the corpse of his god, right? It doesn't seem to be that bad. Dung, wait. You see, Wu Shuang seems to have broken into 8 stars. 8 stars? Hiss. How is that possible? Didn't he hear that he was only 4 stars when he entered the school? I'm afraid that Wu Shuang did not participate in the entry disciplinary contest, not because of fear of losing his reputation, but because he was anxious to break through. He whispered, "Miss Shuang, come here." At the forefront of the square, Elder Moose noticed Jian Wushuang, and suddenly waved his hand toward Zhao Wushuang. Yes. Wu Jianwushuang nodded his head, and strode toward the Elder Wind Elder. 8 stars? Not bad. It's worthy of being a qualified person. The speed of such breakthrough is unheard of. Elder Mufeng stroked his palm and smiled. Next to Elder Moose Wind, there are 4 other elders. This elder, Jin Wushuang has seen them with the Sovereign Hall, so it is no stranger to them, greeting them one by one. Behind the 4 elders, the 4 chief disciples, such as Black Wing and Fury Bear, stood like him. The Black Wings, Zheng and others looked at Jian Wushuang up and down. His heart was slightly surprised, but there was no fluctuation on his face. It was only 8 stars, but it was just at the same starting line with them. Shi Wei was angry. The pupils shrank sharply in his eyes, and a chill grew in his heart. I don't know why. He can feel keenly that the sense of oppression and threat brought by Jian Wushuang even more. Before the sword Wushuang, it was like a fog, so that he could not see through it. But the current sword Wushuang is like a thunderous thug that hides behind a thick, dark cloud. It has no prestige, but once you start, you will be shocked. The angry bear couldn't help lowering his head, deepening his jealousy of Jian Wushuang. Banquet open. With a long tune, refining the Emperor's sex octogenarian Emperor Baji, he slowly walked out of the Lord's Hall. He was next to him. Yin Dan was slightly behind by half a figure, with a respectful expression, and followed step by step. The banquet started. Chapter 4487. Noisy on the square outside the main hall of the Emperor Zhuan. As the refining suzerain and Yin Dan walked out of the hall, the noisy square suddenly became quiet. Everyone looked at Yin Dan, who was half behind him, and his pupils shrank slightly. The Lord Sovereign brought Yin Dan alone to the banquet. I am afraid that the next sovereign person, Baji, is not far away from Tin, is brother Yin Dan. Everyone looked at each other and thought so. Qi Yindan walked behind the 8-pole virtual emperor and raised his head to glance at the crowd, his face full of pride. Of course, he also has this proud capital, not only a supreme father, but also a close disciple of the 6-marked virtual respect, and at the same time he has broken through the mark level and in the virtual universe is a rare talent. That person is Wushuang? Ji Yindan looked around, then fell on Jian Wushuang's face behind Elder Moose Wind. 8 stars? Not bad. No wonder my father wanted to kill him. If he were allowed to grow, he might one day threaten my status. A sneer whispered secretly in Yan's heart. Yin Dan's eyes continued to turn and landed on Jiumu's face, and there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. I have to say that the 9 Musk is indeed beautiful. Even if it is placed among the major saints and goddesses, it is also the most outstanding pearl that stands out from the crowd. Today, she is wearing a red tight corset long skirt and wearing a phoenix crown, and she looks like the unsuccessful fire-saddling auntie. She adds a little coolness to the charm between her eyebrows and eyebrows. Wu Jusi also noticed the evilness in Yin Dan's eyes, and she couldn't help but look cold, and lowered her head to not look at him. "Ill wait, see suzerain." After a few moments, thousands of disciples of refining God's sect were kneeling on their knees, and their voices went straight to Jiuxiao. No need to be polite today. Su Baji nodded with satisfaction and looked at the disciples beneath him. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This is the mainstay of the future of refining Shunzong. The banquet began, and everyone pushed a cup for a change, just happy. The atmosphere immediately warmed up. After drinking wine for more than half a round, the first master of the refining, who sat down, put down the wine glass, and said with a smile at the corner of his mouth, "The banquet is held today because of three joys. The first joy is this time of the Zoman disciples. This sovereign sees that the superior descendants in our refining deities are outstanding and heart-centered. With your presence, why do we worry about growing up? Decline. The second joy is to congratulate the great disciple Yin Dan, the close disciple of this suzerain, who finally completed the avenue, breaking through the mark and adding another for our refining Shenzong. The road to the future must shine." The third happiness is also related to Yin Dan. This suzerain announced that he would distribute the moon disciple Jiumu to Su Yin to his suzime Yin Dan. From then on, the two became partners and supported each other. After the Lord of the Refining finished speaking, there was a sound of approbation in the crowd. The Refining saw the slight jaw head, and then looked at Jiumu. I saw Jiushin lowering her head, biting her lower lip tightly, and clasping her long skirt with uneasy hands. There was a little joy on her face. When I saw this scene, the face of the Refining monarch was originally smiling and pulled down slowly. "Nine Musk, don't you kneel down and thank the Prince Su for your good marriage? You can be married to Yin Dan. It is a blessing that you have repaired in the 3rd century. Do hurry to thank you?" Elder Lon Lon paid attention to the face of Lien Shan's sovereign, and suddenly he drank softly when he saw this. Lon Yeye is the only female elder among the 5 elders, and the lowest elder among the 5 elders. Yin Ming's eyes can be seen. Yin Dan breaks through the mark, and the future will be limitless. If there is no accident, it is already the next master's choice. Fei, if it is not necessary, Lon Yu really does not want to offend Yin Dan. Nine Musk was unmoved. "What do you want, girl?" Suddenly, when she saw the moon, her face suddenly turned. Nine Musk's head is deeper. She bit her lower lip and seemed to be making a decision. Next moment, she lifted her head and said categorically, "Elder Lon Yu, Lord Sovereign, I don't want to marry Yin Dan." As soon as this remark came to an end, there was an uproar in the audience. The expression of Elder Lon Yeye became instantly green, and the master of the refining was ugly. He didn't expect that an ordinary disciple in the Jiuzi district refining Shenzong dared to violate his order. Suddenly, Yin Dan, the original smile on her face, slowly solidified. Slap. This is hitting his face in front of the whole refining Shenzong. Presumptuous. Master Lien Shenzong patted the armrest of the seat with his right hand, and a moment of pressure was released, pressing toward Jiumu. What is the practice of the divine master? Luchin Xuanzuan set up the gigantic arm of the top of the entire virtual universe. And Jiumu is just a star-like virgin who has not even entered the mark. How can he resist this coercion? Suddenly, Jiumu fell to her knees, her face pale. If you do not control the strength of the coercion carefully, then the fear of this coercion will crush her into a fan powder. I ask you, why don't you want to be married to my son? Elder Falcon Sickle also scolded with a somber face beside him. Wu Jiu shuddered, raised his head hard, clenched his teeth and said, "Elder Huishan Sickle and Lord WWW. Novel. It's not that Joshin doesn't want to become a mate with Brother Yandan, but Joshin already has his own heart and set a private life with him." As soon as this sentence came out, the whole house was uproar again. Countless people looked at each other. Who does not know that Jiumu has been regarded as a prisoner by Yin Dan and the refining deities? Who dares to grab Yin Dan woman? Be bad be. I ask you, who is the one who has set you for life privately? Chi Yindan yelled. His face was already a little bit sullen. His eyes flashed wildly. The Lord of the Refining God frowned. Yes, yes. Yin Jio's eyes shivered and looked behind the elders of Elk Wind with an expressionless expression, regardless of her lifeless swordsman, and gritted his teeth and said, "It's Master Wu Shuang." After she said that, she lowered her head, dared not to look at the crowd anymore, and did not dare to face Jian Wu Shuang's eyes. What? Is it Misty Double? No wonder I was a big disciple in Zoman before. Wu Shuang did not participate, and Jioshin did not participate. It turned out to be for some reason. When the disciples of Zoman were comparing, I saw it several times. Juju went to the top of Shurian Mountain. I was also curious about what Juju was living under Shurian Mountain and went to the top of the mountain. Now I want to come. I'm afraid to go to the fog double. Suddenly, the entire square fell into a short silence, and then it boiled up. Chapter 4488. Alas! Among the crowd, Qi's gaze fell on Jian Wushuang's face. Everyone looked at Jian Wushuang. Their expressions were weird to the extreme. Meng Wushuang, an absolute qualification holder, is also the elders who are too senior now, and personally accepted the introduction. Oh, the person who took away Yin Dan imprisonment turned out to be Wushuang. Now I have a good show. One is the most talented person in the Patriarch today, the other is the Patriarch of today's disciples, and the next Lord candidate in the eyes of the suzerain. Now it depends on how the suzerain chooses low. The discussion sounded loudly. Jane Yindan turned his head fiercely, looking at Xiang Jianwushuang sternly, his eyes skyrocketing. Su Shengshan's face also gloomed instantly. He was actually the eight-pole vanity of the sovereign lord, and his somewhat angry face calmed down and frowned. Chulin, in addition to being a master of Yindan, he is more a master of refining the gods, focusing on a technique of balance. Yindan had asked him for Jimu before, and wanted him to speak in person, so that Jimu and Yindan became acquaintances. It seemed to him that it was as if the child was asking him for a beloved toy, naturally. Nothing is impossible. But now, with a fog pair inserted in the middle, the situation is different. It is like a steelyard scale. The weight of Jimu and Yindan was completely different. Everything was tilting towards Yindan. He didn't mind agreeing to Yindan. But after the fog double, the weights on both sides of this steelyard suddenly changed. To tell the truth, as the Lord of the Refining God, he is not malicious to the sword Wushuang. After all, Jian Wushuang is an outstanding qualification verified by the test bedrock. What he said about the soul-searching technique in the Hall of the Suzerain was only because of doubt. Jian Wushuang is the spy sent by the divine universe. From the perspective of the overall situation, he is naturally a sword warrior is good. After all, sword warrior is a person who refines Shunzong. Sword warrior is better, and God of refinement is naturally better. The two are complementary and not hostile. Ruko, if nothing else, Jian Wushuang's future will inevitably become one of the pillars of refining Shunzong. For a moment, the Lord of the Refining God really didn't know how to speak. If these 9 musk deer have really become acquaintances with Jian Wushuang already, then the matter of the 9 musk deer and Yindan should really be considered separately. After a short while, he frowned before looking at Jian Wushuang, and Xinsheng said, Shuang, was Jimu said just now, is it true or false? As soon as the voice of the master of the refining gods fell, Yindan also looked at Xiang Jianwushuang, and his face was cold and cold. Master Wushuang, have you done too much? Wu Jianwushuang said nothing, expressionless. But in his heart, he was already so angry. What are you trying to do with these 9 musk deer? As early as the air above the main hall of the Lord, the 9 musk devil begged him to play with her and shirk her marriage with Yindan. Wu Kejian Wushuang had rejected her very clearly at that time. He didn't expect that these 9 musk devil were so selfish and did not care about his feelings. In this square, they openly declared that they had settled with him for life. Wu Jianwushuang understood that he was used by Jiushin. As for why Jushu chose him, of course, it wasn't because he was so charming. They have only seen each other only 3 times. Why is that charming? The reason is simple. What Jimu is fancy is Jian Wushuang's outstanding qualifications. She believes that between Yin Dan and him, the Lord of the Refining Gods will be difficult to choose. However, she didn't think about it. After this incident, she apologized to Jian Wushuang and was able to pat her buttocks and leave like an okay person. But what about Jian Wushuang? Jian Wushuang will definitely offend Yin Dan, becoming a nail in the eyes of Yin Dan father and son, and a thorn in the flesh, which will attract resentment. If it is an ordinary disciple, such resentment is caused. It is simply not far from the death. Jian Wushuang's thoughts flashed quickly, and he was naturally not afraid of the Yin Dan father and son. For him now, even if Elder Shinsickle and Yin Dan were tied together, it was not enough for him to punch and sword, but he was very displeased that he was people take out the feeling of blocking the gun. He stepped out, and Shen Wushuang said in a deep voice, "Return to Lord Sui. What did Juicy Shurji say about a private life, my disciple?" "I don't know." Howl. As soon as this remark came to an end, the whole audience was upset again. "I don't know." Through these four words are absolutely extinct. In that moment, everyone's face changed. Suddenly, the nine musketeer kneeling on the ground suddenly felt like a knife twisted in his heart. Zhao's body trembled and almost fell to the ground. Her face turned pale and looked at Jian Wushuang's indifferent and calm face, cannot help but utter a grin. "Are you so heartless?" Yin Yin and Elder Shinxian, including the Lord of Refining God, are all one. Including the Elder Wind Elder standing next to Jian Wushuang. There is also a touch of surprise on his face. "Wushuang, are you afraid of Yindan? They just said that?" You can rest assured that if the Nine Musk Devil is really the woman you fancy, this seat will leave this old face out, and it will certainly help you to put her in your hands. Elder Moose Wind spoke to Jian Wushuang. This cannot help but let Jian Wushuang be touched by heart. I have to say that Elder Moose is a very competent elder. If Jian Wushuang is in this universe, maybe he treats the relationship between Elder Moose and Elder Wind. Extreme wave. He is just a pity. After all, they are not the same person. I sighed in my heart. Jian Wushuang shook his head and replied, "Elder Moose Wind, no need to do this. I do not have a half relationship with Sister Jushin." "Okay." Elder Mingfeng nodded when he heard the words. Since Jian Wushuang had already said so, he would not force it anymore. "Ha ha ha ha, cheap, I want to see. Who can take advantage of you now?" Jane Yinden sneered, first glanced at Jiumu, then turned his eyes, looked at Jian Wushuang. A sneer appeared in his eyes. Kanji looked at Jian Wushuang. His face was full of satisfaction, as if to say, "Count as your boy." This makes the sword unparalleled. A frown cannot help. He didn't like the move that Jujutsu was good at advocating, but Yin Dawn eyes were equally unhappy. "Master Sect, my disciples implore, now let me bring Jiumu back." Ji Yindan turned back and said to the Lord of the Refining God, "Well, go." Master Lien Shan nodded blandly. This result is better for him now. Xie Zongzhu. Yin Dan arched his hand towards the Lord of the Lien Shunzong, and immediately looked at Jiumu again, stretched out the corner of his mouth and licked his split lips, obscene and cruel eyes, glanced from Jiumu's enchanting, perfect body, after Hei's smile, stretched out his palm and scratched at the nine musk. Suddenly, in the scream of Jiumu, she soared and fell into Yin Dawn hands. He picked up the nine musk deer and walked towards the square. Just when he was about to pass by with sword unparalleled, he seemed to remember something. His footsteps suddenly. Chapter 4489. Missed Double. Qi Yinden stopped, turned his head, and looked at Jian Wushuang. "What?" Sword replied without expression on both sides. I saw Yin Dan glance around, then lowered his voice and said playfully, "Mist Shuang, I know that there must be something unspeakable between you and this base man, but this time you know the truth. Knowing that you have avoided the limelight, I will let you go, but you remember, wait here. Between you and me, there must be accounts to be counted. When that time comes, not only will this scumbag die, but you will also have to be a slave to me in order to dispel my shame today." After saying that, Yin Dan sneered and then planned to leave. Jian Wushuang made a statement to deny and indirectly made a clearance for him. Instead of being grateful for Jian Wushuang in his heart, he remembered it even more. As proud as he was, Yin Dan was born with a golden key since he was a child. Not only did his father, who was a trace-level cultivator of the Elder Shunzong, become an elder, after showing his prominence, he was refined by the Lord of the Elder God, the chief disciple of the entire refining Shunzong. For what kind of status is this? Therefore, this cultivated his high-minded and domineering character. He has been sailing smoothly since he was small, and has never been rejected by others. But today, a woman in Jiushu district refused him under the court, and even said that she had a private life with others for a long time. What a shame to him. After that, although Jian Wushuang uttered a denial in his opinion, what Jian Wushuang said was like a knife, and it was tied to his heart. What for? Is it Yandan? Is it only for your misty eyes to look down on? Therefore, he had a jealous feeling in Jian Wushuang's heart, and he was even more disgusted with resentment. The most important thing is that he absolutely does not believe that these 9 musk devil really have nothing to do with Jian Wushuang. He has made a plan now. When he returns to the dormitory, he will teach the 9 musk deer well. Through the method of double cultivation, directly the 9 musk deer Chungren to let her know and humiliate him. After dying, I was looking for a chance to make Jian Wushuang thousands of swords. Once, the possibility of Jian Wushuang competing with him for the supremacy was cut off, and the other was to vent his hatred. This man is in the same vein as the Elder Sickle. I was just when Yin Dan made this plan and was about to leave. Suddenly, stop. There was a quiet voice coming out of Jian Wushuang's mouth. As soon as this remark came to an end, everyone who thought that this farce had come to an end couldn't help it. He included Yin Dan, who had already stepped out of the square, and his eyes were narrowed. Then he turned slowly and looked at Jian Wushuang. His expression was somber and asked, "Mist, what are you doing?" Among all the people, only his face was pale and the despairing 9 musk deer. His face suddenly burst into a joy and suddenly looked at Jian Wushuang. At the same time, she was excited and quickly transmitted a voice to Jian Wushuang. Mist Shuang, what I did just now was really helpless, and I just did this stupid thing, Miss Shuang. I apologize to you. But I beg you, save me, save me, otherwise I will die. Jian Wushuang heard the words indifferent, but looked intently at Yin Dan. His voice was flat. You say what you just told me and try again. He had planned not to intervene in this matter, and this Yin Dan would just obediently leave. But he would die. This Yin Dan had to run to him to provoke him and make him a slave. I'm sorry, he has acted with his sword and never gave in half. Yin Dan narrowed his eyes when he heard the words and gradually raised the corners of his mouth, asking instead, Shuang Wu, how about I repeat it? Do you want to stop me? Stop you? Wu Jianshou sneered, stepped out, and suddenly appeared in front of Yin Dan. Indifferently speaking, you say it again, then you can't get out of this door today. I dare? Yin Dan heard the words, suddenly angrily in his heart. His eyes skyrocketed. A torrent of torrential weather emerged from Yin Dan. Suddenly, the whole square was turbulent, and the coercion of the mark-level virtual lords came to the audience instantly, forming an inverted tornado around him. Gu, this coercion is like a tiger that is swallowed by others and flings towards the sword unparalleled. But that's it. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed, and the whole body burst into momentum, spreading out of the coercion of 8-star virtual men. This coercion speaks of the power of horror. Although it is far worse than Yin Dan, even standing in front of Yin Dan, the sword Wushuang who is under the impact of Yin Dan's pressure is like a flatboat in the sea of anger, as if at any time are overturned. Jing gone, but nonetheless, Jian Wushuang's footsteps have not been removed in the slightest, as if it were the pin of the sea god. No matter how the waves rise, he stands still. Look for death. Seeing this, Jiandan suddenly became more angry. She was first refused to be humiliated by Jioshan and almost put on a green hat. Now she was blocked by Jian Wushuang, and she was shocked positively. Nali, where can he hold back at this moment? A killing heart jumped out. Huh? I saw in the void behind Yin Dan. A mouth was suddenly torn. A cyan arm protruded out of the void and grabbed at the sword unparalleled. This arm is extremely dry. The meridians are crisscrossed, and the 5 fingernails are painted black, long, and pointed. In front of this scratch, the whole void is like paper, and it is torn instantly crack. The owner of this hand is really the corpse of Yin Dan, De Huai. Everyone looked at this scene, and suddenly his eyelids jumped. Yin Dan hits the fog double. This time, Wu Shuang is afraid to have trouble. If brother Yin Dan did not break through the trace level, maybe the two could fight. But now brother Yin Dan breaks through the trace level, even if the fog double talent is even higher. 10 of him, it's not enough, Yin brother Dan. Everyone talked quickly. Jian Wushuang saw this. His eyes flashed for a while. His mind quickly thought. Ji Yandan's aggressive claw, in his opinion, was as flawless as a child's dance sword. Even if he didn't need to practice it, He could only break it with only the strength of an 8-star dummy. Also, if I am concentrating and developing in this refining Shinzong, I have never revealed my strength. I am afraid that I will never be able to climb to the top of the virtual universe in a short time. Knowing the peak powers of the virtual universe, then I am qualified to understand the true secrets. It is not possible to show a little strength today. In this way, it is also convenient for me to climb at an early date and find out the deployment of the virtual universe against the divine universe. With this in mind, Jian Wu's eyes flashed coldness. God corpse, come. Howl. Suddenly, a whole body was shrouded in a black robe. Only a figure showing only his eyes appeared in front of the sword without double sides. An extremely sharp sword spirit burst out from this figure. This figure is a terrific corpse of Tai Luo who has recovered to the state of elementary supreme. Chapter 4490. Howl. As soon as the extreme corpse Feng Tai Luo appeared, the shocking sharp breath suddenly shocked everyone. This is the corpse of Wu Shuang. It is rumored that this corpse is the strongest corpse on the Coffin Hill. At first, even the Lord Sovereign and the elders of the 5 great brothers shot together and failed to refine it. Scar level breath. This corpse has already reached scar level. No wonder the mists are not afraid of Brother Yenden at all. It turns out that they are relying on this. I saw that the corpse of Tai Luo was numb and stiff, and his fingers were raised to merge into a sword finger, and nodded towards the withered arm that was photographed in the void. In an instant, the endless sword energy erupted from the fingertips of Taro's corpse. Boom! A shocking loud noise came, and I saw that the arm that tore everything retracted instantly like an electric shock. Then, I saw that Yin Dan was backstepped by 3 steps, and his face flushed. It's not over yet. In the void behind Yin Dan, a painful growl was issued again, and a dried-up body covered with black hair fell out of the void. This corpse is De Huai refined by Yin Dan. Defeat the enemy with 1 finger. Suddenly, everyone exclaimed. They did not expect that Yin Dan, who was the first disciple of the crown disciple, who had broken through the mark of prestige, was directly repelled with a finger of Tai Luo's corpse. Asshole! Qi Yanden's face was iron blue, staring at Jian Wushuang and snarling, "It was just my intention just now, let's come again." After he finished speaking, his whole body of power began to condense frantically, and the whole square began to tremble and shake. Okay. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed, and his mang rose sharply by 3 inches. He was just when the two were facing each other, and the sword was out of control. Enough. The master of the refining god frowned, and suddenly spoke freely. With this sentence falling, he was still surging just now, like a square plunging into the sea of anger, and then calmed down. An extremely powerful force separated Jian Wushuang from Yin Dan. Master! Seeing this, Xie Yenden just felt like he was so hard to get hold of it. The punch he wanted to make was hit on cotton, and his heart was bent to the extreme. Master, let me learn lessons from Wushuang. You taught him? Isn't it enough to shame? The refining god sovereign snorted, and then looked at Jian Wushuang and said, Mist Shuang, I ask you, what did you mean before? Why did you block Yin Danwei? The goal of Wu Jianxiu to show his strength has been achieved. Therefore, seeing the master of the refining god forcibly interrupted his battle with Yin Dan, there was no emotion in his heart. He heard the words humble and arched his hands, and calmly replied, Master Sect, I stopped Brother Yenden because Brother Yenden passed by me first and provoked his disciples first, saying that he would make them disciples and slaves, and the disciples were so anxious that they did the above. The master of the refining heard that he couldn't help looking at Yin Dan. His face sank. So you say you, if you have to go well, you just have to shake a clever provocation. Now you can't get off the stage yourself? He shook his head, and the master of the refining scolded, What a fool! After taking a deep breath, the master of the refining looked back at Jian Wushuang and replied, Well, you and Yin Dancher went out the same door. In the future, I will be the mainstay of the refining of the rain. Just go on and fight each other. Understand? Well, let's stop this matter and let the party go. Hu Lian Shun Zhengzhu stood up and shook his head boringly. Yes. With the rise of the sovereign lord, many disciples in the square naturally did not dare to sit anymore, and they all got up again and gave respect to the lord. Mist Pair, Yuet. Qi Yindan stared at Jian Wushuang with his eyes fixed on his forehead. If he is not in the refining sect now, he can't restrain his inner urge. He will kill the sword without double-clicking. Miss Chuang, rest assured, our future days are still long. You and me today. I will slowly settle with you in the future. After finishing speaking, Yin Dan strode away. When he saw Jioshin, there was a look of disgust in his eyes. It was this woman who caused his face to fall sharply today. He was afraid to take her back to become an accomplice. He just added a joke to himself, as if he picked up a sword. Something like, Hiyo, and you, cheap bee. All things happen today because of you. Wait for me to kill Wu Shuang, and then slowly calculate with you. Long hummed. Yin Dan stepped on the ground with his right foot, and the floor of the foot cracked suddenly, and a small pit was recessed, while he turned into a burr and instantly rose into the sky, disappearing on the square outside the main hall of the sovereign. Wu Jusu saw Yin Dan leave, the heart that had been hanging, and finally fell to the ground. She looked at Xiang Jianwushuang gratefully and whispered a thank you. Wu Jianshou shook his head without paying more attention to her. After looking at Elder Moose Feng, he walked in the direction of the Lord of the Refining God. He still remembers that the Lord of the Refining God had told him that after the end of the Zoman disciples, there were still tasks assigned to him. Inside the Lord's hall, Gao Lian, the God Sovereign, took the first seat, watching that he did not leave with the flow of people, but followed him into the Shuang of the Sovereign's hall and nodded. Miss Shuang, originally the Sovereign wanted to wait for you to rest for a few days before telling you about the task. Since you are here, then this Sovereign will tell you now. Wu Jianwushuang took a deep breath and nodded, Master Zhengzhu, but it doesn't matter. It is good. The Master of the Refining God sect looked to the distance. He heard the words and did not rush to speak, but seemed to think about the words in his mind. After a while, he said, Miss Chuang, do you know where our universe is sealed? Seal God's land? Wu Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrow and felt a faint feeling in his heart. I was afraid that the Lord of the Refining God was about to say that it was one of the top secrets of this virtual universe. Butsoa, yes, most people don't know the land of the gods. This Lord will talk to you today. Shun Lian's eyes glinted, and he said, the land of God is not one of the forbidden places in our universe, but the day after tomorrow. Almost tens of thousands of Suji, those who accompanied you when you started, came from the same place of power and came to our universe. These cosmic aliens are speculative, with fierce means, and after their identity is exposed, they will launch a killing ring in our virtual universe. These people are extremely powerful, and each person's cultivation is the same as that of the monarch, at least at the level of 6 marks. Among them, one person has a deeper and more unpredictable, strange method, and has the power to suppress the origin of life, and it is even more powerful than the sovereign. The Master of the Refining slowly said that Jian Wushuang was at this moment, and his heart was suddenly shaken. This is Chapter 4491, Get Burned Chatter. Chatter, chatter. Everyone in the crowd looked at Jian Wushuang. The crowd looked at Jian Wushuang with an extremely strange expression. Wushuang, a person with supreme talent, was also the person who Grand Elder Mi Feng had personally welcomed into the sect. Thanks. The person who took Yin Dan Woman is actually Wushuang. There's going to be a good show to watch now. One of them is the most talented person in the sect, and the other is the leader of the disciples, the next sect master candidate in the eyes of the sect master. Now, it's up to Lord Sect Master to make his choice. A series of discussions sounded. Yin Dan suddenly turned his head and stared at Jian Wushuang with a fierce look in his eyes. Elder Shin Lian's face also darkened instantly. On the other hand, the God-refining sect master, Void Master Ba Huang, who was originally a little angry, calmed down and frowned. Other than being Yin Dan Master, he was more of the God-refining sect master. What he paid attention to was the art of balance. Previously, Yin Dan had asked him for Jiusha and wanted him to personally ask for Jiusha and Yin Dan to become Dao companions. In his opinion, it was like a child asking for a beloved toy from him. Naturally, he could not do it. However, now, with Wu Shuang in the middle, the situation was different. It was like a scale. Originally, the weight of the Jiusha and Yin Dan were completely different. Everything was leaning toward Yin Dan, so he did not mind agreeing to Yin Dan's request. However, with the addition of Wu Shuang, the weights on both sides of the scale suddenly became different. To be honest, as the God-refining sect master, he did not have any ill intentions toward Jin Wushuang. After all, Jin Wushuang had passed the trial foundation stones verification and had a peerless talent. Previously, he had mentioned the soul-searching technique in the sect master's hall only because he suspected that Jin Wushuang was a spy sent by the divine power universe. From the perspective of the big picture, he was naturally better off than Jin Wushuang. After all, Jin Wushuang was a member of the God-refining sect. If Jin Wushuang was doing well, the God-refining sect would naturally be well. The two of them complemented each other and were not enemies. If there were no accidents, Jin Wushuang would definitely become one of the pillars of the God-refining sect in the future. For a moment, the God-refining sect master did not know what to say. If Jiusha had really become Dao companions with Jin Wushuang, then the matter of Jiusha and Yin Dan had to be considered carefully. After a long while, he looked at Jin Wushuang with a frown and said in a deep voice, "Wushuang, is what Jiusha said true?" As soon as the sect master finished his words, Yin Dan looked at Jin Wushuang and said coldly, "Junior brother Wushuang, aren't you going a little too far?" Jin Wushuang remained silent and expressionless. However, in his heart, he was already extremely angry. What was this Jiusha trying to do? As early as when they were high up in the sky outside the sect master's main hall, Jiusha had opened her mouth and begged him to put on a show with her and reject the marriage between her and Yin Dan. However, Jin Wushuang had rejected her very clearly. He did not expect Jiusha to be so selfish. She did not care about his feelings at all and publicly announced that he had pledged to marry him in the main hall. Jin Wushuang understood that he had been used by Jiusha. As for why Jiusha chose him, it was not because he was too charming. The two of them had only met 3 times, so there was no charm. The reason was simple. What Jiusha had her eyes on was Jin Wushuang's peerless talent. She believed that between Yin Dan and him, the God-refining sect master would definitely have a hard time choosing. However, she had never thought that after this matter was over, she could just apologize to Jin Wushuang and leave as if nothing had happened. But what would happen to Jin Wushuang? Jin Wushuang would definitely offend Yin Dan and become a thorn in the father and son side. If it was an ordinary disciple, he would not be far from death if he incurred such hatred. Jin Wushuang's thoughts flashed quickly. He was naturally not afraid of Yin Dan and his father. To him, even if he were to tie Elder Shenlian and Yin Dan together, they would not be enough to deal with him. However, he did not like the feeling of being used as a shield. Jin Wushuang took a step forward and said in a deep voice, reporting to the sect master, "Senior sister Jiusha mentioned something about a private marriage. This disciple, I don't know anything." Chatter. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd went into an uproar again. He had no idea at all. These words were simply amazing. Everyone's expressions changed. Jiusha, who was kneeling on the ground, felt as if a knife had been stabbed into her heart. Her delicate body trembled, and she almost fell to the ground. Her face turned pale. Looking at Jin Wushuang's cold and calm face, she could not help but laugh bitterly. "Are you really that heartless?" Yin Dan, Elder Shenlian, and the God-refining sect master were all stunned. Even Elder Mi Feng, who was standing next to Jin Wushuang, was surprised. "Wushuang, are you saying this because you fear Yin Dan and the others? Don't worry, if that Jiusha is really the woman you fancy, I will definitely help you get her even if I have to throw away my face." Elder Mi Feng transmitted his voice to Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang could not help but feel touched. Elder Mi Feng was a very competent elder. If Jin Wushuang had been born in this universe, he might have treated Elder Mi Feng the same way he treated Supreme Bloodwave. It was a pity that the two of them were not on the same path. Sighing in his heart, Jin Wushuang shook his head and replied, "Elder Mi Feng, there's no need to do this. I really have nothing to do with senior sister Jiusha. All right. Elder Mi Feng nodded. Since Jian Wushuang had already said so, he would naturally not force him. Ha 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 ha, lowly servant. I'd like to see who can still stand up for you now? Yin Dan sneered. He first glared at Jiusha, then turned to look at Jian Wushuang with a sneer in his eyes. He looked at Jian Wushuang with satisfaction as if he was saying, "You're smart." Jian Wushuang could not help but frown. He did not like Jiusha's actions, but he was equally displeased with Yin Dan's gaze. Sect Master, I beg you. Please allow me to bring Jiusha back now. Yin Dan turned around and said to the God-refining Sect Master. Yes, go ahead. The God-refining Sect Master nodded his head with a calm expression. The current outcome was even better for him. Thank you, Sect Master. Yin Dan cupped his hands at the God-refining Sect Master, then looked at Jiusha again. He stretched out the corner of his mouth and licked his split lips. His lustful and cruel eyes swept over Jiusha's enchanting and perfect figure. After laughing, he stretched out his palm and grabbed Jiusha. Suddenly, in the midst of Jiusha's screams, she flew up and fell into Yin Dan's hand. Yin Dan picked up Jiusha and walked out of the hall. However, just as he was about to pass by Jian Wushuang, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly stopped. Chapter 4492. In the refining Shunzong, a round of blood moon turned sky. The moon's shadow was sparse, and the corpse roared again and again. In a corpse cave on the top of the Yantian mountain, the elder Banshan strode in and sat cross-legged with sword. Elder Banshan, is there anything to visit late at night? Wu Jin blinked without eyes and said. As for the elder Luanshan, he had some suspicion in his heart. As to whether the guess was correct, it was up to the elder Banshan to come to him late at night. Elder Luan Banshan glanced at Jian Wushuang and asked, Miss Shuang, the husband has a few questions I want to ask you. Elder Banshan, but it doesn't matter. Wu Jianwushuang nodded. Okay. Elder Banshan said, then groaned for a moment and asked, Miss Shuang, have you heard about the aliens in the universe? Yes. Jian Wushuang heard the words, his eyes flashed, and he immediately replied. Okay. You said that you and halfway cosmic aliens have known each other halfway. They have never known each other before. The old man now asks you, in which star domain do you know them? Windfall Star Field. Wu Jinshuang replied without hesitation. He had long expected that someone would ask him carefully, and naturally he would not do no homework. The wind-falling star field is not too far away from the Lian Shunzong, and it is not too close. The crowd is relatively rare. Presumably, no one will coincidentally stay in the wind-falling star field. Okay. Then the old man asks you again, which star field do you come from? Elder Luanshan nodded and asked again. Jian Wushuang's eyes narrowed. He didn't answer, but stared at the elder Banshan tightly and asked, Elder Banshan, what do you mean by coming here this time? It's better to say straight. Why bother? After all, he is not a person in the void universe and can't stand detailed interrogation. The elder Banshan, although he suspects in his heart whether it is from the divine universe, is a matter of great importance and cannot afford to bet. If he is not right, then he is very likely to fall into a situation where he loses and loses. Miss Chuang, you don't need to care what the old man means, you just need to answer truthfully. Elder Luanshan said blankly. Wu Jinshuang heard the words and could not help but be silent. After a long while, he took a deep breath and said, Liang Starfield. Liang Starfield? The elder Banshan heard a laugh and shook his head, saying, Miss Double, double. Away from Yang Starfield and Windfall Starfield, one south and one north of Lian Shenzong. If you come from Liang Starfield, why are you in the wind? Falling Starfield and those cosmic aliens? Jian Wushuang heard the words and couldn't help but look cold, and when he was about to speak, he saw the elder Banshan continue to say, Further, Wushuang, our universe is not big or small. You can grow up to be a star-like man. It's not just by talent and retreat. It can leave more or less traces of growth in the universe. But the old man went to inquire. You have never heard of your name in the universe. You are like suddenly emerged from the universe. Ro, if you still want to argue, the old man can go to Liang Xingyu in person to see if anyone knows you. Wu Jian Wushuang heard his words and narrowed his eyes slowly and touched the hilt of the Taro Excalibur with his 5 fingers, and his thumb gently rubbed at the position of the hilt of the Tara Excalibur. There was a slight sound of the sword, and it sounded softly. After a while, Jian Wushuang seemed to think of something and loosened the hilt of the tailored Excalibur and smiled arrogantly. Elder Banshan, what can you say? Just say it. Wu Jianwushuang wanted to understand. If Elder Banshan really wanted to expose him, then he didn't come by himself. I was afraid that the leader of the refining gods would already be in the ambush. But the divine power he spread out did not find any signs of ambush outside. After hearing the question, the elder Luan Banshan was silent this time and looked at Jian Wushuang for a while, then said slowly, "You are too cautious this time, not meticulous enough. If the Lian Shunzong really moved a bit of investigation, you have no possibility to lurk." Jian Wushuang heard that his face had no emotional changes, but his heart was a jump. This sentence is already equal to express. I know, but things are urgent, not so much time to go one by one. Jian Wushuang replied in a deep voice. Elder Banshan sighed slightly and seemed to know the dilemma of Jian Wushuang. He replied, "Be assured that on the day you first entered the ancestral gate, the old man has given you all these things to be clear. Refined some time ago, the gods sent someone to Liang's starfield to verify your information, and the old man also let everyone handle it properly." After a pause, Elder Banshan turned his head, looking through the corpse hole, looking far away from the starry sky of Wudi, as if looking from this universe to another universe. It seemed to be nostalgic. His voice was a little hoarse. "Mist double. How is that starry sky now?" Yin Jianwushuang heard nothing and did not answer. The elder Banshan did not ask any more. He knew that Jian Wushuang had a sense of vigilance even at this moment. This is understandable. After all, as the perspective of Jian Wushuang, it was impossible to rule out whether Banshan was counted as soon as he came out. Routine. However, Elder Banshan was talking to himself. At that time, 7 of us were ordered to come to this universe. I thought that we could quickly investigate the situation of this universe. However, it was too early to reveal our identity, and we ushered in the top power of this universe. Send friends, such as sending wind and flying across, have been killed. The palace owner took people to escape the birth, but the old man who was supposed to die, but picked up a life, and entered the refining gods sect by mistake. Elder Luanshan said slowly. Jian Wushuang did not bother, but listened quietly. He knows that Banshan has been lonely for tens of thousands of chaos periods, and these words have been tens of thousands of chaos periods. He needs an object to listen to. His words, although the narrative is plain, but Jian Wushuang felt the tragic and dangerous and magnificent in that plain discourse. After a while, after Elder Banshan finished speaking, he rubbed his eyes slightly and said, "Miss Chuang, in the past tens of thousands of years, the old man has not been able to get in touch with his hometown, and it is not easy to leave rashly, because the old man knows that Lord Elder God will definitely send him again. People come and continue the way we did not finish, the unfinished things. My old husband stared at tens of thousands of chaos times and finally waited for you. This is the information collected by the old man during the tens of thousands of chaos periods in the refining god sect. If you have a way, please hand it over to the Lord God of the Face. This is extremely important. Don't let others know. Because the old man doubts, we in this universe also have people in this universe, and we are in a high position." After saying that, Elder Banshan turned his right hand, and a bamboo tube appeared in his hand, handing it to Jian Wushuang. Chapter 4493. Divine Universe, who also has a virtual universe. Jian Wushuang frowned. In that moment, familiar faces flickered across Jian Wu's eyes. But Jian Wushuang thought for a long time, and couldn't completely lock the person who was sent by the virtual universe. "Miss Chuang, the husband just doubts whether the person exists, and the husband cannot be determined. So we don't need to think about it now, we just need to be cautious. When the war breaks out again, this person will naturally emerge water surface." Elder Luanshan said with a deep voice. "It makes sense. Qi Jian Wushuang converged his thoughts, nodded his head, and took over the bamboo tube handed to him by Ban Shan. John, this bamboo tube seems to be lightweight, but it is extremely heavy, but it is the hard work of Ban Shan tens of thousands of suji. Well, Wushuang, there is one more important thing when my husband comes this time. The elder Luan Shan took a deep breath and then doubled his right hand again. He held a hexagonal red crystal ball in his palm. A sheer force of incomparable sheer force emanated from it. This is Qi Jian Wushuang's eyes suddenly freeze. Elder Luan Shan said diligently, since the tens of thousands of virtual ages, the old man has spent most of his time researching this thing except for collecting news and the refining deities. This thing, the old man calls it a virtual force nucleus, which is formed by the most fundamental force in virtual force. As long as this virtual force nucleus is swallowed, the virtual force inside can instantly change the structure of your body, allowing you to become a true falsehood. After swallowing this nucleus of virtual force, not only will you derive the most iconic thing of virtual men, that is, virtual stars or virtual marks, but also awaken your associated supernatural powers, virtual explosion. And the most important thing is that if you want to be transformed into divine power, you only need one thought, and you can convert virtual power into divine power. The virtual explosion will not disappear, and it will be displayed in the way of divine power. As for the effect, old man, I have been practicing Shunzong this time, but I haven't used it yet, but I think it should not be too weak. The words fell, and Jian Wu's eyes suddenly rose 3 inches. This thing, it's amazing. It can be said that with the existence of this virtual force crystal nucleus, it will truly break the barrier between the virtual universe and the divine universe, so that it will have a perfect fusion and sublime to the fullest. Calculating by individual and by average strength, one of the great reasons why the virtual universe is stronger than the divine universe is because the virtual universe has a killer more than the man of the divine universe, that is, the virtual. Associated supernatural power, virtual explosion. The horror of the virtual explosion, even the sword Wushuang dare not to be underestimated. Its power is enough to compare all the moves in the sword warrior Tai Lu sword code, except 4 Seasons and Taro. Gai Nian, what is this concept? Divine power universe, but not anyone, can be compared with Jian Wushuang. I can say that in the same realm, if the person of the magical universe is not an arrogant monster, he has far more power than the same realm, and he will only be crushed in the face of the vain in the same realm. And this virtual force nucleus, but can give the person of the divine power universe, has the ability to resist the cord of the virtual universe chamber. The preciousness of this thing can be seen from this. Wu Jinshuang looked at Elder Ban Shan again, with a little more admiration in his eyes. Mist Shuang, swallow this nucleus of virtual power, swallow him, and you will be able to flow through the magical universe and the virtual universe without any flaws. Elder Luanshan said, No way. Wu Jinshuang heard the words and shook his head. This is Elder Ban Shan, an invincible supremacy of tens of thousands of chaos ages. How can he try to figure it out? No need to talk nonsense. Since the old man asked you to take it, you take it, and Imo Shui's daughter's delicate attitude. The elder Luanshan pushed the nucleus of virtual power into the hands of Jian Wushuang, and immediately turned around and walked out. This, Qi Jian Wushuang nodded silently, and stowed it seriously. When walking to the door of the corpse cave, Elder Banshan stepped a foot, then turned his head and said softly, Mist Shuang, if you can really enter the land of God, if the old friends of the old man are still alive, remember to give them to the old man. Last sentence, my husband is fine now, don't miss it. After speaking, Elder Banshan no longer hesitated, and as soon as he stepped on, some thin and shy figures disappeared under the thin moonlight. Wu Jinshuang looked at the disappearing back of Elder Banshan, and there was a touch of complexity in his eyes. He suddenly remembered that, in the annals of the divine universe, there was a record that a Taoist named Moving Mountains had once coveted the universe and suppressed 9 days and 10 places, but somehow, the moving Taoists who were originally in the middle of the sky suddenly appeared in the universe. Within bizarrely disappeared. I'm afraid that this is too old for the elder Banshan, who was a stranger who disappeared in the past. After the elder Luan Banshan left, Jian Wu sat down cross-legged and carefully looked at the hexagonal red crystal ball in front of him. Is there an empty mark, awakening the associated magical power burst? Wu Jian's eyes flashed a thought, and after a moment of contemplation, he no longer hesitated, swallowing his virtual crystal core. Boom! Instantly, a sharp pain came from the sword Wushuang deity. Even if Jin Wushuang is the top 3-body chaos body in ancient times, it is torn instantly, and the whole body is burned like it is thrown into a furnace of hundreds of millions of degrees. Wu Jianshou could not help screaming, and the body burst completely. Next moment, the divine body was put together again, and the pain that seemed to distort the soul of the soul, with hundreds of millions of needles stuck in the pores, shattered his body again. In this broken way, Jian Wushuang could feel that an extremely horrific and powerful force was emitted from the core of the virtual force, and began to change the life structure of Jian Wushuang little by little, pushing it towards the virtual soldier. Zhiho, after dozens of crashes and reorganizations, the pain suddenly disappeared. A completely different breath than Jian Wushuang before burst out from Jian Wushuang. It's done. Wu Jian's face was pale and gasping slightly, and a lot of bean sweat beads condensed on his forehead. He glanced slightly sideways. On his left shoulder, 2 scarlet long marks, like scars, spread and twisted from his left shoulder. Wu Jianwushuang can feel that although he seems to have no change in the body and cultivation at this moment, in the meditation, there is something different. Is this virtual power? Wu Jianshuang felt the imaginary force rolling in the body like a river, and squinted his eyes. The next moment, instead of rushing to awaken the associated magical powers, he reached out and touched the black willow seal on his neck, pulling a sneer arc. It's time to get rid of you. Chapter 4494, The Land of Gods, the Void Universe that came tens of thousands of void eras ago. They came from the same place as supreme martial artist Gongyang and the others. All of them are at least at the 6 scar level, which means they are invincible supremes. One of them is several times stronger than the god-refining sect master. Jian Wushuang's eyes flickered, and his thoughts began to run quickly. The time axis of the void universe and the divine power universe that Jian Wushuang was in was similar. Tens of thousands of chaos cycles ago. It should have been around the time when the Great Catastrophe War had just ended. At that time, only that group of people had entered the void universe and had disappeared without a trace. Even though the god-refining sect master's words were rather obscure, to Jian Wushuang, it was obvious. The palace master of the Divine Life Palace. If Jian Wushuang had guessed correctly, the alien race the god-refining sect master had mentioned was none other than the team led by the palace master of the Divine Life Palace that had disappeared into the void universe. Jian Wushuang's mind was filled with thoughts, but he pretended to be listening. He continued to listen to the sect master of the god-refining sect talk about the land of gods. He understood that this land of gods was very likely to be inextricably linked to the disappearance of the Divine Life Palace's palace master. When the identity of this group of foreign races was exposed, our void universe immediately summoned the giant arms of the great beings at the 6 scar level and above to kill these foreign races. This time, almost half of the 6 scar level void masters in our universe were gathered to fight with this group of alien races in the small ring star field. Speaking of which, although the cultivation base of this group of outsiders is similar to ours, other than the strongest person who can suppress the life source, the rest of them are weaker than us in terms of combat strength. Very soon, a great battle broke out. Almost all of the alien races were killed, and only the strongest of these aliens managed to escape with 2 or 3 people. Then, I don't know what kind of technique the strongest person used, but he actually dominated a star field and refined it into a forbidden area. He set up 999 restrictions, locking himself and the remaining 2 or 3 6 scar level experts in it. Not only was he unable to take a step out, but we also couldn't get in no matter how hard we tried. Moreover, the higher one's cultivation is, the stronger the rejection force will be when they step into the forbidden area. On the contrary, those with lower cultivation will not trigger the terrifying restrictive spells that can kill immortals and gods. As time passed, that forbidden land was left behind. We called it the Land of Gods, the god-refining sect master said slowly. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang could not help but squint his eyes. He finally knew the whereabouts of the Divine Palace Master. Back then, outside the Divine Life Palace, Overlord Patriarch had said that the Palace Master of the Divine Life Palace had been trapped somewhere in the Void Universe. He must have been referring to this land of gods. It was no wonder that the Palace Master of the Divine Life Palace could not return. Lord Sect Master, the mission you mentioned must be related to the land of gods, right? Jian Wushuang asked despite knowing the answer. That's right. The sect master of the god refining sect nodded and replied in a deep voice. It's been tens of thousands of void eras since that group of foreign people was trapped in the land of gods, and our Lord Void God used a great divine ability to seal off all the energy supplies in that area. In other words, those foreign people who were heavily injured will never recover from their injuries. For the first tens of thousands of void eras, we could still sense that the outsiders were trying to break through the seal and escape. But in the last 10,000 void eras, they've quieted down. They've never tried to break through the seal again. They're probably already like a lamp that's on its last legs. Wushuang, your mission this time is to enter the restriction and see what the situation is like. First, your cultivation is only at the star level, so the restrictions inside will not be triggered at all, and you can walk in safely. That group of outsiders has been worn down by tens of thousands of void eras. Even if they haven't fallen, they probably don't have much power left, so they won't be much of a threat to you. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and thought for a moment. He nodded and replied, I understand. Very good. Then, Wushuang, you may leave first. You're not the only one going to the land of gods to explore this time. They'll also choose some disciples from the sect to go with you. Other than that, I'm afraid that the other top forces will also send their own heaven's favorites. Don't be careless and embarrass the god-refining sect, the sect master said slowly. Yes. After a few more words from the god-refining sect master, Jian Wushuang took his leave. After returning to the corpse cave on the top of the limestone mountain, Jian Wushuang immediately opened a ward to seal off all auras. To him, even if the god-refining sect master did not allow him to go to the land of gods, he would still find a reason to go. The palace master of the Divine Life Palace had stayed in the void universe for tens of thousands of chaos cycles. Even if he had been trapped in the land of gods for nearly all his time, he must have known a lot about the void universe. This was of utmost importance. In addition, Jian Wushuang also had some doubts and wanted to ask the palace master of the Divine Life Palace, provided that the palace master had not died. For example, what was going on with his life level? The more he cultivated, the more he realized that his life level as a special life form far surpassed that of a perfect special life form. Or rather, it was not a perfect level special life form at all. His life level had far surpassed the perfect level. After that, Jian Wushuang used the token given to him by the Cosmos God to activate the water mirror and report the matter to Cosmos God. Regarding the land of gods, Cosmos God did not seem surprised. It was obvious that he had already known about this. He only told Jian Wushuang to be careful and then hung up the call. It was late at night. Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged on the stone bed and refined the tarot divine corpse. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Jian Wushuang was immersed in his cultivation and preparing to go to the land of gods, an unexpected person came and knocked on the door of Jian Wushuang's corpse cave. After removing the magic barrier, Jian Wushuang frowned and looked out of the corpse cave's door. He was suddenly stunned. Outside the corpse cave, under the blood-colored moonlight, an old man with white hair and a white beard, his face full of age spots, was standing quietly at the entrance of the corpse cave with his hands behind his back. Elder Panshan? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion. Panshan, one of the 5 great grand elders. What was he doing here? Wushuang, I have something to tell you. Am I not welcome? Panshan's expression was indifferent. He glanced at Jian Wushuang and said, Elder Panshan, what are you saying? Come in and sit. Jian Wushuang smiled and shook his head. He then stood up and extended his hand to invite Elder Panshan to enter the corpse cave. Chapter 4495. Qi Yindan. Run this person is the sole candidate for the refining of the sect of sect. The Lord has already decided on Kungda. But with the advent of Jin Wushuang and the banquet held in the sovereign's hall that day, the dispute between Yin Dan and Jin Wushuang made the refining god's lord gradually disappointed with Yin Dan. Sensitive, irritable, hardworking, narrow-minded, so happy, there is no city. This is the Yin Dan that the sovereign lord saw at the banquet that day. I ask, how can such a person take control of a sacred place to glory? That day, he didn't go to point out these things, but it was Yin Dan who said what he said. He was still his big disciple. He couldn't scold him in front of Manchu, and if he liked himself all speaking out, Yin Dan will inevitably be imbalanced and secretly resentful. Resentment, refining the Lord of God does not matter, but it is not necessary. On the contrary, Jin Shuang's performance that day made him feel a little different. I am not humble or overbearing, and look at ease. At the same time, the master of the refining looked at Jin Wushuang, and he could not help but utter a sentence from the bottom of his heart. There are thousands of thunders in your heart, but those who face the quiet lake can worship the general too. The extraordinary talent represents the highest growth limit of Jin Wushuang, and the extraordinary mind represents Jin Wushuang. He will never bring the refining Shenzong into a place of no end. For a moment, by shower reduced, and the candidate of the next refining god sovereign began to lean in the heart of the 8 poles. There was silence in the hall. The master of the refining god did not speak, and other people naturally did not dare to hustle. After a short while, the refining suzerain only said lightly, "This suzerain summoned you today. Presumably you also know why?" He said the words fell, and the crowd had not spoken yet. Seeing Yin Dan stepped forward and said, "Master Zong, I guess the mission is about to start?" "Yes." The Lord of the refining god nodded, then looked at the crowd, and Shan Sheng said, "The Lord has just received the news. Other sectarian forces have sent their disciples to the land of God." Land of God? Yes. Wu Jinshuang, Fu Chun, and Yin Dan all bowed their heads. Nali at this moment, they don't know where they are. The 3 of them are the candidates to go to the land of the gods this time. Shuang Shuang, Shuang Shuang, when you leave Lian Shenzong, I see you die. Wu Yinden bowed his head and leaned towards Jin Wushuang. His mouth sneered. A poisonous plan breeds in his heart. Jiang has no double-sided and expressionless, but also has a good idea in mind. If this Yin Dan acted obediently along the way, if he wanted to commit stupidity himself, he wouldn't mind sending him a ride. Well, let's all 3 of you. Be sure to remember that everything is compulsory, and be careful all the time, to prevent others from the sect. The master of the refining Shenzong Shun opened his mouth, then through his big sleeve, a giant bird resembling a bone dragon flew from the mountain behind the refining Shenzong. This giant bird has no hair, no flesh, only white bones and black eyes. At its back, a high platform is built, which makes people set foot. The 3 swords of Wujin Wushuang stepped on 1 foot and immediately flew up, landing on the high platform at the back of the giant bird. Moaning, this giant bird stretched out his head and shouted, and immediately carried a shuttle of Jin Wushuang and other people, directly over 180,000 miles, left the Lian Shenzong, and blasted towards the land of Fengshan. Master Su Lian took a deep look at the place where the 3 swordsmen disappeared, shook his head, and recovered his eyes after a long while. Strolling in the hall, Elder Banshan also looked at the disappeared 3 people for a long time. Refining Shenzong, Presbyterian Hall, the residence of the Elder Shanxia. Da-da-da. There was a rush of footsteps. A close disciple of an Elder Sickle walked in hurriedly. "Master, just now Yindan has been with Wushuang and Fuchen, driving a giant bone bird, and left the refining gods." Qin, the trusted disciple, knelt on the ground and whispered, "Oh, is this gone?" In the center of the hall, the Elder Sickle sitting cross-legged opened his eyes, and a flash of sharpness flashed in his eyes. "Okay, Elder Bin will go now. If the Lord Suzy asks where the Elder has gone, you say that the Elder has recently come to realize it, and went out to seek breakthrough opportunities. Understand?" Disciple understand. Qin, this trusted disciple, quickly returned. "Okay." Nodded with satisfaction, the Elder Shenxian stood up, stepped on his foot, and disappeared into the Elder's Hall. Missed double, missed double. This time the land of God is where your bones are buried. In the void, the voice of Sin Long from the Elder Sickle was heard. At the same time, not far from the Lian Shunzong, there is a bright star. This place is close to the Void Forbidden area. But this is the place where the largest star thief group, the Red Whale Gang, is located in the nearby hundreds of millions of stars. This group of star thieves is notorious. They rob the passers-by who passed by in the starry sky all year round. The entire virtual universe gnashed their teeth, but they could not do anything about it. The reason is because the head of this Red Whale Gang is a four-marked vanity. Under the leadership of this four-marked virtual honor, the entire Red Whale Gang helped to the extreme. Even the even-marked virtual warrior saw a headache for a while, and he could obediently use his treasures to fight against the difficulties. The head of the Red Whale Gang is similar to the abdomen of a big whale among the stars. At this moment, in the original Red Whale Gang, the astounding head of the imaginary universe is daring, but he is obediently kneeling at the foot of a silver-haired young pupil. Ice mast, small. When the news is received, the land of the gods is opened, and the people of the main forces of the virtual universe have sent all the Tianjiao disciples under the door to the land of gods to break the restrictions and look for the universe. Alien. The big master shivered, and the atmosphere didn't dare to breathe. I can see that this big master is extremely afraid of this silver-haired young man. Okay. Tong Yinfa Bingtong's youth nodded expressionlessly and asked, Luo Ming, is this person asking you to send someone to practice the sword warriors, inquired by Shinzong? Master Hui Bingbing, I have been asked by the younger. There is no one named Jin Wushuang in the disciples of Lian Shunzong. Instead, there is a person named Mist Shuang. Through this selection of entry disciples, he entered the Lian Shunzong. Unravel is a rare qualification for refining the Emperor Shinzong. Missed double? The silver-haired young pupil narrowed his eyes, sneered at the corner of his mouth, and said to himself, Jin Wushuang, you are so fatal that you haven't died that day, but entered the refining gods sect by concealing the sky and the sea. What superb qualification has he become, disciple of Tianjiao? He shook his head, and Yinfa Bingtong's youthful words turned sharply, and he continued to ask, I ask you, how is the situation of Wushuang now? Wushuang? Back to master. According to the small eyeliner return, that Wushuang has left the refining Shunzong and followed the other two disciples to the land of God's seal. He went to the land of God? Yinfa Bingtong youth frowned, and then laughed. Okay, sword unparalleled. Then this seat is waiting for you in the land of the gods. After saying that, he bowed his head toward the original big gang of the Red Whale and instructed, Luo Ming, get ready. They'll wait to go to the land of the gods. Yes. Grandpa resigned in congratulations. After Tongda headed down, the silver-haired ice pupil looked up, looking far away from the void, and there was a sense of coldness in his eyes. For this person, it is as if he and the sword Wushuang entered the icy supreme universe of the virtual universe. Chapter 4496. At the same time, farther from Lian Shunzong, in the heart of a star, an old man with an elegant temperament, a clear face, and a cautious look, slowly exhaled a stale air. It's been a long time, and those who purify me and kill me should have gone. The old man narrowed his eyes, and thoughts flashed in his eyes. He is not someone else. It is precisely in the selection of the disciples of refining gods to escape the birth of the Ram Supreme. On that day, when the disciple was selected, he saw that his identity had been taken apart and ran away first. However, he was fatal and escaped from the hands of several trace-level virtual men. Later, he got into the closed heart of the earth and has been in retreat until now. Hey! Streams of light passed over the stars. Immediately, the Ram Supreme heard a discussion, sounding from the mouth of the passing figure. Have you heard that the ban on the land of the gods is loosening this time? Each case has sent Zhong Nijio to the land of the gods to find out. I heard that the land of God hides a big secret. Shoo, babble. I vaguely heard that in the land of God, suppress people who are not our universe. What? Not people in our universe? Is there another universe? Be quiet. I heard one of our ancestors talk about this, but it's a secret of the heavens. Don't tell it. The discussion sounded, and the ram, who was hiding deep in the earth's heart, raised an eyebrow. Seal the land? Suppress people who are not in this universe? The ram's eyes flashed faintly, faintly, feeling like he had grasped some big secret. Looks like I must go through this land of God. I don't know what happened to Jin Wushuang and others after all these years. Did they escape and hunt that day? While his thoughts flickered, the ram treated himself to the high altitude. When one person placed an order, his right hand broke through the ground and turned into a giant hand. Boom! The single vanity was a 7-star vanity with a large elephant trunk and fanniers. Looking at the huge hand shadow that suddenly broke through the sky and covered the sky, it was too late to use the virtual technique to resist, and he was arrested. Hold it in the palm of your hand. Soon, the ram deep in the heart of the earth rose to the sky, opened up the kingdom of God, and threw it in. After a while, the ram supreme stepped out of the void with satisfaction, and he had got the news he wanted. The land of God, the old man is here. Ah! The next moment, he stomped with his right foot, and the whole man burst out, rushing away in the direction of Fengshen, within the virtual universe. With the loosening of the ban on the land of the gods, many top forces sent Tianjiao and the Zong to the land of the gods to find out. Therefore, the universe became very lively at once. In the vast sky, a bird with open wings and huge bones, thousands of feet wide, is moving fast. Its speed was extremely fast. Its body was moving forward hundreds of thousands of miles. Its wings cut through the void, and it made a huge sound boom. Jian Wushuang's negative hand was standing on the high platform at the back of the bone. Because the speed was too fast, the strong wind generated across the face like a knife. This strong wind is extremely sharp. If it is an ordinary starburst, it is purely physical resistance, for fear that it will be blown away by this strong wind. However, this terrifying wind is only able to blow Jian Wushuang's hair, not even a trace of white marks on him. Fu Chan among the three was not so easy to deal with the wind, and he saw that he could only run the virtual force continuously to form a protective cover to constantly resist this divine power. He looked at Yin Dan and Jian Wushuang, who were safe and sound on the high platform. Yin Dan is able to resist this smashing wind. He is not surprised. After all, Yin Dan has already broken through to the mark level, and the difference between mark level and virtual level is like Ruoxian Fan. And this sword is unparalleled, and the realm is almost the same as him. How can it be so easy to resist this gust of wind? Fu Chen couldn't help but think secretly that he was able to show his talents in the Zoman disciples, but I was afraid that there was a large part of the reason, because the Wushuang did not participate in the contest. Yin Dan stood behind Jian Wushuang, and his lips kept humming. He was hesitating whether to kill the sword without double-clicking now. Just now his father, Elder Shunxian, has sent him a letter. Elder Shunxian has left the refining Shunzong and is rushing towards them. It won't be long before the two can merge. The Elder Sickle is a 3-mark practice. Yin Dan was confident. By the time, with the power of his father Shunxian, the two would work together to kill the sword unparalleled, but to turn things over. After thinking a long time, well, wait until you return from the land of gods, and then find a chance to kill this child. Yin Dan's eyes flashed, and he took a deep breath, eliminating his immediate intention to kill the sword without double-clicking. Standing in front of the high platform, facing back to Yin Dan's sword, Wushuang naturally felt Yin Dan's fleeting murderous power. Shaking his head, Jian Wushuang didn't focus on his heart and continued to look up. After almost a year, a lonely starry sky gradually became lively. In addition to the huge bone bird stepped by the 3 swordsmen Wushuang, some strange means of transportation also came from all directions. For example, a giant golden yellow gourd sits on the gourd with a group of young people wearing black long coats, with raised eyes on the eyebrows. At the top of the gourd, a vertical flag is inserted, and the letters Tianmen are written. Oh, Are these rabbits from Tianmin here? Yin Dan narrowed his eyes and made a cold hum in his mouth. And this group of disciples also saw the three Yin Dan standing on the huge bone birds and sneered at the corners of their lips. Isn't this the defeat of Zongmin at the Zongmin Exchange contest that year? It seems that there is no one in refining Shenzong, so that such a role has led the team into the land of gods. He shook his head while talking, with a look of contempt. It can be seen that the two obviously have long been hostile. The words fell. Yin Dan's face suddenly became gloomy. Xinkong, the heroes don't mention the bravery of the year, and the momentary victory is nothing. We have done it again this time. Yin Dan said a little ugly. Ha ha ha, how difficult is it? Don't cry this time, and call your old ghost father to save you. The leader of the gate of this day laughed loudly, and then led the team away. Jack. Looking at the proudly leaving Tianmin team, Yin Dan's eyes flashed. When his eyes turned, he saw Jian Wushuang smiled at him with a smile, and he was so angry that he suddenly exclaimed, Miss Chuang, what are you doing to me? I tell you that the door and our refining Shenzong have always been hostile. If you have anything to do with me, you're not half good. Chapter 4497. Time is in a hurry, and the time is over. Along the way, Jin Wushuang Yandan and others saw a lot of disciples from all directions. These popular Yuxuanang, with a strong spirit, have been repaired to an average of more than 6 stars, and even the strong ones have reached the mark level. But the highest, that is, a mark, because the cultivation is higher, the greater the face of the prohibition and rejection of that land of God. Many of them recognized Yandan, either friendly or cold-hearted, and can see that the refining Shenzong is still quite famous in the virtual universe. A moment later, a huge star field appeared in front of everyone. The land of gods is here. I saw that around this star field, countless battleships or flying magics swept the void, and the Tianjiao disciples from the top sectarian forces were waiting for each other, waiting for the weakest restraint in this land of gods. Is this the land of God? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and looked up. This land of gods is said to be a star field, but it is actually inappropriate because it consists of a matrix of forbidden formations. A total of 99 bands. Each prohibition is like a halo of discs, blocking everything, and a total of 99 prohibitions are superimposed and integrated together, which immediately forms a horrifying formation of immortality. On the 99 bands, Xianhui permeated and slightly twisted, and directly annihilated the void, forming a 10-foot wide void belt to isolate all vitality. These 99 bands blocked all the way in, and also cut off the way out. According to Elder Moose Wind, the power of these 99 bands, even if it is a 6-marked vanity, has to be peeled if it is immortal, and it can only be withdrawn halfway. Going in one step, it will instantly disappear and disappear. Its horror is evident. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and felt the 99 forbidden breaths, but he felt extremely familiar. This is the taste of divine power. In addition, he also felt a special breath of life with him at the origin of the 99 bands. This made him determined that he would arrange the 99 forbidden people who made the entire virtual universe helpless. If he did not guess wrong, it would be the one who had no information and had lost tens of thousands of lives in Chaos Lord of the Palace Shrine. For a moment, Jian Wushuang's heart was filled with emotion. He began to expect that the Lord of the Palace of Life Palace had not fallen yet, and the two could meet in this land of gods. Time passes slowly. The crowd did not move, but began to wait for the 99th time when the prohibition was the weakest, and then quickly entered. Gradually, there are constantly Tianjiao disciples from the top Zongmin, walking into this land of gods. Rumble. A bonito flag hung with a spur bone. A huge boat like a whale broke from the distance and was overwhelming and staring across the stars. In this huge boat, there was a wild laugh. Little bunnies, we're here for the red whale. The red whales are acting, everyone is away. Quack quack, this land of gods, we red whale helped occupy. I saw countless robbers staring at the arrogant disciples in the gates of this boat, laughing loudly. On the deck of this boat, The ice-cold pupil of the silver-haired Bingtong stood supremely with a hand full of pride. Behind him, the original head of the Red Whale Club, Ming Luo, bowed his knees slightly, lowered his hands, and wherever there was a half-point thief that ran across the universe, he was respectful like an old servant. Everyone looked at the Red Whale gang that came out of nowhere. Their pupils shrank and their faces slightly changed. The stars of the Red Whale are stolen. This bunch of rotten fish and rotten shrimp, why are they everywhere? Damn! What are these cuckoo sticks doing to seal the land of gods? And who is that standing on the deck? Why are the great heads of the Red Whale gang standing behind, as if to worship the master? Many disciples of the Holy Land sect whispered. The Red Whale helps these star thieves, which is too infamous in the virtual universe. They are not strong in individual strengths, but they work in groups, using means, and there is a foremark master Luo Ming who is the head of the cattle. Can be described as extremely difficult. Even if some traces of vanity fall into their hands, if they are not good, they will hate the spot. They never thought of why the Red Whale gang appeared here. Moreover, looking at it like that, it seems that the Red Whale gang has changed hands. The silver-haired ice-pupil young man standing on the deck was as impassable as a mountain, unfathomable. It is estimated that it will only be stronger than Luo Ming, the original Red Whale. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help looking at each other. Their hearts were sinking. If this group of Red Whale gangs waited until they entered the land of the gods, they stood at the exit and robbed them in the fire, then it was over. Skeleton on the platform. Jian Wushuang also looked up and looked at the gang of Red Whale gang members. How can he not see the person headed on the deck? This silver-haired young Bingtong is not Bingyu Supreme or who? Bingyu Supreme. Also noticed the sword unparalleled standing on the back of the giant bone bird. The enmity between the two has spread from the divine universe to the void universe, and has already reached the point of immortality. At this moment, the enemies faced each other, and the eyes of the two gathered in the air, which immediately gave birth to a fierce invisible spark. A sneer sneered gradually at the corner of Bingyu Supreme's mouth. His lips lightly opened. He opened his mouth silently towards the sword and spit out 8 words. The sword had no expression on both sides, and he recognized these 8 characters. Seal the land of God and fight it. Jian Wushuang couldn't help flashing a cold rush in his eyes. Originally, when he first entered the virtual universe, he also wanted to temporarily put aside his old hatred of the Bingyu Supreme. After all, the divine power of the universe was ahead of him, but life and death could not be more than a thought. No old hatred of the old hatred could be compared with the endangered universe. But this Bingyu Supreme, however, entered this virtual universe, and then he was selected by the introductory disciple of the refining God sect, and he wished to put him to death. It is intolerable. He is unparalleled, but he has never been a soft egg of the Virgin. Okay, then in this land of God, settle the new hatred and the old hate together. Jian Wushuang murmured to himself. A flash of icy murderous flashed in his eyes. Red whales help the boat. Master Bingao, the kid who refined Shunzong, is Wushuang. Does this kid have a holiday with the adult? Do you need to shoot now and kill him in place? The Red Whale gang leader Luo Ming, who stood behind Bingyu Supreme like an old servant, noticed the collision of Bingyu Supreme and Jian Wushuang's eyes. Just because you want to kill him? Bingyu Supreme looked down at Luo Ming and shook his head disdainfully. Immediately, a bitter resentment poured into his eyes. This man must be killed by me. I want to peel him and cramp and feel the worst torture in the world. Luo Ming, bowing her head, heard the words, and her heart trembled. What great hatred is between the two men. Let's go into the land of the gods first. This battle with this person is inevitable today. Let's do it in the land of the gods. After a moment, Bingyu Supreme took a deep breath. His expression gradually returned to calmness, and said lightly, Chapter 4498. Time Walk. A horrible coercion spread from the land of the gods. More and more people gathered outside the land of the gods. Everyone is waiting for the 99th band to be the weakest. This is the rule that tens of thousands of people in the virtual universe have found out from these 99 prohibitions since the Xian dynasty. There is a lack of heaven, and it is naturally impossible for these 99 bands to reach a complete state of completeness. According to countless powerful deductions and calculations in these tens of thousands of virtual periods, it is learned that the 99 prohibitions continue to operate, but every hundreds of virtual periods, this overlaps, and the continuously running 919 bands, there will be a separation of a jaw stick time. And these 99 prohibitions will have a weakest channel entrance during this time of separation of Huaxiang. As long as it is modified to be shallow, it will most likely not trigger the destructive power of immortality into the abdomen of the land of the gods. Now, everyone is waiting for the moment when the 99 band is separated. In the void, an old man with a clean and elegant face looked silently at Jian Wushuang and Bingyu Supreme. He emerged from the earth's heart, and then came the Supreme Ram. Well, when the four of them entered the virtual universe together, now it looks like this. Jian Wushuang entered the refining god sect and became a Tianjiao disciple like Sun Zhongtian, and the Bingyu Supreme became the leader of one party, but I was alone. You can only hide in the dark. It's terrible. The Ram supremely touched his short beard, shook his head for a while and sighed. But looking at it this way, it seems that Lingyu guy didn't escape? Thinking of Lingyu, he was silent for a while. Just wait until you get into the land of God, and then look for a chance to see if you can get online with them. After thinking for a while, the Ram Supreme decided not to move and waited until he entered the land of the gods. 3 more days passed. All of them opened their eyes wide and were reluctant to slack off for a moment, for fear of missing the 99 forbidden separation. Rumble. In the heaven and earth universe, the 99 prohibitions roll like a grinding disc, releasing horrific power, crushing the void, and then exploding. These 99 prohibitions are like the 99 apertures that overlap, and together they can destroy the world, but with their circulation. Finally, the 99 band, there was a short separation. A narrow entrance appeared in front of everyone. It's now. Instantly, countless people flashed out of their eyes, stepped on their feet, and rushed into the land of God. At this moment, the starry sky is covered by the phoenix gods. Countless dark shadows run through the imaginary force, burst into the sky, and rush into this entrance. At the moment when Jian Wushuang and Bingyu Supreme appeared, the footsteps soared into the sky, and they shot towards the entrance. The two looked at each other, sparks sparkling in their eyes, and the fighting spirit was surging. For the two, this time into the land of the gods, their opponents are only each other. These virtual universe people will be rejected by these prohibitions, but they will not, because these 99 prohibitions are based on the strength of virtual power to determine the power of the prohibition. Therefore, the higher the cultivation in the virtual universe, the harder it is to enter the land of the god, and the greater the counterattack force. The lower the cultivation is, the more likely it is to hide the sky and trigger the prohibition. For Jian Wushuang and Bingyu Supreme, as long as they release their divine power, they will naturally be unobstructed. Boom! Suddenly, dozens of notes of light hit the entrance of the land of the god. After Jian Wushuang and Bingyu Supreme left, the figure of Ram Supreme emerged from the void, followed closely, and entered the land of the gods. Originally still a black and sealed place, it suddenly became quiet, and only the Red Whale Gang yelled on the Red Whale Gang boat. A few hours later, a ray of gods blasted from a distance. The void shattered, revealing its blue shirt fluttering, the sickle supreme like a sickle. Did you go in? God Scythe narrowed his eyes and immediately stood at the exit of the land of Sealing God, sitting cross-legged. He made up his mind. As soon as the sword Wushuang came out, he immediately shot and killed the sword Wushuang Thunder to prevent future troubles. Within the land of God, Jian Wushuang and others flew in footsteps, extremely fast, constantly shuttled through the band, and blasted towards the center of the land of the gods. The area of Fengshan was vast, but it was created by the master of the Palace of Life and other people who occupied a star area and banned it by exerting great magical powers. Soon, the first prohibition was pouring in like a tide. Although silent, the terrifying coercion, like the river and the sea, swept across all directions, and the arrogance of many virtual universes felt the coercion, all of them pale. Is this the power of the original restraint? Everyone shivered in their hearts and quickly converged, turning it into a piece of rotten wood, letting this prohibition sweep over them. Laugh. The prohibition swept across the body, but it was as if no one had been found. Sure enough, everyone looked at each other, and there was a rush of ecstasy in their hearts. Suddenly, everyone stepped up faster and flashed forward. Only those who truly came out of the top sex and had extraordinary insights into the sky sneered in their hearts. How easy was it to pass this land of God? Now it is safe, just because it is still at the outermost part of the land of God, and once deepened, these prohibitions will gradually become sensitive and release the same terrorize the lasers and kill them one by one. Jin Wushuang, Yin Dan, and Fu Chen all flew in the middle position. Fu Chen's expression was dignified. The atmosphere didn't dare to breathe, and he was not far behind, followed by others, and after confirming the safety ahead, he followed the steps of others. And Yin Dan from time to time looked at Jin Wushuang. His eyes flickered fiercely. At first glance, he was unhappy, holding on to some bad water, ready to trip Jin Wushuang. The sword is double-sided and expressionless, and he can naturally feel the maliciousness from Yin Dan's body, but to him, Yin Dan is like the ants. You can pinch yourself with just one thought. His biggest opponent this time in the land of God, there is only one person, and that is the ice-cold Supreme that looks at him in the distance. The crowd was extremely fast, and they continued to fly forward and quickly past the outermost void. If you divide the land of the gods into 3 levels, they have now passed the first level. Suddenly, what? Located in the forefront of this group, there was a sudden terrifying scream. Chapter 4499. Dash. The screams screamed loudly from the very front of the group that entered the land of gods. What happened? What happened? What's up? Suddenly, everyone was sprinting in the footsteps, and his face was startled. It looks like someone has killed the ban ahead of time. Everyone quickly looked up and saw the first arrogant, 8-star virtuoso who was rushing at the first, and the aperture laser that was split horizontally and vertically, just like a tofu, was cut directly from the waist and cut into countless pieces. The annihilation force carried in the forbidden aperture directly destroyed this Tianjiao disciple, and the dead cannot die anymore. Seeing this scene, everyone in the presence took a breath of cold air, scalp tingling for a while. The person who fell just now is not an unknown junior, but the first disciple of the gray primitive in the center of the virtual universe. He is also one of the arrogant arrogants in the universe. He unexpectedly died here silently. For a while, the original people were still relaxed, and their hearts sank immediately. At this time, they only remembered that the land of God was a 6-mark vanity, a death-forbidden place that they dare not easily enter. The extremely fast pace suddenly slowed down. Everyone carefully fumbled, marching forward, and continued to deepen the land of God. After a while, what? Another scream came, and a Tianjiao disciple died again in the power of restraint. This makes everyone feel cold, and the pace that has become extremely slow has become like walking on thin ice. However, Rao is so unable to prevent death. From the death of this second disciple, death and fall, like a chain reaction, continue to happen. The iris radiates a faint white on, sweeping continuously from all directions. The iris speed is still not fast at first, but as people continue to deepen, the speed suddenly becomes faster and faster. This circle is blank, like a beheading head, silently harvesting the lives of everyone present. Suddenly, the entire land of the gods was screaming and shouting, and everyone began to urge the virtual power supernatural powers, constantly moving around, avoiding this white circle of light. However, with the successive outbreak of virtual power, the circle formed by the power of the prohibition was blank, and the speed of harvesting life suddenly became faster. A circle of Baimong chopped it diagonally. Jin Wushuang slightly tilted his head and easily escaped. Yin Dan, who is behind Jin Wushuang, is also easy to deal with, without putting much pressure on him. But dusting was difficult, and the response was extremely panic, with sweat on his forehead. Just when the second by Meng slashed straight towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was just about to dodge. Missed Shuang. Here today is your buried place. Virtual explosion dash. Suddenly, Yin Dan behind Jian Wushuang sneered. His eyes flashed fiercely. Countless red virtual forces condensed in his hands and formed a red ball the size of a basketball, slamming towards Jian Wushuang. What he waited for was this moment. Now, this moment has finally arrived. The first step is the power of horrific restraint to destroy the gods, and the next step is his fierce attack. He is confident that Jian Wushuang has no way to go, and his death is coming. In the distance, I have been watching the Bingyu Supreme for this scene, and I couldn't help raising my eyebrows and immediately laughed. Swords warriors, it seems that this seat is not just waiting to see you. Even the refining Shunzong you just entered. There are brothers and sisters who want to kill you and then quickly, to be a man till you failed. Shaking his head, Bingyu Supreme did not rush to shoot. He knew Jian Wushuang and naturally knew that the sight in front of him could not pose any threat to Jian Wushuang. Now is not the time for him to fight with Jian Wushuang. Is it? Feeling the near burst of power behind him, smashing at him quickly, Jian Wushuang's brow slightly lifted. The whole Bodis virtual force was transformed into divine power, and he turned to look at Yin Dan. He faced the calmness of his face, whether it was the oblique circle from the oblique splatter, or the virtual explosive ball that was severely dropped. Ha ha ha, is this ready to die? Yin Dan suddenly laughed when he saw this. When he saw this, his pupils shrank. However, at this moment, he can hardly protect himself. How can he be a champion for the sword unparalleled? He could not help but sigh slightly. Laugh. Next moment, Yin Dan's smile freezes suddenly, and his body freezes. Fuqin was also dumbfounded, with an incredible expression on his face. I saw that the forbidden force that beheaded countless Tianjiao fell to Jian Wushuang's position about 3 inches, and it seemed that he saw the breath of Jian Wushuang. It was actually a turn, and he opened the sword slightly. This is not the end. The virtual explosive ball that was blasted out by Yin Dan and destroyed all was actually held out by Jian Wushuang and grasped directly. Immediately, Sword Wushuang closed with 5 fingers and grasped gently. Boom! This exploding orb crashed directly. How can this be? Yin Dan stared blankly at Jian Wushuang, trembling. His eyes were full of ghost-like horror, and he almost fell from the air. This? Fu Chen also opened his mouth wide, his expression shocked to himself. Fog double. How did it happen? You know, I just want to be alone, but why do you want to die? The sword looked down at Yin Dan without expression on both sides, and there was no emotion in his eyes. What I just did seems to be a trivial matter for sword warriors. Yin Dan swallowed his saliva, and for a moment, he didn't know how to speak. A big terror between life and death came to him like a rolling wave. Facing Jian Wushuang's indifferent eyes, Yin Dan fell like an ice cellar, and his liver and gallbladder were cracked. A trace of virtual power seemed to be imprisoned by all, making him not even do a simple struggle. Become more familiar in your next life. Shaking his head, Jian Wushuang's fingers flicked. An immense force surging, shot from Jian Wushuang's fingertips. A muffled noise came out. Yin Dan head and eyebrow center position was suddenly pierced by a blood cave with finger thickness. Puff! Yin Dan pupils gradually collapsed, her face lost her figure, and she fell stiffly. Feng Rui's fierce sword chi has already destroyed his source of life in an instant. Puff puff. At the next moment, the iris formed by countless restraining forces came, cutting Yin Dan into countless pieces. One finger spike. Fu Chen's eyes looked at the scene in shock, a cool air, straight from the back of his head. Suddenly, the entire back of Fu Chen was wet with cold sweat. Chapter 4500. Yin Dan, who has broken through the marks, led by the disciples of refining God sect, was killed by Jian Wushuang in one finger. Su Fuchen stared at Jian Wushuang dully, his throat rolling, and he kept swallowing. What a big deal. A big deal is coming. The main disciple of the refining Shunzong master, the next master of the refining Shunzong chosen by the suzerain, was killed by Jian Wushuang in this way. What strength is this double? Sun Fukin's eyes were frightened and his legs were shaking. Next moment, he saw Jian Wushuang's eyes falling on him. This could make him shiver uncontrollably, and his heart was cold. I didn't see anything. Sun Fuchen swallowed his throat, and his trembling subconscious blurted out. Qi Jianhui's eyes flickered slightly, looking at Fu Qian with a look of horror, could not help but feel a little dumb. Is he afraid of killing himself? He shook his head, and Jian Wushuang didn't care about him. As soon as he stepped on his feet, he suddenly blasted toward the center of Fengshan like a cannonball. Far away, a group of disciples who had had a quarrel with Yin Dan outside the land of the gods noticed this scene, and suddenly their pupils shrank. Yin Dan, did he die in the hands of the same door? There was a dignified meaning in the eyes of the first disciple of Tianmen, and then he turned to look at a Tianmen disciple next to him and asked, Tianxian, I have been retreating before. I do indeed know the external affairs. Disciple? Who is that person? The disciples next to the first disciple heard the words and replied with respect, Master, you don't know. I heard that this time, the selection of initiating disciples of the religious sect has appeared, and there is a demon of inferior qualifications called Wushuang. This is the person who wants to come. Missed double? The first apprentice at Tiantian raised an eyebrow and smiled. This person is a bit better than Yandan's waist. After saying that, the first disciple shook his head, paused for a moment, and then groaned. The refining Shunzong and our Tianmen have always been at odds, and now Yin Dan is dead. I'm afraid that this person is very likely to become the patriarch of the future refining Shunzong. If there is a chance later, it would be better to kill this crowd. Yes. The disciple nodded quickly. The other side. Sun Bingxian looked at this scene supremely, with a touch of irony in the corners of his mouth. This sword Wushuang is really a disaster star, and it will happen wherever it goes. The next moment, he stepped on his right foot, and immediately turned into a skyward sword, chasing straight towards the sword. Zuiho, the end of the crowd. The cricket ram extremely touched his nose and grinned at the corner of his mouth. Neither of these people is the master of cessation. He shook his head. He also flew in the same shape, turned into a bright streamer, and flew forward. Seal outside the land of God. Elder Shinsickle meditating silently, she seemed to sense something, her brows frowned, her face slightly changed. Immediately, he flipped his right hand, and an ancient lamp was held in his palm. The faint candlelight shook the ancient lamp, and then, in a blink of an eye, the flame on the ancient lamp's wick shattered suddenly. Seeing this scene, the elder Sickle's face changed drastically, and he stood up suddenly, staring sternly into the land of Fengshan, exclaiming, Yin Dan Wuer. I saw that the elder Sickle had fallen into rage, countless green tendons on his forehead, and his facial features were distorted. Who killed my son? The elder god of Falcon snarled, and his aspirations cracked to the extreme. A breath of terrible horror emanated from him. That magic lamp is bound to a trace of the essence of life of Yin Dan. The stronger the breath of Yin Dan's life, the stronger the candlelight on this magic lamp. On the contrary, the weaker the breath of Yin Dan's life, the light on the lamp naturally dims. And just now, he saw with his own eyes the light on that magic lamp went out. Totters die like lamps. Now that the lights are off, naturally, Yindan has fallen. Angry. Anger that could not be described in any words, nearly burned the elder Sickle. Qi Yindan is dead. Wei Yindan, his only son, had high hopes. In the future, Yindan, the son of the suzerain, who was going to reign, would die in the land of God. A muffled noise came out, but the elder Sickle was angry and could not help spit out blood. His hair was exploded, and he became gray immediately, and his lips became pale and extremely dry. The eyes of the elder Sickling Sickle were scarlet, and he stared at the land of Fengshan trembling with anger. Who killed my child in the end? Poor green in this seat and falling Huangquan will kill you, but also kill all your loved ones in this world. Elder Shan sickened with anger, his eyes flashed fiercely, and his complexion was extremely extreme. There was a hint of intuition in his heart. I killed the Yindan people. Most likely it was the sword unparalleled in their eyes as a prey. Missed double. Must be missed double. The elder sickle stared at the land of God, and his eyes flashed with struggle. He could not wait to enter the land of God now and kill the sword unparalleled. But when he saw the circle of forbidden apertures, there was a rush of fear. After a short while, Elder Shinxian took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged. Miss Chuang, you better pray that you are dead in it, otherwise if you come out alive, this seat will definitely peel you off and cramp and use all kinds of torture methods to make you regret being born in this world. The evil spirits continued to grow in the eyes of the elder falcon. In the land of God seal after Jian Wushuang passed many arrogances, he suddenly lost his breath and directly transformed the full force into the divine power. Boom! Medium and supreme practice spread instantly and rushed to the sky, causing thousands of thunders to blow. A breath that shared the same origins as these 99 bands permeated the quartet. The horrible power of the bands immediately resembled Ru Yin when she saw her parents. She directly swept away the sword and let its past. Behind Jian Wushuang, the half-step invincibility of Qi Bingji Supreme, only one line away from the Supreme, the same horrible practice, the same skyrocketing. The two of them, one after the other, broke into the deep place of function directly like two meteors. Tianhe, medium supreme? This guy broke through again. Bing extremely felt the breath of the great shore from Jian Wu's body, and her pupils shrank slightly. However, your sword is unparalleled. Why is there no chance for me? Bing Xuan snorted supremely, glanced down at a bag hanging around his waist. In this bag, there is the blow of the Emperor Taishu. This is also the dare to challenge Jian Wushuang, bluntly killing Jian Wushuang. The killer at the bottom of the box. Boom! As soon as he stepped on his feet, the Excalibur appeared in his hand, and immediately shot towards the sword Wushuang. Chapter 45:01. Bing Extreme and Sword Unparalleled, sprinting forward and backward. Bing Extreme holds the Excalibur sword, but he is not in a hurry to shoot at the sword. Although he hated Jian Wushuang's bones and wished to sacrifice his flesh, he was not a stupid person and was not impulsively stunned. He knew in his heart that compared to killing Jian Wushuang now, the most important thing before him was to enter, seal the land of the gods, and see if the team sent by the gods of the year was still alive. If is still alive, he will naturally have a chance. Even if falls, presumably the team's Qinkuan ring naturally remains here. That is the invincible supreme relic. He couldn't help but be indifferent. Thinking of this, Bingyu Supreme stepped faster. Supernatural power, Ice Wing? He whispered, and frost condensed on his back, forming a pair of long and bright ice crystal wings. Wow! His wings fluttered, and the speed of the ice mastiff skyrocketed suddenly. He was behind Jian Wushuang. Between the light and flint, he surpassed Jian Wushuang and ran forward. Okay. Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes at the Bingyu Supreme, who sprinted past him. Will he not know? What is the intention of this Bingyu Supreme hug? Dragon blood mystery Kai. Jian Wushuang sank in a low voice, and the next moment, his already extremely fast speed soared again, a level that was directly equal to the ice mastiff who had passed him. The two of them were very fast. You chased me in an instant and disappeared in place and swept deeper. This is the bitter ram who is chasing behind. How come these two guys are so fast? The cricket ram smiled helplessly. He has already let out his breath. Jian Wushuang and Bingyu Supreme should know that he exists, but they just ignored him. Oh, let's go. He shook his head, and the ram's supreme figure flew and followed closely. 51 bands. Prohibition. 85 prohibitions. Prohibition of 97 roads. Instantly, Jian Wushuang and Bingyu Supreme turned into horizontal thunder, straight through dozens of prohibitions, and shot towards the land of the gods. After half a column of incense, a choke-like barrier appeared in front of the two. As if a round bowl buckled down, the light exudes a faint yellow light, leaving the two outside. This is the last ban. Breaking through this prohibition is the real land of God's seal, and it is the place where the Lord of Life Jingu Palace and others are located. Wu Jianwushuang arrived one step ahead, and he could feel that the same breath of life as he originated from the source emanated from behind the 99th prohibition. Sushi, this familiarity, he has only experienced it in one person, that's Geniki. I felt this sense of familiarity. The hand that Jian Wushuang had stretched out stagnates in midair. Is it master? At this moment, Gu Jing's state of mind that Jian Wushuang had already cultivated has become a little confused. Busser, at the beginning, he was not skeptical. Would it be possible that his mysterious master might be the master of the Palace of Life? But he didn't dare to ask, for he was disappointed with the results. Later, at the grand ceremony of the universe, the of the universe mentioned to his master Xian Yi. Although he still hasn't got the exact news, Jian Wushuang always knows one thing, that is, his master should be a figure on the same level as the of the universe. Zhu and the Lord of Life Jinggong Palace, although equally mysterious and powerful, obviously will not be a level character with the of the universe. If Xian Yi is the master of the Palace of Life Jing, the of the universe would not be so secretive and blunt. Therefore, Jian Wushuang also broke off the idea that Xian Yi was the master of the Life Palace. But at this moment, Jian Wushuang felt the familiarity coming out of the last barrier, but the idea was shaken. The breath inside him is exactly the same as him. This must not be done. Sword unparalleled, this seat will take a step first. Extremely noticed that Jian Wushuang had a strange face next to him. He dismissed his lips, and then stepped into the last prohibition. Alas! With a soft bang, Bingyu Supreme fell into the water, and his body directly passed through the last 99th forbidden, and entered the land of the gods. Whether it is right or not, you know it at first sight. After a short while, Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, a flash of persistence in his eyes, and no hesitation, stepped into this barrier. Alas! A piece of darkness struck, as if trapped in the warm sea water, a warm current flowing on Jian Wushuang's body. This force of restraint is the most horrifying means of thunder for those who face the virtual universe, but those who face the divine universe are transformed into a pair of gentle hands. Alas! Ding! Beyond the darkness in front of me gradually receded, and countless stars of light appeared in the eyes of Jian Wushuang. The next moment, as if the world was lost, Jian Wushuang leapt lightly, jumping out of this best restraint. This is... Jian Wushuang saw this for a moment, and saw himself standing on a mountain, a skinny figure, facing his back. Where's Bingyu Supreme? Wu Jian Wushuang frowned, and he did not see the figure of Bingyu Supreme. He was just stunned for a moment, and Jian Wushuang retracted his thoughts and turned to look at the thin back. By this back has gray hair and dangles all over the body, like skinny skin, with saggy skin attached to the bones, giving people a feeling of dying wood and exhausted oil. The breath of the same origin that Jian Wushuang felt before was transmitted from this back. Senior? Wu Jianwushuang took a deep breath and tried to ask. By this back did not speak. A gust of wind blew across the top of the mountain, brushing his somewhat broken Tsing-yi, revealing his lean, skeletal body. Until a long while, he only heard a hoarse, old voice coming out of this skinny back. I ask you, what's the situation at the shrine now? As soon as this word came to an end, Jian Wushuang suddenly understood it. The identity of this thin back is naturally the legendary figure of the Life Shrine, the master of the Life Shrine standing at the highest point of the universe. Hit him, not Xuani. I think of this, Jian Wushuang somehow, some joy, and some loss. With a swinging corner, Jian Wushuang kneeled on one knee, took a deep breath, and said respectfully, Shun Sheng. The disciples of Life Jingu Sword are unparalleled. See Master Gongzhu. Master, returning to the palace, now the Temple of Life is seriously affected by the disciples, and they are very injured. They are recuperating. Wu Jianwushuang began to talk about the situation of the Life Shrine he knew now, slowly speaking. The skinny back did not speak, but listened quietly, seemingly unmoved, and did not react. After Jian Wushuang finished speaking, she was thin and silent for a long time, and then slowly said, Jian Wushuang, don't call me Lord of the Palace, you should call me brother. Chapter 4502. Brother? Qi Jian Wushuang paused. A conjecture that made him feel incredible and shocked gradually came out of his mind. From beginning to end, he has received many powerful refuges and inheritances from his predecessors in his life, but the true worship of the teacher can make Jian Wushuang call a master. And there is only one person, that is Xuanyi. And the Lord of Life Jingu Palace said so, then there is only one possibility, that is, he is also a disciple of Xuanyi. Yes. The thin figure nodded, and then turned slowly. A old face appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. His hair was gray, his eyes were cloudy, the skin on his cheeks was sunken, and his face was crumpled against his face. The whole man was full of the hero's late blight. Jian Wushuang, when you step into this land of God, I sense the breath of you. This is the breath that transcends the perfect level of life. Only one person can create this breath, and that is us, Master. Do the main body of the Life Shrine Palace said. His tone was flat, without any ups and downs. Wu Jianshuang's expression was complicated, and he did not speak. It seems that the Lord of the Palace of Life and the Palace of God did not want to hear Jian Wushuang's answer, but continued to say indifferently, Dao Yin of this seat, this life has many identities, such as the Lord of Life Jingong Palace, such as the First Supreme. But what makes this seat the most cannot be left, only one identity, that is, his disciples. Jian Wushuang heard a word. After a long while, Jian Wushuang thought about it and asked softly, Brother Dao Yin, can you tell me something about Master? This is the most urgent and most wanted news for Jian Wushuang. Master? The head of the Palace of the Life Shrine, Tao Yin Supreme, heard the words and looked up, as if looking through the 99 roads, looking to an extremely distant place. He said after a long silence, Our master is a character who can't use common sense. Do and T say that you do and T know his condition. Even if this practitioner is to this point, standing at the pinnacle of the universe, he still cannot see through the master. I do and T know much about Master S news, but I can't tell you everything. First of all, this seat was born at the beginning of the universe. When chaos just opened, I was also the master I knew at that time. I was nothing but a green lotus who didn't understand in the chaos. It was during the dawn of chaos that the master woke me up and gave me wisdom roots, so that we could wake up from the chaos and practice all the way. When I came to the back, it was the master who transformed his body for me and gave me a special life beyond the perfect level. I just stepped into this state step by step and reached the top of the universe. Speaking carefully, the Life Shrine of the Year was also created by the Master, and the Life Shrine can be born, thanks to the Master. Drudal, until the 100,000 Chaos Era, people with the Void Universe entered the Divine Universe through the Void Gap, and then a catastrophe occurred, and the Master disappeared as if the world had evaporated. In these years, this block has not stopped the search for Master, from the Divine Universe to the Void Universe. Although this seat did not find a Master, this seat is not without gain. 10,000s of epochs of chaos. When this block first stepped into the virtual universe, he encountered a dying 6-mark vanity, and on his body, this block felt the breath of a master. Later, I learned from him that this person is also a disciple of Master. Dressur, it's just that this seat has more time to ask in the future. This person will die and disappear, and this seat will be chased by the most powerful person in this universe and can only retreat. Before this person was dying, it is best to tell me a word of this seat, so that I don't have to look for traces of Master. He said, We are created by Master, and we must be due to Master in the future, and dying is just delayed by Master. Life Jingu Palace Lord said lightly. Qi Jian Wushuang fell into silence. This is not the first time he has heard that Master is a chess player and they are a chess piece. As early as at the Cosmos Grand event, the of the universe said something similar to him. Wushuang, in the next big game. This game uses the universe as the chess surface and all beings as the chess pieces. His sword unparalleled, or other disciples of Xianyi, are just a ring in the chess game, a chess piece. Sword unparalleled, do you know? I see you, especially like seeing a person. Du Shrine Palace, main Tao Yin Supreme, said. Am I? Like who? Wu Jin asked with a frown. I used to be, she said, shaking her head. Qi Jian Wushuang couldn't help but sigh. Hey, he is not like the former Tao Yin Supreme, and Xianyi was given the chance to make a good fortune. Then he set foot on a path to find master. Brother Dao Yin, let me take you out of here first. Converged his thoughts, Jian Wushuang said. He turned over with his right hand, and Zhen Tianbei appeared in his hand. Although the Lord of the Life Shrine has disappeared tens of thousands of chaos periods, his legend still exists in the universe. I was rumored that at the time of the Holocaust, the of the universe had not yet risen. It was the Supreme Master of the Palace of Life, who led the universe and resisted the erosion of the virtual universe. It was precisely because of his existence that he was dragged into the rise of the universe, and then he turned the tide and drove the people out of the virtual universe. I can say that Supreme is the man in the divine universe, second only to the of the universe. Now the second catastrophe is imminent. If Dao Yin could return at this time, it would be an epic strengthening of the magical universe. In addition, Dao Yin Supreme is also his elder brother and the master of the Palace of Life. His sword is unparalleled. How can he bear to let this old man who has already disappeared, and the old man with a candle remaining in his life, continue to be alone in this land of God? This seat cannot go out. However, Tao Yin Supreme shook his head and said, Sword unparalleled, these 99 bands are all supported by this seat. Although it resists the power of the virtual universe and prevents it from entering, it also breaks the way out of this seat. Once this seat leaves here, these 99 prohibitions will collapse in an instant, and once these 99 prohibitions collapse, the guy who has been staring at this seat in the universe will immediately release and place this seat in deadly. At that time, not only will this seat fall, you will also die because of this seat. We will not be able to get out of here. That guy? Jian Jianwushuang heard a word. Yes. Dao Yin nodded his head. His lips aroused a touch of indifference, and looked up at Woody Void. That guy fought with this seat in the past. This seat can only seal himself in these 3 inches, and that guy is he was seriously injured and has been recuperating. Thon, calculate time. That guy's injury has recovered at this moment. This seat can feel that for nearly 1,000 times of chaos. There has been a pair of eyes looking at this seat. I'm afraid that is the guy. If this seat is to go out, I'm afraid we have to wait until one day you can truly defeat the virtual universe and come in. Chapter 4503. Is this so? Wu Jin's brows frowned. Some regrets. He is not a reckless person. Since Dao Yin Supreme said so, it is naturally in this virtual universe that at least one level of power exists with Dao Yin, staring at the land of God. If you forcefully pull the Palace Master out, not only will the Palace Master be harmed, but you will not be able to go out alive. Well, sword is unparalleled. You don't have to force it. You come here. I have something to give you. Pu Daoyin Supreme smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth and waved his hand toward the sword unparalleled. Yes. Wu Jin Wushuang nodded, and then walked towards Dao Yin Supreme. Come, Jin Wushuang, come sit down in front of me. This seat will give you a good fortune. After Jin Wushuang sat down cross-legged in front of Dao Yin Supreme extended his finger and gently clicked on Jin Wushuang's brows. Boom. Suddenly, a huge amount of knowledge was poured into Jin Wushuang's mind along Dao Yin's supreme fingertips. The huge amount of knowledge almost explodes the sword unparalleled mind. The vision of Wu Jin's eyes changed suddenly. Boom dash. Instantly, Jin Wushuang seemed to travel through the floods of the heavens and the earth, endless time and space, and return to the beginning of the universe. I saw a chaos between the heavens and the earth, a hazy haze. I don't know how long after that. Suddenly the clear air rose, the turbid gas subsided, and the chaos began to separate. From there was a sky and the earth. Everything began to multiply and be born. and the original face of the universe began. In the universe, there are gradually signs of life. A common green lotus, located in the chaos, took the first breath of Hongming and began to evolve from then on. Wu Jin Wushuang knows that this green lotus is naturally Tao Yin Supreme. As time passed, Jin Wushuang was immersed in the evolution of this green lotus. Martyrdom Yin rises from the end of the micro and then dominates the universe. All the avenues of understanding and magic skills are engraved in Jin Wushuang's mind. The pictures in Wu Jin's eyes did not end until Tao Yin Supreme reached the top of the universe. After the cricket was over, Jin Wushuang said nothing, closed his eyes immediately, and began to digest the mood and feelings in it. This is Tao Yin Supreme's understanding of Tianyi Avenue. At this moment, I gave Jin Wushuang everything, this fortune. It was scary. And Jin Wushuang also knows that at this moment is not the time to say the words of gratitude. What he has to do now is to do his best to absorb this insight carefully. He and Tao Yin Supreme are both super perfect lives. It can be said that by absorbing this Tao Yin Supreme's understanding of the heavens and the avenue, in the realization of the major realms, Jin Wushuang's future will be smooth. As long as he follows going the route, future achievements can reach the point where Tao Yin is supreme. After a few hours, Wu Jinsho slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath. His consciousness on Heaven and Earth Avenue has been digested by him. During the pause time, Jin Wushuang had many things he didn't understand on the road, and combined with Tao Yin Supreme's perception of Tianyi Avenue, he couldn't help but open up, just like a gigantic initiation. Stones from other hills can learn. Wu Jianwushuang is not ready to follow the Taoist Supreme Enlightenment and follow the same path as the Taoist Supreme. However, Tao Yin's Supreme Enlightenment from heaven can directly increase his knowledge of the enlightenment on the avenue, broaden his horizons, and make up for shortcomings. Thank you, brother. Wu Jinsho took a deep breath and bowed his head to worship. Oh, no need. Yu Gong, you are my disciple. You are my master. This one should take care of you for 1 or 2. If you are really interested, you should practice well. If any day, you can lead the shrine disciple. It is our greatest consolation to break into this virtual universe and rescue this seat. Su Daoyin shook his head with a smile and raised his hand, and a soft power blocked the forehead of Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang looked at Tao Yin with a somber expression, and then gave a long stern earnestly, and said in a deep voice, Brother Tao Yin, rest assured, my Jin Wushuang swears here. In this life, as long as my sword Wuzhuo's life does not return to heaven, he do everything in your power to lead a disciple of the palace to break the virtual universe and rescue you, brother. It is good. Shi Daoyin smiled a little. Her face was kind and soft. Immediately, he doubled his right hand again, and a black iron token appeared in his hand. The sword is unparalleled, and now the Dragon Palace of Life has no heads. This seat is now ordered to seal you as the second-generation Palace Lord of Life Palace. This token card represents the identity of the sovereign. If you hold this token, you will be the second generation of my life shrine. After saying this, Tao Yin Supreme pushed with his right hand and handed this black iron token to Jin Wushuang. Wu Jian Wusu took a deep look at Tao Yin Supreme and immediately solemnly collected the token. Seeing this, Tao Yin nodded with satisfaction and said, Jin Wushuang, now that you are the suzerain, you should act as suzerain. You must not be desolate and innocent. Do you think? Disciple, understand? The sword is unparalleled. Brother Tao Yin and also, the Taoist is now lurking in the refining deities, so that if the disciples see you, help him to give you a sentence, he is fine, no need to worry. Huh? This kid has a good life. I didn't expect the weakest of us at the time, but fled to birth. Tao Yin was supreme for a moment, then smiled broadly at the corner of his mouth and shook his head. It's worth mentioning, the kid who moved the mountain is still alive, but it's a piece of my mind. Afterwards, the two confessed a few more words, and there was a tinge of tiredness in Tao Yan's supremely cloudy eyes. Sword unparalleled, then finally, Tao Yin took a deep look at Jin Wushuang and whispered softly, Take care of this shrine for life I'm in trouble. Howl. The words of the crickets fell, and Tao Yin waved with his right hand, as if the picture collapsed, and the lightning broke instantly. Boom! As a blast exploded, Jian Wushuang couldn't help but close his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the mountaintop and Daoyin Supreme disappeared. Instead, it was a desolate land. A piece of wall remains on this piece of land. Where is there any Daoyin Supreme? Okay. Jian Wushuang saw this for a moment. Was it just a remnant of Dao Yan's supreme conversation with himself just now? The true Tao Yin Supreme. Has the divine body broken? Just when Jian Wushuang's mind was full of thoughts. Ha 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 ha, the sky does not live up to me. Even let me get the full heritage of the Daqing Emperor. Daqing God Emperor is a loud laugh came, and Jian Wushuang heard the sound, and saw that the ice skimmer, who was also sitting cross-legged, not far from him, opened his eyes. And when Jian Wushuang looked at him, Bingyu Supreme also looked at Jian Wushuang. Next moment, he made a low smirk. Sword warriors, it's time we settled. Latest URL. Chapter 4504. At the heart of the land of gods, the sky was gray, and a piece of the earth was ruined, full of bleak scenes. Bing Extreme holds the Sur Excalibur in his hand and twists his neck, his eyes flashing fiercely. Qi Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and held the hilt of the Tai Luo Excalibur with his right hand. On both of them, at the same time, they exude horrible momentum and amazing swordsmanship, heading for Shao Han. The sword intention of the two people, one is Sansin, full of overbearing meaning, one is sharp, as if it can tear the sky into two. Immediately afterwards, these two horrible swords rose up, forming a terrible sword pressure, like a dragon and a tiger fighting, constantly colliding in the air, sending out a blast and tumbling the land around them. This battle, whether it is too long for Jian Wushuang or Bingyu Supreme, the enmity between the two can be traced back to the ancient road to the sky over 100,000 years ago. Sword unparalleled, only one of you and me can fight alive today. Bing Extreme eyes flashed, his face was full of bloodthirsty. Originally, when he was in the divine universe, he had realized a chance to break through the invincible Supreme. The result was that the battle with Jian Wushuang at the gate of the Taishu Shrine almost defeated him completely, and missed the opportunity to break through the invincible Supreme. Invisible, Jian Wushuang has become the demon-like existence of Bingyu's supreme nightmare. Sun Bingshu believes that as long as he kills the sword without double-clicking, the invincible indomitable heart will be fulfilled again. But he can try to break through the invincible Supreme again. Sword unparalleled, today I will use your blood to forge the invincible avenue of my icy magpie. Huh? After a smirk, a wing formed of ice crystals appeared on the back of Bingyu Supreme. His right foot struck heavily, and the whole man burst into a flash, turning into a streamer and killing Sword Wushuang. This sword is coming to an extreme. Bing Extreme is fast, but Jian Wushuang is faster. Sword comes. Howl. Jian Wushuang frowned, holding the 5 knuckles of Tai Luo's Excalibur's hilt clearly fingers, and pulled out instantly, like a shocking dragon by Hong, was pulled out of the scabbard by Jian Wushuang. There was a flash of electricity in Jian Wu's eyes. Ding! Ching, a crisp, muffled sound sounded, and I saw that Bingius Supreme Sur Excalibur and the Terra Excalibur in the sword without hands have run into each other. The sacred sword is one of the 7 ancestors of the magical universe. Although this sacred sword is powerful, it is still worse than the sacred sword. I saw that after the two played against each other, the sword of God suddenly swung backwards, breaking a slight gap. Wu Jin Wusho held the sword with one hand. Except for the black robe's clothing corner being slightly blown by the strong wind, the whole person remained motionless and did not move at all. The fight is instant, and the relationship between victory and defeat is known. As early as when Sun was in the virtual domain, Jian Wushuang was able to suppress Bingyu Supreme with the elementary Supreme. Now Jian Wushuang breaks through the middle to Supreme. Alas! Bingyu Supreme pressed down the boiling blood in his chest, his eyes narrowed slightly, admiring. Jian Wushuang, your talents and strength, it is simply the creation of heaven and earth, the darling of the avenue. Every so often, if you don't see it, your battle will soar. Although Bing Bingshuan said the words of admiration, the ice in his eyes did not decrease by half. Jin Wushuang, if you are a disciple of my two shrine, my Bingyu Supreme will definitely take you as the leader of the horse, and even the position of the master of the temple can be confided to you. But unfortunately, you and me have endless vengeance. Noise. Without waiting for him to finish, the sword's expressionless face was interrupted by both sides without expression. Bingao, Xiaoyao. You can take out your strongest whole card directly, otherwise you will die today without doubt. Definitely death, isn't it? Upon hearing the words, Bing Bingshuan laughed loudly, holding the hilt of the sword of the Excalibur with both hands, stabbing the ground. Supernatural powers, mirror flowers. Alas, I saw a circle of water under the sword's point. With the ice snorkeler stabbing towards the water surface, saw time, countless water flowers burst out. Instantaneously, these water sprays condense and turn into countless ice owls. Each of these incarnations has a full blow from Bingyu Supreme, which can be described as extremely difficult. At the beginning, it was too troublesome for Jin Wushuang. Swords that can only be forced to use the four-season swordsmanship, one by one. But now, nature is different. Kill. Bingyu Supreme drank a low drink, and for a while, thousands of Bingyu Supreme incarnations, all raised swords, swords matchless. Boom. The next moment, these tens of thousands of incarnations, daring to kill the sword unparalleled. Bingao, is it still the same? You are too disappointed. Wu Jianshou looked at the overwhelming number of ice cream supreme swords incarnations covering the sky and shook his head expressionlessly. Soon, he moved. Cut. Wu Jian stepped forward without a two-way forward, and the tailored Excalibur in his hand swept forward fiercely. Suddenly, a white sword light that was thousands of feet wide and nearly 10,000 feet wide swept out instantly. The breadth is thousands of feet wide and nearly 10,000 feet long. Gainan, what is this concept? This sword, just like a Tianhe crashed out of the same volume, directly split out a vast ocean. This is a sea of swords. This sea of swords directly covered the entire land of Fengshan, hitting tens of thousands of moraine supreme avatars fiercely. The majestic sword sea directly submerged thousands of moraine supreme incarnations. The original number is still a staggering number, the moraine supreme sword incarnation covering the sky. Under this sword sea, just like ants in sky. What is the use of ants? When the sky falls, everything will be destroyed. Card Tata. In an instant, the waves of endless sword seas slap away. In the sword seas, these incarnations are broken up into ice slags, and then washed by the sword seas. They are directly annihilated into fly ash. The supreme incarnation of being began to collapse in a large area at an amazing speed. Rip. Then, at this moment, the void in the land of the gods was torn, but it was the Ram Supreme that finally arrived. He hadn't had time to stand on his feet, and the scene in front of him was shocked, and he quickly waved his divine power to form a shield of light, blocking the predatory sword light. The two are fighting now? The cricket ram supremely looked expressionless. One sword cut out the sword Wu's sword of Jianhai, and his eyelids jumped suddenly. This is the first time he has seen Jian Wushuang really make a shot. The visual impact of this scene has directly caused a stormy sea in his heart. Is the sword and sword Wushuang so strong? Even the half-strength invincible ice mastiff is not his opponent? He took a cool breath, turned his right hand over again, took out a wooden staff again, and poked to the ground, blocking the sword's Yue. Chapter 4505. The ram supremely hid in the corner of the land of the gods and watched the battle without blinking. At the beginning, he had originally planned to persuade him, but after seeing the momentum of the two, he suddenly stopped participating in his persuasion. Speaking of him, he is also a top-level supreme, placed in the universe, and that is also a great figure. But when he saw the battle between Jian Wushuang and Bingyu Supreme, he felt that there was no room for him to stand. These two are terrible. The cricket ram smiled and shook his head. Huh. Nigh within the sword sea composed of sword light? Sword light is like a rolling river, and it is like the raging waves of the angry sea. If it is not in this land of God, there are 99 prohibitions to isolate everything. I'm afraid that the entire universe sky will be blown out of the cave by the sword of Wushuang. Under the boiling sword sea, in just a few breaths, the Ice Lord's Kendo incarnations all collapsed. He only had the real Bingyu Supreme, and he was in the sword sea, constantly slashing against waves of sword-light waves that beat him. Supernatural power. I am the Emperor. Boom! Suddenly, Bingyu Supreme has already fallen into a sluggish atmosphere, and the whole person has swelled at a very fast speed. The breath of horror spreads around him, shaking the world. Oh! Wu Jin's brow lifted, his expressionless face a little bit of warfare this time. Bingao, this is what it looks like. Come, show your strength, don't let me down. Zhang Jianhui's eyes flickered with war fighting, and the gods also unfolded. Yizhang, Shizhang, Baizhang, Qianzhang, Wanzhang, Shiwanzhang. Suddenly, both Jin Wushuang and Bingyu Supreme were soaring gods. Rising up, the two men seemed to be transformed into an ancient giant, standing on top of each other, looking at the mountains, but at the knees. The two men seemed to raise their hands. They could hold the sun and the moon, and when they stepped on their feet, they could use the Milky Way as a foot bump. The eyes of the two of them looked like a burning sun. At the time of 150,000 feet, Bingyu Supreme stopped expanding. The breath of his whole body changed, and a crown made of glazed ice appeared on his head. His skin was covered with a thick layer of ice crystal armor, and only a pair of cold silver pupils were exposed. In his hands, the divine sword disappeared, and turned into an ice crystal great sword. It's not over yet. On his back, the wings of ice crystals have condensed again, but they are widened countless times, as if with a light click, they can destroy the world. But Jin Wushuang is still growing. 200,000 feet, 21,000 feet. It was not until the 25,000 feet, the sword's inflated and enlarged body, that Kankan stopped. Originally had been as tall as the icy magpies of Zhoushan Mountain. Before the sword was double-sided, it suddenly became shorter. Huh. No words. The sword is double. He stepped out and stepped a mountain directly into the flat ground. His right fist was like pulling a bow to the full moon, and smashed severely towards the ice mastiff. Shi Zongsun's supreme repairs all broke out, condensing on his fist and cooperating with his immortal domineering body that dominated the ancient world. It was like holding a sun on his fist, exuding fierce golden light. Rumble. This fist is extremely strong, and the overbearing power and sword energy on it have not yet blasted on the body of Bingyu Supreme, and they have emptied the void into a pit, setting off a shocking wave. Come, Jin Wushuang. Today you die or I die. There was a sense of madness on the face of Bing Extreme, and it was absolutely to the extreme, showing a spirit of indomitable. He lifted a giant sword like a glacier mountain, and severely chopped down at the sword unparalleled. Huh! Shocking explosion. Bingyu Extreme's body is violently violent. The overbearing power and horrible sword strength on Jin Wushuang's fist directly follows the glacier great sword, like thousands of waves, and waves hit the Bingyu Extreme's body. Suddenly, countless ice crystals splashed, and the Moraine Supreme stepped back in 3 steps. Each step was as if an earthquake had been triggered. With his feet as the center, the earth began to crack like a spider's web. Bottomless gully long marks. The sword and Wushuang also groaned. His fist overflowed with pale golden blood, and his bones almost shattered. But even so, Jin Wushuang's face was sneered. At that time, in the Taishu Starfield, the sword did not have the double-sided approach to Bingyu Supreme, and it was almost impossible to resist. The extremely poor ability could not hurt Bingyu Supreme. In the end, it was the last move of Tai Luo Jiandian that defeated Bingyu Supreme. But now, with his own power, he is enough to compete with Bingyu Supreme. Come again. Wu Jinsho laughed loudly, His eyes flashed with war. I saw him step out and began to run away, and once again raised his fist to kill the ice cream supreme. Okay, Jin Wushuang, I have to see how far you have grown. Su Binji's extreme face sank, and he also lifted the glacier sword, jumping up and splitting towards the sword unparalleled. Good job. Talented, amazing life. Qi Jian Wushuang laughed and cast his life shock directly. A wave of coercion from the life level spread out instantly, letting the Bingyu Supreme move. This is the time when Jian Wushuang bullied himself into the body, his hands condensed into fists, as if holding the sun and the moon in the palm of his hand, releasing endless brilliance, and it was a wild bombing towards the supreme chest of Bingyu. On sword of Wu Shuang's unparalleled fist, the sharp sword exploded, and it exploded on Binji's supreme chest. Shan for the current sword Wu Shuang. In fact, it is not difficult to cut and kill Bingyu Supreme. He only needs to cast the fifth form of Tai Luo Sword of Tai Luo, and Jian Wushuang has confidence. This time, he can directly kill Bingyu Supreme. I didn't even have to worry about it. He directly released the corpse of Tai Luo, who is now hiding in the town's monument. Unravel. The two together, even if they slowly grind as they want, they can grind the ice to death. But Jian Wushuang did not choose to do so. He has to rely on his original and most original strength to thoroughly crush the ice cricket in all aspects. He wants to convince Bingyu to die. Wu Jian's unparalleled double fists hit faster and faster, like the same heavy artillery, and slammed into the ice chest's supreme chest like a storm. Countless ice crystal splashes. The thick layer of ice crystal armor on Sun Binji's body was crushed directly by Jian Wushuang's fist. In the dense bombardment of Jian Wushuang's fists, the supreme body of Bingyu began to tremble violently, and the whole person was constantly shaking like a sieve. His face quickly changed from blue to white, with blood flowing from his ears to his nose, and his breath became weak. Broken. With Jian Wushuang's loud shout, he gathered a punch of Jian Wushuang's whole body power and sword energy, and banged straight in the center of Bingyu Supreme's chest. Suddenly, Bingyu Supreme was hit by a raging locomotive, and the whole person flew out like a rag sack. He crossed a parabola in the air and smashed heavily on the ground, setting off a cloud of smoke and dust. Qi Jian Wushuang retracted his fist and gasped slightly. The whole world, only him like a mountain, standing alone. Chapter 4506. Too fierce. This sword is unparalleled. It's not fierce human. In the distance, the ram stunned and watched the scene where Jian Wushuang punched the ice cricket with his fist, and his whole body was shaking. There was no magical power between the two in the battle just now, only the original collision of fist to flesh, divine power and physical power. This battle is extremely brutal, and at the same time, the visual impact caused is also great. Jam between the two. Each sword and punch can blast the sun and settle the galaxy. Pairs bang together. All directly trigger the starry sky storm. Chant. A cloud of mushrooms, thousands of miles wide, erupted, and the ice mastiff's body was as high as 150,000 feet. After it fell to the ground, it immediately triggered a magnitude 10 earthquake, shaking violently. Cough. A violent cough sounded in the dust of the sky. Soon after, she saw the smoke and dust, and Bingyu Supreme stood up from the ground. His body has returned to its original shape, with silver hair and waist, pieces of clothes all over his body, and blood constantly flowing between his ears, nose, and eyes. Jian Wushuang, your growth is amazing. Bing Extreme shook his head. Qi Jian Wushuang also began to shrink quickly, recovering the cost. I saw Jian Wushuang's black hair scattered, her eyes bright. Her eyes seemed to be connected with two stars, bright and energetic. Bingao, say goodbye to this world. Qi Jian Wushuang's expression was indifferent, and his right hand looked at his side and took a breath. The Tai Luo Divine Sword, which was inserted diagonally in the distance, flew up and shot into Jian Wushuang's hand, and was pinched by Jian Wushuang. Jin Wushuang, do you think you won? Seeing this scene, Bing Bingsun's face was full of ice crystals and blood, but there was no fear at all, but he laughed out loud. Sword unparalleled, do you think this place dare to come to you this time? Really do not have a whole card? Wu Jianwushuang heard his words and frowned slightly. Next moment, the expression on Bing's supreme face was suddenly replaced by Zheng Ning. He opened his mouth and yelled, "Sword unparalleled, let's die." Boom. I saw his right hand poking out like electricity, grabbed the bag around his waist and crushed it, with a horrible breath like a prison, spreading with this bag as the center. This breath is far above the Bingyu Supreme. This breath appears together, and the world is discolored. The earth is like a drop of countless bombs. It is flattened. Even the 99 prohibitions around him began to tremble slightly. Invincible Supreme. This is the breath of Invincible Supreme. In the distance, the ram's supreme complexion changed greatly. Under this breath, he even had a feeling of being unable to bear to kneel and worship, and only one person could make him feel that way. That is the Invincible Supreme. Nunhum? Is this the breath of the Emperor Taishu? Wu Jin's pupil shrank a little, and immediately felt both funny and angry. Emperor Taishu, invincible and supreme. One of the main forces of the divine universe resisting the demon universe, even disregarded the overall situation. Regardless of his sword, Wu Shuang went deep into the demon universe for the divine universe. Life. I really are a too virtual god. Sword unparalleled, this seat said, this time you it. Seeing the supreme appearance, Bing Bing laughed suddenly. His hatred of Jian Wushuang. From that day, Jian Wushuang defeated him in front of the starry realm. In front of the eyes, he has been impressed, endless. He has been proud all his life. Now seeing the adversary who is about to be able to reach the edge, how can he not be happy? How can he not be hearty? I bang bang bang. The breath of Xion has continued to rise. Over the sky, rolling clouds were formed, and numerous bowl-thick electric snake thunders shuttled among them, crackling in the void. Immediately, he saw a majestic middle-aged man wearing a black gold crown and wearing a royal robe, born in the Thunder Sea. For this person, he is a virtual shadow of Emperor Taishu. In the phantom of Emperor Taishu, the white thunder continued to flicker, and his eyes were indifferent. Bin Gao, stop. Seeing this scene, the Ram Supreme couldn't bear it anymore and swept out of the corner. Bin Gao, Jin Wushuang is the world's proudest man in our universe. The future has amazing potential. Maybe in the future, he will become the strongest person after the of the universe. The universe? Bin Gao, think about it. Now that you have killed the sword unparalleled, what's your benefit? Rather than wait for the end of this catastrophe, the two of you will compete with each other's strengths. The cricket ram snarled loudly as he approached quickly. Go away. However, at the moment, Bingyu Supreme, where can I hear the second sentence? I saw him throw a big sleeve, and suddenly the Excalibur was ejected by him, slamming into the Ram Supreme, and hit the Ram Supreme and flew back. Ram, this seat warns you that this is a matter between this seat and Jian Wushuang. No one can interfere in today. If you dare to say a little more, believe it or not, this block killed you together? Bing Extreme looked coldly at the Ram Supreme and issued a humming cry. Suddenly, the Ram supremely chilled. Dongzhong at high altitude, the thunder of the sky was imprisoned, and a sea of thunder has formed. The shadow of Emperor Taixus God Emperor became more and more solid, slowly raised a finger, and pressed towards Sword Wushuang. This finger is a thunder river. Seeing the supreme tadpole ram, he could not help closing his eyes and could not bear to look. Sheer this virtual shadow has the power of the Taishu Emperor. Although there is only one blow, it is an invincible and supreme blow. The difference between the invincible supreme and the ordinary supreme is simply a heaven and a ground. Throughout the ages, there is only one person who can fight with the supreme and the invincible supreme, and that is the supreme supreme. But Taro Supreme at that time was already the top supreme practice. What about Jian Wushuang? Qiu District is the most supreme. In terms of cultivation, not even him. Rumble. The void continued to explode, and the swordless pair of black hair flew up. Even before the finger fell, his body was already overwhelmed by the terror. This is simply Tianwei, far beyond human ability. For the first time in Jian Shuang's eyes, there was a solemn meaning. Do and T shake this finger. Even if he holds the Taro Excalibur in his hand, he can't resist this attack. Taro Supreme. Qi Jian Wushuang called back slightly. Suddenly, the void behind him cracked, and a stiff figure wearing a black robe stepped out of the void in one step. Boom! A supreme breath, like a blazing flame, soared from the corpse of Taro. Supreme? Jian Wushuang and helper? Who is this person? Suddenly, the Bingyu Supreme and the Ram Supreme were both shocked and raised their eyes toward the corpse of Tai Luo. Chapter 4507. This is? When everyone's eyes fell on the face of Tai Luo's corpse, they were all shocked. Who is this stranger who is covered in a black robe and only reveals a pair of eyes? Supreme Bingyin frowned. For some reason, he saw a slight uneasiness in his heart when he saw the strange Supreme that suddenly appeared. He was especially cold, stiff, like a dead body, which made him feel uneasy. However, when he released his divine power, he found that this corpse of Taro was only the first Supreme Master, and then he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. A mere junior Supreme, there is no spray. Bing Extreme sneered, looking at the finger that was about to fall on Jian Wushuang. His eyes were even more pleased. Boom! Suddenly, kill. Qi Jian Wushuang looked up suddenly, looking at this finger. All magical powers were released. Talent is amazing. Life is shocking. Talented supernatural powers. Primitive universe. Dragon blood mystery. Burning divine power. One after another the strength. Blessing on Jian Wushuang's body. Jian Wushuang's breath of immortality. Soared again. The corpse of Tai Luo, who was behind him, even stepped on his feet, soared into the sky, turned into a sword, and smashed towards that finger. Like an egg hitting a stone, Tai Luo's corpse slammed into the finger of Tai Su Shan Emperor with a determined attitude. Click suddenly, the full power of Tai Luo's corpse exploded, and it exploded in the position of the fingertips of Tai Su God Emperor. But it was useless. Everything was useless. If it was the Taro Supreme in the heyday, holding the Taro Excalibur would be enough to kill the Emperor Taishu. But the current Taro Supreme is just an unconscious corpse. How can it be the invincible Supreme Taishu Emperor's opponent? In a short time, I saw the finger of the Emperor Taishu dimmed slightly, and the body of the Tai Luo burst away instantly, and his whole body was almost fragmented. Jian Wushuang saw this. His eyes could not help flashing the color of pity. If it was not helpless, he wouldn't let Tai Luo Supreme's body be in danger. Fortunately, although the corpse of Tai Luo is currently only an elementary Supreme practice, the body is actually a top-level Supreme. Drew this finger, although the body of Tai Luo's corpse almost burst, but after all, it cannot be completely destroyed. Taro Sword Code, 5th Style, Taro. Qi Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, his eyes were frozen, and his voice slowly came out. As soon as this word fell, the starry sky of the whole land of the gods made a loud noise at the same time. Wow! The overwhelming endless lay high was torn directly, centered on the sword Wushuang. Each grain of sand and sand was suspended in the sky, transformed into a forest of swords, spreading thousands of feet. This is nothing. Behind the sword Wushuang, there is a huge FA phase that stands out from the sky. This Dharma looks like a blue shirt, with a handsome face, a long sword in his back, a hip flask in his hand, a dim and drunk eye, and a smile to ask who the world is. Unpredictable and unrestrained. This is the true Taro Supreme. This is the one that year, with a sword in hand, dared to laugh at the man with no husband, the first sword honor of all ages. This is the sword. Su Bingyu looked at it as if the gate of heaven was wide open, and stepped out of the imperial palace, as if his sword was unparalleled, and his heart seemed to be held tight by a pair of big hands. The last time he was defeated by this sword. Come on, let this sword settle down. Yin Jianhui's eyes showed the fearlessness of breaking the cauldron, holding the Taro Excalibur in both hands and slashing down. Broken. Suddenly, the Tai Luo Fa phased behind Jian Wushuang. As the sword Wushuang made a chopping stance, Tai Luo Jianzuan and Jian Wushuang merged into one at this moment. Roar! As if there was a giant beast roaring and roaring. The fiery sword light was like a river of heavens, rolled up, across the sky, through the sun and the moon. The dazzling sword light closed the eyes subconsciously. For a moment, this sword and Taishu Emperor's finger crashed into each other. Huh! A piece of space, like glass, began to be covered with cobwebs and then shattered. A gigantic mighty sword that Jian Wushuang has never experienced, along with this sword, passed to Jian Wushuang. Huh! Suddenly, Jian Wu's body shape receded, and there were 1,387,800,000 pores in his body, all of which began to spill blood. After a while, Pingjing between heaven and earth gradually calmed. The bright brilliance gradually dissipated, the vision gradually began to recover, and the roar in the ears slowly disappeared. By Wolverine's Bingyu Supreme and Ram's Supreme raised their heads and looked at the sword Wushuang. Tick, tick. This is the sound of the blood of God dripping on the ground. I saw that in the smoke of the sky, the figure of Emperor Taishu had disappeared. Only one person stood proudly. That's Jian Wushuang. His eyebrows were cold, his black robe was shattered, and a trace of red blood flowed down his wrist on the blade of the Taro Excalibur, and then on the Taro Excalibur, dripping to the ground. Not dead. Suddenly, Bingyu Extreme's face turned wild, and he couldn't believe 3 steps backwards, sitting on the ground with one buttock. The blow from Emperor Taixus Emperor failed to kill Jian Wushuang? The Ram Supreme. After a shock, the expression on his face was replaced by complexity. Medium Extreme. Slammed the invincible Extreme without a hit. What kind of strength is this ancient and ancient? In the world, there are 3 million arrogants in the world. Only swords are unparalleled and can be called arrogant. No. Impossible. Why is this so? At this moment, all the self-confidence and self-esteem of Bingyu Supreme are all fragmented. He looked at Jian Wushuang climbing up from the ground panicking, shaking his head and saying something unconsciously, while trying to flee. Bingao, everything is over. Pedaling in the void, like the sword unparalleled by the sons of heaven and earth, slowly opened his mouth. The cymbal sound was calm, without any waves. Sun He reached out and grabbed. Thousands of air conditioners locked the Bingyu Supreme, and the Bingyu Supreme flew upside down and fell into the hands of Jian Wushuang. He was held in his hands by Jian Wushuang, Bingo's supreme thoughts, as if he had awakened from the chaos. He looked at Jian Wushuang. His eyes were lost. I lost? At this moment, he was not afraid, no anger, and some were just confused. I felt as if I was missing something, as if I knew that the overall situation had been set. Bingyu Supreme lowered his head and sighed in silence. Huh. The point of the sword of Tai Excalibur pierced from his back, penetrating him throughout. The sword was double-sided and expressionless. When it turned over with its right hand, the sword of Tai Luo Divine Sword erupted, and it directly smashed the Ice God Supreme. Alas, Bing Extreme vitality began to disappear, and the whole person fell straight from the void and hit the ground. I was like a painting on a sand painting, blown by the wind, and Bingius' supreme body was scattered from my feet to my head. This time, Bingyu Supreme fell completely. Chapter 4508. Bingyu Supreme is dead. Resentment with Jian Wushuang, entangled with more than 100,000 years of the Ice Mastiff Supreme, was killed by Jian Wushuang Yijian in the land of Fengshan. In the world, there was a sound of wind. Jian Wushuang held the Tai Luo Excalibur in his right hand, with black hair flying all over his head, slowly raised his head and looked towards the void. His pale golden eyes were calm. When stepping into the land of the from Bingyu Supreme, when he was going to die with Jian Wushuang, Jin Wushuang knew that only one person could stand in the end. That is his sword, unparalleled. This is not arrogance, but his confidence. Far away, the ram stared at the scene stunned, his mouth opened and his whole body trembling. Bingyu died, and the one who had swayed the universe and ordered the world's heroes, the supreme master of Bingyu, who was the new master of Taishu Temple, fell into the hands of Jian Wushuang and became the soul of Jian Wushuang. It is already unknown how many supremes died in swordless hands. Snoring, snoring. The ram supremely panted, his chest constantly undulating. Bingyu Supreme, only one line away from the invincible Supreme. At the back, it was the sacrifice of the Emperor Taishu, which is still not the opponent of Sword Unmatched. It can be said, today's Sword Unparalleled is already the first person under the Invincible Supreme. Invincible Supreme. His sword is unparalleled, and he is the undefeated king in the universe. Today's Sword Unparalleled, it is only the Middle Supreme, and it has the ability to kill half-step Invincible Supreme, even the weaker Invincible Supreme. I am afraid that Sword Unparalleled can beat his wrist if you wait until the Sword Unparalleled break through the High Supreme, or the Supreme Supreme, or even the Invincible Supreme. Who else can stop him in this world? Jin Wushuang. Isn't it the second Taro? His thoughts flashed in the eyes of the Ram Supreme, and even a more amazing idea came into being. I'm afraid that until Jin Wushuang reaches the top state of supremacy, even if it is really Tu Luo Supreme Rebirth, it will not be Jin Wushuang's opponent. At that time, he was famous for the Titan Supreme and was named the Titan Excalibur. I was afraid that he would change his name to Wushan Excalibur. Shaking his head, the ram supremely felt terrified and did not dare to think further. Alas, Tai Luo's Excalibur entered the sheath inch by inch. The sword Wushuang looked at the Ram Supreme and said, "Ram Supreme, have you seen enough?" The Ram Supreme laughed and walked out of the void. Jin Wushuang looked at the Supreme Ram and shook his head. Regarding this Ram Supreme person, although there is not much contact, Jin Wushuang's perception of it is not bad. His personality is more peaceful, and he prefers the old and good type. Just looking at his situation just now, he couldn't help but want to go to Bingyu Supreme. Jin Wushuang pleading. After the two chatted casually, Jin Wushuang took the initiative to open Zhentian Bay and let him in. If the Ram Supreme stepped out of the land of God with him, it is inevitable that someone with a heart will calculate. In case of rethinking the selection of the disciples of the sect of religion, there will be a lot of trouble. Therefore, after Jin Wushuang discussed it with him, the Ram Supreme and heavily damaged Taro corpse was included in the town's monument. After all this, Jin Wushuang looked back at the core of the once defeated God's land, carefully bent his hands and made a long bow. Jin Wushuang knew that Dao Yin's supreme body had been worn away, but instead of falling, it turned into countless divine powers, scattered between the heavens and the earth, to maintain the operation of the 99 Taos. "Brother, I'm leaving, and I'll see you later," Jin Wushuang said softly, and immediately hesitated, striding towards the outside of the prohibition. One step across the dark yellow forbidden layer, the feeling of being caught in the warm ocean struck again. Opening his eyes again, Jin Wushuang has appeared outside the 99th prohibition. Outside the 99th ban, no one arrived. Jin Wushuang shook his head and immediately stepped away, rushing away. After Jin Wushuang went straight through dozens of prohibitions, he only saw the main gates of the virtual universe Tianjiao. With a movement in his heart, Jin Wushuang urged the crystals of virtual power in his body, turning all his divine power into virtual power. I saw that there were still dozens of Tianjiao disciples. After the elimination, there were only a dozen or so disciples. Each one was full of panic and disappointment. He looked around carefully, for fear of prohibiting the sudden trigger. Bombing. At that time, the disciples of Tianmen, who had a relationship with Jin Wushuang before, had been almost wiped out. Only the first disciple of Tianmen was still alive, but their robes were torn, their hair was scattered, and their wolves were extremely scared. However, Fu Chun, who is from the refining Shunzong, is missing, but he has fallen into the land of God. Shaking his head, Jin Wushuang did not intend to say hello to them. Once he stepped, he would pass by them. Now that it has been confirmed that the Lord of Life Jingu Palace survives and has received its avenues, this land of gods naturally need not be treated anymore. However, Jin Wushuang was about to pass them by. There was a loud shout, but it was a sudden explosion. Slow. I saw the disciple looking at Jin Wushuang with a gloomy face that day, and Pai Xiaoro did not smile. Sir, this is about to go? Don't tell us. What's the situation ahead? As soon as this remark ended, others also looked at Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang heard his words and frowned, and replied slightly, the front is the same as here, but the power of restraint is much more turbulent and horrible, so I chose to return. Inability to move forward? Return here? I saw the disciples narrowed their eyes that day and sneered. I see that you have already entered the land of the gods and got treasures. Are you ready to leave? As soon as this remark came to an end, everyone in the audience was shocked. How is this possible? No way. Others were suspicious. The disciple twisted his neck that day and said loudly, Dear everyone, I have paid attention to this person before, and he is not restricted in the land of God. I saw him before during the battle with Yindan, who refined Shunzong. A force of restraint suddenly avoided him when he was about to meet him. Think about it. The force of restraint is unconscious. Why would this person avoid it? And this person is obviously similar to us and even lower. Why is he running in front of us? The words fell, and everyone's face changed slightly. Before the battle between Jin Wushuang and Yindan, although the battle was short and it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a spike, someone still noticed the scene. The first disciple of Tianmin didn't say it was okay. As a reminder, everyone immediately responded. Yeah, why is this so? This man has an unusual atmosphere and is flat. Why didn't he target him before the ban? Only kill us? Could he look so good? There must be something strange about this. Chapter 4509. Among the land of God, Tianjiao, who came from the top pedigrees, was quietly surrounded by the sword unparalleled and blocked the way. In just a few words, the first disciple of the heavenly gate has already placed the sword unparalleled. The first disciple of Tianmin looked at the reaction of the crowd, and then looked at Jin Wushuang, who was expressionless, indifferent, and even sneered at the corner of his mouth. He looked around the crowd and said with a loud voice, Dear everyone, I dare to say that this man must have a secret treasure that can hide his breath and avoid the power of restraint. Now that he has gained the benefit, he wants to leave. Do you agree? Killing heart. As soon as this sentence came out, everyone's faces shrank, their eyes narrowed, and Xiang Jin's eyes became ill and greedy. That's right. There must be some secret treasure in this person who can escape these restraining forces. We have died so many people, and it was so easy to come here. And you got the benefit, and now you want to leave. How can there be such a good thing in the world? Boy, surrender the secrets of your body. We let you leave safely. Ha ha ha, in my opinion, this person happened to make us a wedding dress, and we saved the risk and went further. Yes, in my opinion, we might as well kill the kid first, and then the treasures on him. Let's divide them one by one. For a moment, everyone stared at each other, smirking at the corners of their mouths. The evil of human nature is all bound by rules. Without rules, man will be like a beast, will not speak any morals, and release the most primitive greed and sin in human nature. And in this world of weak meat and strong food, respect for strength, the only constraint is who has the stronger strength and the harder fist. When the first disciple of Tianmin saw this, a sneer filled his heart. He didn't know if Jin Wushuang had a secret treasure which could circumvent the restraining power of this God's land. He also didn't know whether Jin Wushuang entered the core position of God's land and obtained any treasure. But these are not important, as long as the sword is unparalleled enough. As for the reason, my Tianmin disciples are almost wiped out. Why can you survive alone? This is the biggest reason. Shaking his head, he looked at Xiang Jinshuang with a hint of lightness in his eyes, as if the emperor had everything in his hand, and said, Sir, I heard you are called Wushuang, right? Now give you two choices. The first thing is that you just grab it and give up all resistance. Maybe we can leave you safely after we have searched you. Second, we will attack in groups and kill you directly. Jian Wushuang heard the words, a smile on his indifferent face suddenly. He laughed and sighed, glanced at the first disciple and said sincerely, "Do you know why you died?" "Okay." The first apprentice in Tianmin frowned, some puzzled. "You died of too much talk." Jian Wushuang looked at the others who surrounded him again and said, "You know, why did you die?" Don't wait for them to reply. Jian Wushuang answered his own question. "You died of stupidity." Suddenly, the sword's 5 fingers were held on the hilt of the tailored Excalibur. Sword to cut. Boom! A white sword-shaped on, like by Hong of Jinglong, suddenly pulled out of the scabbard of Tai Luo. Between the heavens and the earth, there is only this white swordman. A sword like a dragon, straight into the 9 clouds. The crisp sound of the sword, like a bomb, exploded in the land of the gods. Under a sword, whether it was the first disciple or the other 10 or so Tianjiao, just like the ants looking up to the sky, they were extremely small. Suddenly, the first disciple of Tianmin raised his head and looked at the sword mantle like the ocean and sea, with only terror on his face. Others were also replaced by shock on their faces. Under the lock of this sword energy, they could not even move their feet. Wow! Like a knife-cut tofu, this sword swept directly from more than a dozen Tianjiao. After a sword, heaven and earth returned to Qingming. Only Jian Wushuang remained, standing in the land of Fengshan. All Tianjiao was beheaded and killed directly by this sword, and even Fei Hui was not left. For the current sword Wushuang, these are nothing but 8-star, or 1-mark, 2-mark class vagrants, and it is easier to kill than kill an ant. Call out. Shaking his head, Wu Shou stepped down step by step, suddenly like a thunder, rushed towards the outside of Fengshan. Outside the land of God, Elder Shen's sickle looked somber and sat cross-legged. Boom! Suddenly, a dazzling sword light flashed in the land of the gods, and the elder sickle could not help but open his eyes to look. A familiar atmosphere is constantly rushing out. Someone came out. There was a hint of Mori Han in the eyes of the elder sickle, and he stood up and stood up, blocking the part of the exit from the land of God. On the other side, the Red Whale group headed by Luo Ming, the head of the family, also felt the breath in the land of the gods. Someone was about to rush out of his eyes. Only one person came out. Master Bingyu. Surely it's Lord Bingyu. Small boys, as I prepare to meet Master Bingyu, I wish you Bingyu triumphant return and victory. Luo Ming, the master of the house, cheered up and said with a smile, getting closer, getting closer. In the crowd's perception, the people in this land of God are reaching the extreme speed, and they keep getting closer to the exit of the land of God. Next moment, a thin figure of black robe suddenly rushed out of the land of the gods. Mr. Bingyu. Not Mr. Bingyu. Who is this person? What about Lord Morina? The red whale helped everyone look at the figure of the black robe and couldn't help but look. Elder Shinsickle. His pupils suddenly shrank and his face changed slightly. Miss Double. Suddenly, Elder Shinsickle's face turned into an iron blue. Father and son have the heart, and the one who can most notice the breath of Yandan is the Elder Sickle. On Jian Wushuang, he felt the breath of Yin Dan death. Mist Shuang. Say, did you kill my son? Suddenly Elder Shenxian stared at Jian Wushuang sternly, shouting sternly. Sword Wushuang, who had just stepped out of the land of sealed gods, frowned slightly when he heard the question. Why is this sick guy here? He shook his head, and Jian Wushuang didn't take the matter seriously. Don't think about it. The elder Shinxia was afraid to follow him all the way, and wanted to join Yin Dan in and out and assassinate him. I killed it, how? Jian Wushuang glanced at him and said lightly, it really is you. Seeing Jian Wushuang admitted so generously, the elder Shenxian suddenly became angry and furious. His murderous eyes flashed to the extreme, roaring, Misty Double, you're here? Chapter 45:10. Boom. Endless power is gathered in the hands of the elder sickle. His whole robe agitated, his eyes flashed with murder, and a violent force shook the void. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes, and just holding the sword of the Tai Luo divine sword, he didn't know what he thought, and loosened his fingers again. "Wanna run?" The elder sickle smiled angrily, waved the terror power in his hand, and turned to chase the sword unparalleled. "Mist Shuang, you killed Yin Dan. No matter if you go to heaven today, this one will kill you." He growled in the back. Jian Wushuang did not look back, but sneered at the corner of his mouth. The elder sickle, as early as refining Shenzong, he moved his mind to kill this man and then quickly. Originally, he could not find a suitable opportunity, but now, the opportunity has come. However, this land of gods is a place that stirs up the situation, and the eyes of all the major forces gather. It is inevitable that the power of this sickle will be exposed, and it will easily cause trouble. It's better to lead it out, leave the land of the god, and then kill it with a sword. Elder Jin Wushuang and Shunxi were very fast. The two turned one after the other into a streamer, and soon left the land of God. In the empty land of God, there was only a group of people in the Red Whale gang. Large, big master. There is no breath in the land of God. A Red Whale gang whispered, Master Bingyu, have you been killed in it?" Another gang of Red Whale gang spoke back. Luo Ming, the master of the Red Whale, did not speak, but hesitated on his face. Before entering this land of God, Shui is the strongest, but the second-class Shui, but Lord Bingyu has the strength to stabilize his existence. How could he be killed? If it weren't for the unexpected, there would be only one possibility. Luo Ming looked up sharply, looking at where Jian Wushuang left. He could have noticed before that Lord Bingyu had a strong animosity towards the boy from Wushan, called Wushuang. With the power of Lord Bingyu, he can be regarded by him and become hostile. At least it must be a level of existence with him, right? Go. Let's catch up and see. Luo Ming opened his thoughts. Bang. I saw the space warship from the Red Whale gang speeding up and chasing towards the place where Jian Wushuang and Elder Shinsickle disappeared. Call out. Jian Wushuang and Elder Shinsickle kept flying in the air one after the other. The sword has no two sides and no expression, and the speed is not fast or slow. It has not completely shaken the Elder Shinsickle, but also kept a distance just able to hang him, and gradually swept to the remote part of the universe. Damn it! The Elder Sickle had a somber expression, and his anger had completely stunned him. He didn't think about why an 8-star dummy in Jian Wushuang could cut and kill Yin Dan, who broke through the mark. He also didn't think about why he could not catch up with Jian Wushuang because of his 4 marks. He now has only one idea in his head. That is to catch up, to kill the sword unparalleled. After a few hours, under the force of the two, they have crossed several star fields, and have a distance of nearly 10 million miles from the land of the gods. The two gradually entered a desolate star field. Just here, Jian Wushuang's imagination spread out, and found that there were no silhouettes, and after Chi-Chi's eyes locked on it, he couldn't help taking a deep breath, and gradually stopped. Ha, fog double. You run. Why don't you run? When the Elder Shinsickle saw this, he suddenly laughed excitedly. He only thought that Jian Wushuang was exhausted and could not escape. Mist Shuang, since you can't escape, then you are ready to die. Go and be buried with my son. Immediately, the Elder Sickle laughed and calmed down, replaced by endless resentment. Yin Dan was his life's work. Distracting sickle. He flipped his right hand, and a black sickle tied with a chain as a handle appeared in his hand. The black light on the blade of this sickle not only has extremely powerful attack power, but also hooks out the monk's spirit and is imprisoned on the sickle forever, suffering torture day and night. This is the notorious murder weapon of this virtual universe. As soon as this distracting sickle came out, there was a sound of ghosts crying in the void, as if there were countless injustices and ghosts imprisoned in this sickle, roaring and roaring. The sword Wushuang turned around, holding the hilt of the Tai Luo Excalibur with his right hand, his expression indifferent. This elder sickle is a 3-mark practice, corresponding to the supreme of the divine universe. If Jian Wushuang has not yet broken through the medium supremacy, it may be quite tricky to deal with this person, but after breaking through the medium supreme, the elders sickle to him, but the invincible ants. Shensi, you want to see your son Yandan? Sword Wushuang faintly spoke. What do you think? Elder God Sickle sneered and asked. Now, he doesn't want to talk to Jian Wushuang at all. Between his words, the distracting sickle in his hand has turned into a black streamer, and he shoots at Jian Wushuang's groundbreaking. Very well, then I will do as you wish, and I will send you to accompany him. Jian Wushuang nodded his head, and the corner of his mouth suddenly opened a low smile. Dead. Huh. The sword was doubled. This move is like a thunder blast. Taro Sword Code, second style, Dawn. A golden light appeared. The whole world is like this line of golden light tearing and spreading thick Xiaomong. Fortune Bell God Show. Yin and Yang are separated. This sword splits the heavens and the earth from yin and yang. When? A crisp sound came, and the dawning sword light, transformed by the sword unparalleled, was directly mounted on the parting sickle that came from the laser. Suddenly, this notorious distracting sickle was full of dense, cobweb-like mouths for only a short time. Huh. Spurred again by the sword. Suddenly the whole handle was broken and broken. The sword, unparalleled, like Jin Long, passed through the body of the elder sickle. Puff. The figure of the sword, unparalleled, appeared behind the elder sickle, scattered all over the body with golden light. A human-shaped cave has appeared in the chest of Elder Shunxian. This power. Elder Shunxian turned his head blankly, staring at Jian Wushuang in shock. You hide Xiawei. No, you really are not from our universe. The elder sickle's face showed a sorrowful look, but before he could say a word, the breath quickly languished, and the whole person dissipated and perished at the speed visible to the naked eye. I hate it. In the extremely reluctant voice of Elder Shin Sickle, his whole body shattered by sword gas began to disintegrate. Sword indifferent, did not answer the words of the elder sickle, but looked at the elder sickle so calmly. The body collapsed and disintegrated, and then dissipated in the heavens and the earth. Chapter 45:11. Elder Shinxian is dead. As Jian Wushuang said, since Elder Shinxian could not bear Yandan, then he became a good man once and sent Elder Shinxian to accompany Yandan. This time, I went to the land of the gods and gathered a lot of arrogant people in the virtual universe. They were all killed by Jian Wushuang. Speaking of which, can I count the curve to help the divine universe? Jian Wushuang shook his head, slightly indifferently. Bang! Just then, a loud boom came from the sky. Okay. Jian Wushuang looked up and saw the head of the Red Whale Gang, driving a space battleship, quickly moving towards this side. On the battleship, Luo Ming's two-footed footstand was looking at Jian Wushuang with his eyes on him, and before driving to Jian Wushuang's side completely, he saw Jian Wushuang holding the sword to his right, and the Elder Shin Sickle gradually disappeared. Suddenly, the big head Luo Ming's eyes on Shangjian Wushuang only felt as if they were invisible. Two Shindians shot from Jian Wushuang's eyes, and his heart trembled instantly. In a flash, he reacted, and he was definitely not an opponent of Jian Wushuang. The elder Shunxian also noticed that his 3 strength power is only a small level lower than him. He asked himself that although he could also kill the elder sickle, he would never be as freehand as Jian Wushuang. With a slight blink of his eyes, Luo Ming could not help but think of the Ice Cream Supreme without sound, and quickly exclaimed, "Hurry up! Turn around, don't move forward." Then, the aggressive red whale helped everyone to quickly turn the space battleship and shoot towards the way. Come where you want to go where you want to go. Jian Wushuang saw this, and could not help but sneer. Huh! At the next moment, Sword Wu stepped on his feet. His body swept away, turned into a cannonball, and rushed towards the battleship of the Red Whale Gang. No, this of chase is here. Run away. Suddenly, the red whale helped the big head Luo Ming startled with a shock. Boom. Finally, the U-turn was complete, and the spaceship fire was fully fired, flying away. Jian Wushuang chased for a long time and found that he could only keep up with the speed. After he couldn't catch up, he couldn't help laughing. He raised the Taro Excalibur and pointed his sword at Luo Ming on the spaceship. The Red Whale Gang, right? If you move forward 10 feet further, believe it or not, this dare to kill you in your nest and cut off the grass? The sound of the sword, unparalleled, sounded like a blast of thunder. Huh. Suddenly, the space warship of the Red Whale suddenly braked and stopped in the 10 feet. Luo Ming looked back at Xiang Jianwushuang and felt anguish in her heart. What's the fun of my special mother's visit? This is all right, I was arrested. Jian Wushuang looked at the stopped space battleship, stepped out, and the universe star sky shrank at his feet. After only 3 steps, Jian Wushuang landed on the bow deck of the space battleship. Mist and Mister. Little ones haven't seen anything. They don't know anything. Luo Ming looked at the sword Wushuang who came with the sword, and his face became frightened, and when he knelt to the ground, he shouted continuously. When Jian Wushuang saw the situation, he shook his head, this four-marked virtuoso, who was unexpectedly so cartilage. This seed asks you, how did you meet that Bingyu? Jian Wushuang said lightly. He is not a man of indiscriminate killing, but if this group of infamous star thieves knows their identities, they can only do one thing that kills them and kills them. Masters back and back to the misty fog. The young children who led the Red Whale Gang that day were sweeping through the stars of the universe and were planning to find the idea of the Beating Teeth Festival. They just came across the ice cream grandma who was alone. Well, I encountered the lack of morality of Bingyu and was about to go and rob a whole treasure, but the result was not his opponent. Luo Ming said quickly, Jian Wushuang can be considered to understand the cause and effect. The thing is very simple, it is a story of robbery. After he finished speaking, Jian Wushuang didn't reply, but his face was cloudy for a while. Looking at it like this, these star thieves should not know their true identity, or even know that there is a different universe. After all, this kind of thing is the most secret, whether it is in the divine universe or the virtual universe. Only the small group of people standing at the top of the universe can be qualified to know about the 2 universes. Although this Luo Ming has 4 marks of virtual respect, but his root identity is too low. Obviously there is no channel to know these things. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed a little hesitation. After thinking for a while, when Jian Wushuang couldn't help but chose to do something, Luo Ming seemed to notice the flash of murder in Jian Wushuang's eyes, and said quickly, Master Wushuang's life. As long as Wushuang adults are willing to let go of the young, and the young are willing to respect you, from then on, for your adult, you will be saddled up and down the horse. As she talked, Luo Ming raised her face and continued to flatter and smile. Jian Wushuang saw this, and couldn't help seeing the joy in his heart. The killing in his heart was reduced by a few points. He shook his head and said, You and Bingyu, say the same thing? Luo Ming heard the words and could not help but smirk and scratched his head. Jian Wushuang didn't ignore him anymore, but after thinking for a moment, he said, This seat is not incapable of letting you go. In this way, let this seat plant a ban in your source of life, then obediently, for my use, this seat will no longer embarrass you. How? As soon as this remark came to an end, Luo Ming's heart was overjoyed. Let Jian Wushuang plant a ban in the root of life, which is equivalent to giving his life to Jian Wushuang. In the future, life and death are just a thought of Jian Wushuang. But how about that? If you do not agree, waiting for yourself will only follow in the footsteps of the elder sickle. Luo Ming can become a star thief who everyone shouts, but he has lived well now. In addition to his outstanding strength, there is the most important point. Observe the master. Luo Ming quickly slammed his 3 heads at Jian Wushuang, released his defense, and let Jian Wushuang's big hand rest on his skull, and planted a destruction prohibition in his body. The other red whales helped everyone, and it was so true when they saw the big head. They naturally agreed. Jian Wushuang made the same way. After a while, I saw the red whale helping people who were full of boats, kneeling down towards Jian Wushuang one after another, and shouted in congratulations. Ill wait, to welcome the young masters of the mist. For a while, The voices of the Shuangshou master came together and went straight to the sky. They know that Jin Wushuang will be their king. Jin Wushuang stood on the deck and nodded expressionlessly. Get up. Chapter 45:12. Wow. As the sword Wushuang's right hand was lifted and time passed, everyone on the deck of the space battleship rose up. Young master, what do we need to do? Luo Ming's eyebrows were pleasing to the eye, and he said congratulatingly. For him, obedience to sword unparalleled, but obedience to obedience supreme changed individuals, and there was not much discomfort. Jin Wushuang thought for a while and said, you are business as usual, but you need to pay attention to the dynamics of the top forces. But any trace-level person who has any top forces suddenly leaves the Zongmen and behaves abnormally. Yes. Luo Ming nodded. For the Red Whale gang, there is not much else, that is, many people. Well, Jin Wushuang groaned for a moment or two, and then said again, also, you send people into the void to investigate, don't miss every crack in the void. See if there are a lot of people in the void cracks, or abnormal images such as stern defense. If found, the investigation will be cleared back to me. After speaking, Jin Wushuang stretched out his fingertips a bit on Luo Ming's eyebrows, locking the induction between the two, and then if he needed to pass a message or the like, Luo Ming could pass the voice directly to him. Yes. Obey the Lord's order. Luo Ming didn't shirk and nodded heavily. Although he wondered, why did Jin Wushuang ask him to investigate the void and focus on the movements of the top forces? These things are not something that a disciple of refining God should pay attention to. However, he has always been clever, knowing that there are some things that should not be asked, so don't ask them. Asking will only bring himself to death. Since Jin Wushuang said, obedience is. He is a decent person. Well, you go. Sword Wushuang nodded with satisfaction and waved his right hand to let the Red Whale gang away. A moment later, in the universe, only Jin Wushuang stood alone. The people of the Red Whale gang have been reduced to 0. According to the command of Jin Wushuang, part of them went to the forbidden space and part of them went to the top sections. Jin Wushuang did not leave in a hurry, but landed into a deserted star, and his body shot directly into the heart of the earth. Taking out the God of God token, I saw that the mirror surface of the token was twisted, and a ripple like the water surface appeared. Immediately, the face of Zeus appeared in the mirror. Sword unparalleled. In the mirror, Zhou God nodded towards Jin Wushuang. Master Elder God. Sword Warrior slightly arched his hand, and then told the of the universe that he had recently received the information, and at the same time admitted frankly that he had battled with the Ice God Supreme and beheaded him. Hearing this news, there was no surprise on the face of Zhou God, but he sighed softly. The old man guessed that this would be the case. The enmity between you and Bingyu Supreme has reached a point where it is endless and difficult to resolve. After a long accumulation of hatred, the old man has sent you two to the virtual universe together this time. I want to make the two of you completely in the virtual universe and settle the dispute between the two of you. Otherwise, once the war of catastrophe begins, if we can't unite as one, we will calculate each other, and sooner or later will cause great disaster. Jin Wushuang nodded when he heard the words. He understood the mind of the universe. As the Lord of the universe, the of the universe is like the monarch of a country. What he pays attention to is the technique of balance. A bowl of water must be leveled. If it is in the divine universe, Jin Wushuang and Bingyu Supreme will inevitably fall into an embarrassing situation. If you intervene, you will inevitably be biased. At that time, there will always be a bit of hatred in the other party, and if you don't step in, just ignore it, and it will attract verbs. Rather than let Jin Wushuang and Bingyu Supreme both end their enmity in the virtual universe, the weak lose, and the strong win, and no one can say good things. The Zhou was silent for a while, and then smiled and said, but finally there is good news. I know the situation of Dao Yin. Although the situation is not very good, he has not fallen, and he may have no chance to rescue him in the future. As for what Elder Banshan told you, the old man also noticed that in our divine universe, there must be a virtual universe, a chess piece that was laid many years ago. It's just that this person has been rooted deep in our camp for many years, and this fashion is not the time to solve him. Oh, Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows when he heard the words and said, "In the heart of Lord Morpheus, who has this person been confirmed? It's okay to talk about it, but the old man already has some doubts about this person." "Well, Jian Wushuang, take care of yourself over there." The two chatted for a few more seconds, and then the god of God hurriedly hung up the call. It can be seen that when Jian Wushuang was exploring the news in the virtual universe, the of the universe was not idle, and he had begun to lay out to deal with the things in the virtual universe. Not long after hanging up the phone with Zhou God, Jian Wushuang released the Ram Supreme from the town monument. The two agreed, and when they met together in the void, they dispersed. The sword warriors turned back to the land of the gods, found the giant bone bird, and stepped on the backbone of the giant bone bird. The bone bird made a long sing, and immediately turned its wings into a streamer, shooting towards the Lian Shenzong. A month later, wow! The giant bone bird stopped in front of the Lian Shenzong mountain gate, and Jian Wushuang stepped down and walked towards the sovereign's hall. In this month, Jian Wushuang kept on the road non-stop, but he did not know that the matter of sealing the land of God directly set off a big earthquake in the entire virtual universe. All the Tianjiao who went to the land of God seal was wiped out by the army. No one lived. When this news came back to the respective ancestors of Tianjiao, suddenly, the top forces of the entire virtual universe shook. In the past years, the top sectarian forces sent Tianjiao to the land of the gods. Although there were deaths and injuries, there has never been an entire military annihilation like this time. And that's not much. The most amazing thing is that the Tianmin Palm teacher calculated the death time of Tianjiao under the door, which was a shocking discovery. This time, the 10 strongest Tianjiao who went to the land of Fengshan actually fell at the same time. What is this concept? It is tantamount to having a terrifying force far beyond these people in the land of the gods, killing them all in an instant. This is definitely not a means of prohibition. For a while, www.unravel, the land of the gods was surging. Refining Shenzong also received this message. Mist and mist. The disciples responsible for guarding the Lord's hall looked at his face calm and unscathed Jian Wushuang, and he could not help but widen his eyes, and there was an unbelievable color in his eyes. Doesn't it mean that all the people who went to the land of the gods have fallen? What's up? Jian Wushuang frowned, with some doubts in his heart. Immediately, he said in a deep voice, "Trouble informed the suzerain. Wushuang has something to see." Chapter 45:13. The disciple in charge of guarding the sovereign's hall took a short while to react, and quickly apologized and smiled at Jian Wushuang, then turned and entered the sovereign's hall. Not long after, the disciple came out and whispered, "Wushuang, let's go in. Lord Sovereign is in there, but Lord Sovereign seems to be in a bad mood. If you have any bad news, how many say it again?" "I know." Jian Wushuang smiled at him, then strode into the sovereign hall. The sovereign hall is dark all the year round, and the candlesticks made from skulls emit a faint light, adding a little gloom to the sovereign hall that was originally only a little dark. Jian Wushuang looked up and saw the Lord Lian Shun sitting on a Bisensen's chair with his head tilted, his hands condensed into a fist, leaning on his temple, his elbows against the armrest, and his face was tired. Obviously, Yin Dan death also hit him to a certain extent. "Master Sovereign." Jian Wushuang arched his hand at him. "Okay." Lian Shunzong nodded, then took a deep breath and sat upright. He didn't rush to ask Jian Wushuang what he found in the land of the gods, but he said, "Mr. Shuang, do you know that Yin Dan and Elder Shen Sik have fallen?" Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was in a daze, but fortunately, on the way back, he had already set up answers to various inquiries and unexpected situations, and his face was shocked. "What? God? Elder Sickle has fallen? Lord Sovereign, I only know about Yin Dan fall, but I didn't expect that Elder Shen Sickle also." "Well, not long after Yin Dan died, Elder Shen Xian died." The Lian Shanzong nodded, then his eyes narrowed, and his face suddenly became a little bit more sharp. Looking at Jin Wushuang, he said, Miss Chuang, according to the message of Elder Shin's disciples, he said that Elder Shin's left in Yin. After Zoman, I followed you and Yin Dan. Presumably you should know how Yin Dan and Elder Shin's died? Jin Wushuang heard the words, and then he could not help but show his doubts, and then pretended to panic and asked, Master, do you not think that the death of Elder God Sickle has something to do with me? The Lord of the Refining God heard that he did not answer Jin Wushuang's question directly, but said faintly, Miss Chuang, I think you should explain to the Lord, why this time when you went to the land of God, everyone else died, and you but I came back alive and unharmed, and I remember that in this trip to the land of the gods, many of them have been cultivated a lot higher than you. Among these strange things, you can hear them. Jin Wushuang heard the words, and his face was struggling. It seemed that he was hesitant to say, after struggling for a long while, then made a decision and bit his teeth. Master, Yin Dan was indeed killed by me. This is not to blame the disciple, but that Yin Dan deceives people too much. Soon after we entered the land of the gods, he wanted to kill me, helpless to fight against him. As for how the elder Shenxian died, the disciples really don't know. It really is Yin Dan you killed? In the eyes of the Lien Shan sovereign, the light rose sharply by 3 inches, and there was a touch of anger in his face. Even if Yin Dan is not good, he is also a disciple who he brought up with his own hands. He snorted coldly, and the refining God sovereign asked again, Miss Chuang, let's not talk about the elder sickle first. This sovereign asks you why the people of other sects died. You don't tell me. It's all forbidden killed. In this regard, Jin Wushuang had a countermeasure, and bowed his head and replied, The Lord Sovereign didn't know. When we entered the land of God's seal, there was a strong one in the Red Whale Gang. This person's cultivation is at least 5 marks. Not only can he ignore the prohibition in God's seal land, unblocked and killing in it, Jin Wushuang said slowly, pushing all the responsibilities to Bingyu Supreme. Now that Bingyu is dead, there is no evidence of natural death. And with a little investigation, we can know that the Red Whale has recently come to the top power. When the Red Whale went to the land of the gods, they also made a huge momentum, which can be investigated. Hearing here, the Lord of the Refining God frowned. Later, the Master of the Refining asked Jin Wushuang why he could escape from the sky. In response to this, Jin Wushuang also had a countermeasure, and took out the heavily damaged Taro corpse, telling that he relied on the Taro corpse to resist a breath before he escaped. The Lord of the Refining God slightly sensed the injuries on the corpse of Tai Luo, and found that the terrible divine power fluctuations left by the blow of Tai Su God Emperor still contained in the injuries, and he no longer doubted him. You step back first. This Lord needs to think carefully. After a while, the Master of the Refining waved his hand wearily, signaling that the sword Wushuang was leaving. Yes. Jin Wushuang condescended. In the Sovereign's Hall, there was a return to silence. Inside the gloomy Lord's Hall, the Lord of the Refining God reached out and rubbed his eyebrows. His eyes looked far away, and his eyes kept thinking. Just now on the corpse of the Taro of Jin Wushuang, he sensed a strong wave of divine power. This wave of divine power, in terms of strength, is not under him. At least it is the invincible supreme of the divine universe. Then everything naturally makes sense. I'm afraid Elder God Sickle is also dead in the hands of the invincible supreme of the divine universe. How recently has the penetration of the divine universe into our virtual universe been so frequent? I am afraid that the war is about to begin. I have to plan for the refining of the sect of God early. He thought silently. Once the war is about to begin, he will be summoned by the Void God's invitation to go to the battlefield of the Void Confinement to form an army and attack the divine universe. No one can say whether they can come back this time. Before that, you have to decide on the next master's choice. The light of the Lien Shan monarch's eyes flickered and fell into thought. It was not long before he sighed. Is the fog double? Back to Xianshan, it's getting late. While under the mountain, Jin Wushuang encountered the enchanting woman Jiumu again. She looked at Jin Wushuang with expressionless face, her lips opened slightly, and she wanted to say something, but finally she sighed and lowered her head. Jian Wushuang shook his head and had no intention to talk to her, and shot straight into the seventh corpse hole on the top of the mountain. Open the enchantment at will, and seal the gate of the corpse hole. Jian Wushuang released the corpse of Tai Luo from the void with a slight pity in his eyes. At the next moment, Jian Wu sat down with his hands on his knees, and innumerable divine power poured into his hands, sinking into the corpse of Tai Luo. Suddenly, the body of Taro's corpse, like a rag sack, began to recover quickly. Chapter 45:14. After 3 months of enrichment, Taro's corpse finally recovered a lot. Although there were still some injuries, it was no harm and will gradually recover over time. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang finally took a long breath. Close. With a big wave of his hand, the sword Wushuang put the corpse of Tai Luo into the town's monument. During these 3 months, the news of the land of God gradually spread, and it was no longer limited to being spread in the hands of the patriarchs, but spread throughout the universe. Suddenly, Lin Shunzong was uproaring. Brother Yin Dan is dead? Not only Brother Yin Dan died, but also Elder Shinsickle and the accompanying rookie Fuchen all died. This time, only Wu Shuang came back alive from the land of God. Countless disciples of refining Shunzong whispered. Subsequently, the Sovereign Lord announced the death news of Yin Dan and Elder Shinsickle. Although the refining suzerain did not say exactly how Yin Dan died, countless disciples of refining suspiciously guessed Jian Wushuang's head. The feud between Jian Wushuang and Yin Dan is obvious to all, and Yin Dan is a man who must report. These disciples have long been determined that this time when going to the land of God, there will be a life and death battle between Jian Wushuang and Yin Dan. Then Jian Wushuang is back alive now. The victory or defeat of this battle is self-evident. Yin Dan death is not so simple, but involves the most important issue later. The refining God sovereign is about to abdicate. Yin Dan was originally the replacement of the next refining God sovereign. If Yin Dan dies, who will take over the position of the refining God sovereign? Suddenly, countless people set their eyes on Jian Wushuang's head. The ultimate qualifications are enough to compete with Yin Dan, even stronger, and supported by Elder Wind Elders. This is almost the perfect candidate for the next sovereign. As a result, many disciples or ordinary elders who originally followed Yin Dan and intended to be slaves of the dragon minister approached Jian Wushuang and released their good intentions towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's performance is also remarkable. One by one accepted the goodwill conveyed by these people. The top of the moon, Jian Wushuang sat on the stone bed in the corpse cave cross-legged, bid farewell to a refining elder, shook his head slightly. Originally, he lurked undercover refining Shunzong for the purpose of inquiring information. However, he did not expect that he would become the first master of refining Shenzong. Fortune is really confusing. At this time, from the long-lived Red Whale gang who came to his head, Luo Ming's rumor came from his mind. Young master, our people have discovered the situation in the void. Luo Ming was tired, but more excited voices came. Directly said the point. Jian Wushuang replied indifferently. Yes. Luo Ming gave a respectful response and quickly replied, Young master, according to our inspection, a total of 97 voids were found in the void, and these 97 void cracks were guarded by the strong, but the first 89 cracks in the void are a bit weird, because our people were there and found the traces of the ancient Hengshuan that disappeared long ago in the void universe. Guheng Suzun is a peak strongman who became famous before 50,000 virtual times. He once dominated the characters of an era, but before 30,000 virtual times, that is, his coercion on our virtual universe reached the highest peak. When he disappeared for no reason, the people of the original virtual universe thought that Guheng Suzun had fallen unexpectedly, but he never thought that he was hiding in the void forbidden space. In addition, around the 89th void, there are many other virtual force fluctuations that are not weaker than Guheng Suzun. The small estimates are all in the same era as Guheng Suzun, or even older. Character. They were all hiding around the void crack, and something must have happened. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded when he heard the words, and his heart was slightly happy, but Gu Jingwu was set on his face. You marked me with a detailed map of the Void Forbidden area and put it in your Red Whale base camp. This seat will be picked up from time to time. Remember to mark the 89 cracks with extra care. Yes, Master, no problem. Luo Ming quickly patted her chest and promised. Well, are there any other visions of other top forces? Jian Wushuang asked casually. Back to the young master, no abnormalities have been found for the time being. It is good. Jian Wushuang nodded his head and casually commanded. If you have enough staff, go and help this place investigate an organization called Bite? As soon as the voice fell, Luo Ming's face changed greatly. Bite? Master, have you caught these lunatics? You know them? Jian Wushuang frowned and came to interest. Luo Ming, who was at the messenger's face, became dignified, holding her breath. Young master, little does not know much about phasing, or the entire virtual universe. Not much about this organization. All I know is that they are mysterious and powerful. They are usually not exposed to the universe and belong to a hidden world. No one knows where they are hiding, but once they are born, major events in the universe are bound to happen. Among them, the leader of the Bite organization, the powerful one, is far more powerful than I can guess. I remember that there was a son of a 6-mark vein respecter who angered the Bite organization and was killed. The Lord of the Holy Land's 6-marked virtual respect went to seek out the trouble of the organization and wanted to get justice for the dead son. As a result, the 6-marked virtual respect was directly beheaded by the phasing organization. Even the Manchu, they were all implicated. All the tens of thousands of disciples, including the elders of the trace class, were all beheaded and killed overnight. Jian Wushuang heard his words, his pupils shrunk slightly, and after a moment of groaning, he said, "Let us stop investigating the phasing organization for the time being and continue to stare at the trends of the top forces." Yes. Luo Ming heard a sigh of relief, and if Jian Wushuang strongly asked him to look for the investigation of the organization, he would not dare to refuse. But he was convinced that as long as he dared to investigate the organization, he would definitely cause death. A few more words were ordered. Jian Wushuang broke the communication between the two. Jian Wushuang reached out his finger, wrote the word bit on the stone bed, and frowned. The death of Taylor Supreme is related to this Fey, and the corpse of Terra S is also sold by the Fey organization to the Refining God sect. At that time, in the Juyao starfield of the Divine Universe, the group of mysterious black robes who claimed to be 7 and 9 was also from the Sweet organization, looking for Master Xuani. What is the purpose of this group of people? What is the relationship between them and Master Xuani? Without a word for a night, Jian Wushuang reached out his hand, brushed off the word bit, and looked up outside the cave. A ray of sunlight has entered through the entrance of the cave. Jian Wushuang stood up and exhaled a sigh of breath. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.